Floyd and he was me,
Yeah.
he wouldn't never have to fight again because that exhibition shit,
Yeah.
as me being his little brother, hey, little bro, we finna do 10 rounds and we both gonna get 100+ million for it.
Right.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
Right.
well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
What's good, Jusdu family? How y'all feeling on this good Monday? This rainy, gloomy Monday. Are we back to build on this boxing, y'all, and give it its just due? How only we do, you know it. Narrative free. Get you some narrative free boxing today, man. You know what I mean? Being sold on YouTube in the town near you. How y'all feeling, man? We're going to talk this boxing today, man. We're going to get to it, man. Where we at on the likes? We at 1 million. Cornelius, where my guy at, man? Banks, what's good with it? Mike Mazak, my guy. BJ in the building. What's good with it? Booger, what it do? Joseph in the building. Banks, my guy. What's good? Son of God, what's good, family? How you feeling? Talk this boxing, man. You know? Did y'all enjoy the fights this weekend, man? Tim Tszyu looked like he done rejuvenated his career with a win over the weekend, man. He done did Joey Spencer all kind of bad. Did my guy Joey bad, man. Shout out to Joey Spencer, but I knew that Tim Tszyu was gonna be a tough jump for him. I knew it. But shout out to Tim, man. Looked like him and Keith Thurman could be a fight, you know. It looks like they could be a fight. They can be a thing, you know, and I want to see it, man. But Keith got to be careful because, Tim Tszyu dangerous, man. I ain't gonna lie. If Keith Thurman gonna fight Tim Tszyu, he definitely got to have his legs, yo. He need his legs, and he gonna have to move consistently in box. If he tries to stand there, man, or if he get caught standing, he gonna get hurt. That's what I believe. I think Tim Tszyu is a real puncher up there at 54, man. He just ain't nothing to play with. It's Tim Tszyu is one of them guys. Is either you or him. You got to get him or he gonna get you. So shout out to Keith. I hope he take that fight. And the reason I said that because he did a little video after the fight was over and stuff. You know, Keith never shy with his words, man.
Congratulations, Tim Tszyu. I see you got through with that appetizer. I got through with mine. I got him out in 3, you got him out in 4. I don't know about you, boy, but I'm still hungry. Send the contract. I'll sign it by tonight. I promise you. I'll come to Australia and give you a good fight. Let's go.
I respect that, man. I like that. I respect that. I do. I respect it. I respect Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying? Look, he trying to get his way back. We seen what he did to Brock Jarvis, got him out of there ASAP. Tim Tszyu made short work of Joey Spencer. That's the next fight for both of them. He told me, and that just goes to show you that you see how fighters always say send a contract. That's just fighter talk. They all say it. Shout out to my guy Big Dre. What it do, homie? How you feeling? Hen Dog in the building. What's good with? Have to hear from Shakur versus someone that calls his own fighter a prospect instead of a contender. Shout out to Hen Dog. You've been listening to the rubbish over the YouTube streets. Big B Low. Thomas Hill, my dog. What's good with it, bro? Keith will KO 10 for real, for real. Look, I don't deny that Keith has the power to hurt Tim, but that's a tricky fight. That's a tricky fight, you know. It's a tricky fight. Tim Tszyu is really strong, man. Strong, come forward guy. He resilient. Tim Tszyu, Keith Thurman, I had to put it on him. I ain't saying he can't do it, but he had to put it on him. Yeah. Why I say that, Al Booger? Because they already was supposed to fight, remember? Remember they were supposed to fight. He got injured, right? So we knew he wasn't going to come back off that injury and fight Tim Tszyu. So at least he got a shakeback fight. So now that he got a shakeback fight, why not fight Tim Tszyu? I mean, you know what I mean? It was, y'all already was going to fight. So it's a, you know, it should seem like it's an easy fight to make. Because if it wasn't for the injury, they would have fought. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but if you listen, a son of God, if you listen to Keith Thurman speak about his injuries, like you'll really rock with the dude. Like he trust me, the last thing he want to do is be on the sideline inactive, just talking. And when my guy behind the hands TV had a conversation with Keith, he got a lot out of him, and he was able to make you understand him in a different way. That dude, he talk his talk. He got the gift of gab. He gonna talk. But just think about it like this, son of God. When have you ever seen a Keith Thurman fight where he ain't go in there and do his thing? Even in the one loss that he got with Manny Pacquiao, that was a split decision loss, and he started slow. You get what I'm saying? He never gave you a bad fight. He gave you and that's why I say he get a bad rep. He like him and Errol Spence is two of the most disrespected one-loss fighters in boxing, in all of boxing. I promise you. I don't even think it's close. But that's what it is. Cav Sports, the box story. My guy Al Booger. Yeah, at McQueen, what it do, homie? He said Tim gets hit too easy, fan. Watch and see, bro. Keep gonna stop him. Hey, look, I'm with you. I will be rooting for Keith, Big D-Lo. I'm with you. I want Keith to win, but I'm acknowledging how dangerous of a fight that is. And with Keith being inactive and only having like 3 rounds and X amount of, you know, get what I'm saying? Tim Tszyu been far more active. And that's his weight class. You know, it's still, you know, Keith still arguably could be adjusting to 54, even though he looked really good in the first fight. But I'm just saying it's a dangerous fight. It's one that he can win, but I'm telling you, the key to that fight, I'm telling you 100% will be Keith Thurman legs. If Keith Thurman can move and box, because Tim, you know, he don't got the best feet. They're not bad, but he don't have the best feet in the world. You know what I'm saying? And I think he can be outboxed. So Keith Thurman, I had to come to boxing, bro, and try to hurt him. You know what I'm saying? When he land, try to hurt that dude. Nick Ballin, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Jordan, what's good with it, bro? So yeah, man, it was a good weekend of boxing, man. I think Elvis Rodriguez got a raw deal. I definitely think he beat what's his name? Lindolfo. Think he beat that guy. I think Elvis Rodriguez should have got the nod. You know what I'm saying? Abdullah Mason went out there. Fought, I think, his most experienced opponent to date. He made short work of him, and people questioning Abdullah Mason. I think he the next in line to be one of the top fighters in boxing. I don't want to overstate nothing, but that's what I think. It's none of these dudes are perfect. That's what you're saying from Abdullah Mason. People asking for him to tighten up his defense, saying he need to tighten up his defense. That's respectable. That's understandable. I get that. But man, you know, with a style like his and you aggressive like that, you be in the mix and you like to fight, you're gonna get hit a bit. You know what I mean? It's just as long as he's aware of that, conscious of that, and continues to work on his defense as he continue to grow as a fighter, because he got every tool you need offensively. I'm not trying to hear shit. That kid could pretty much do it all. He passed all types of eye tests. You know, the only thing moving forward, you just want to see how much he's able to continue to learn and you know, polish up and brush up on the rough edges. Other than that, bro, he's primed to be one of the best young fighters in boxing. He already is one of the best young fighters in boxing. And he just celebrated his 21st birthday in spectacular fashion. You know what I mean? He cut the hair, he came out with the waves, and he kicked some ass. And that's what you like to see, man. So shout out to Abdullah Mason. We got another good weekend of boxing, man. It was a lot of boxing on. You know, Joseph Parker got beat again. No surprise there. SOB TV, what it do? If he's in Australia, the ring will be small. You know it. You know it. They're going to have him fighting in the shoebox. Hey, Kaz, they're going to have him fighting in the shoebox. Next gen, what it do, homie? So I have Thurman winning by a fight by UD. It's just I'm worried more about Keith Thurman's health. Now, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, me too. Son of God, me too. And if he's still in that adjustment phase at 54, man, Tim Tszyu he's situated there. He's comfortable there. You know what I'm saying? So he's a big puncher, man. Keith Thurman ain't been punched like that. I don't think he been punched. I don't think it's nobody he fought that's gonna punch him the way Tim Tszyu will punch him if given the opportunity. You get what I'm saying? So it's a good fight. I think it should happen next, and I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying? Keith Thurman, think that's a win that people will have to respect if he get it. You know what I'm saying? So, and the same thing for Tim Tszyu. If he's able to win that fight, people just gotta respect it, and it is what it is. Keith Thurman probably ain't in his, you know, absolute physical prime, but you know, he's still a damn world-class fighter, and he showed us that beating Brock Jarvis the way he beat him. So I rock with Keith. I would love to see the fight. I just think it's a dangerous fight for him, and I'm telling y'all right now, the legs is going to be the key. If that fight is made, Keith Thurman's legs and his boxing ability, IQ, is going to be the key. Shout out to Behind the Hands TV, my dog. What's good with it, bro? I'm gonna be in there dancing. He got to next gen. Anything else is uncivilized. We ain't got time to be playing with Tim Tszyu, bro. Don't nobody got time. Don't nobody got time to be getting punched on by Tim Tszyu. You see what he just did to my man Joey Spencer? What he did to my man Joey Spencer was nothing short of disrespectful. You get what I'm saying? Had that man Pops thrown in the towel and all that. But nah, shout out to Joey Spencer, man. Tough kid, man. He finished the fight on his feet. It just got stopped. He don't got no quit on him. That's for sure. So he is a small town soldier for real. Shout out to Joey Spencer. That was an extremely tough step up fight for him. And I knew it was going to be tough to win. Don't have a problem with quick hands. I had pop behind it. Remember Pac? Yeah. Old school. What it do, homie? How you feeling? Well, let's get to it, man. Y'all smash the like button, sub to the channel, super chat, cash app. Let's build, man. We're going to get to this, but we're going to have us a sensible conversation because it seems like boxing has reduced to like people just talking shit they don't know. I've never seen nothing like this before. Like, I just don't feel like the people in boxing, the fans, we ain't learned shit. I was talking to my bro on the phone about this earlier. We ain't learned shit from Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford, bro. I'm going to say it again. We didn't learn shit from Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. Absolutely nothing. And it's a little bit disappointing and annoying because it's like everybody wants to, you know, say how much of a boxing fan they are, how much they watch boxing, and how much they know, and they know this for a fact, and they know that for a fact. And these same people, they still run around YouTube talking about ducking. You can't make this shit up. They're still running around YouTube talking about ducking. It's like the worst talking point in all of boxing, I think. It's the worst narrative for any fight situation, for any fighter, for anything concerning and dealing with boxing. I've never seen anything like this in my life, man. In my life. And we're going to get to this shit. Mr. Empire, what it do? We're going to get to this. So we all know big homie Core, as I like to call him, you know, and those who know, big homie Core been trying to fight William Zepeda shit for a while now. I don't want to exaggerate when I say this. I want to say for at least 2 to 3 fights. Let's say 2-3 fights. Like, this been a talking point. This fight been something that they've been talking about and discussing for a while now. Williams Zepeda, he throw 100 punches around. He bring pressure. He's a Mexican fighter. He's tough, rugged. You know, Shakur is defensive. He don't like people with power. He gonna do this. He gonna do that. You know, yeah. When I say, let me real quick, so people don't mistake what I'm saying. When I say big homie core, the reason why I said, let me let you know real quick, because we're gonna have fun today. Smash the like button, sub to the channel. Let's build. But let me say why I call him big homie core. When I say big homie core, that's not me calling him my big homie, because that'd be wild. I'm older than he is. I'm not calling nobody younger than me my big homie. But let me run the tape. Listen up. Make sure you got your ears on, next gen. This is why I call him big homie core. That's why I said, for those, if you know, you know. But just so you can hear it clearly, where the big homie core came.
The first thing that I don't even know how it happened, because we thought that we was getting points. You dig what I mean? Because Core is a Olympian. Core always then got in on Devin. Nigga, are you tripping? You niggas, y'all. Nigga, the whole shit started because it was live that we're in there with Core. Not Core is getting out on us. Like, he's the big nigga. He's the big homie. In the shit, it was never. We would always. Nigga.
Did you hear from Bill? I got that from 40 Mil Bill. Bill said he the big homie. So I'm just saying what Bill said. That's all. Well, we're going to have some fun with this. I promise you, at the end of this live, no fighter will be torn down, not on my account. We just going to talk some boxing. We don't got all the facts. Let me start off by saying this too, y'all, because most people ain't going to tell you this. Most people ain't going to tell you this. I don't got all the facts, y'all, but I can make a lot more sense out of this shit than most people. And I damn sure ain't gonna sit up here for 2-3 hours talking about who ducking. That ain't the conversation. So let's get to it, man. We all know the big homie Core, next gen. We all know big homie Core. Since he got the 35, he been having problems outside of Yoshino. I think he might have had problems there. I'm not even sure. Outside of Yoshino, he didn't have a problem getting an opponent, right? He got the 135, got the Yoshino fight. Beat him up, dusted him off, knocked him out, got him out of there. People complain. Typical Shakur shit. Then, you know, when it came time for him to fight his next opponent, you get what I'm saying? Mr. You know, Man Down himself, part of Man Down. We watched what happened. We watched Frank Martin. We watched this shit. Like, we really watched this. We watched Frank Martin get a contract, get what he said he wanted initially, and then send it back asking for more. We really watched this shit happen. But you know what? Pardon me, y'all, because I am missing something. K Causey, what it do? King, was good with it, bro? My bad. Because we highlight, what I'm doing is illustrating the career of Shakur Stevenson, the shit that people seem like they keep missing conveniently. So I forgot to mention before he got there, or Devin Haney. I forgot to mention that. The Devin Haney 25% shit. And everybody said, yeah, you know, he should have took the money and blah, blah, blah. He went to the sanctioning bodies. He wrote a letter. You know, they would have made a ruling on what each of those guys would have got. And before that was able to take shape, Mr. Lord Devin Haney, Mr. Hanos himself, he vacated his title and moved up. So that I'm starting from the very beginning. I'm trying to anyway. The very first time you seen him have an issue, it was that 25%. When we all know, if you've been following boxing, you got even former champions, boxers of yesteryear said respectfully, whenever somebody offers somebody lower than a mandatory split, you know they don't want to fight. You know they don't want to fight. When you're strategically using the business of boxing to not make a fight. Furthermore, if you wanted that fight, it would have never been a take it or leave it offer, because you've never gave anybody else a take it or leave it. You negotiated with Loma, and he didn't have no belt and nothing to offer you, because I know the talking point is going to be, oh, what Shakur had to offer. What the same shit Lomachenko had to offer. And beating a younger, accomplished Shakur Stevenson is better than beating a Lomachenko with multiple losses. You can miss me with that shit. But he gave him a take it or leave it offer. Now, yeah, I could say as a fight fan, yeah, part of me feels like I wish he would have just said, yeah, I'll take it. Facts, next gen. Facts. Let's start right there. So you already know he negotiating in bad faith, next gen. Offering him less than a mandatory split. You already know he don't really want no fight. Beside that, who really thought he was going to fight again at that weight class? So that's where all the BS started. when he didn't take a 25% that was never official anyway, because Bob Arum said that, but people conveniently ignored it. So when he didn't accept it, mind you, he didn't turn down the fight. He just didn't say yeah to a lowball offer because it's called negotiating. You don't have to take whatever somebody give you because the fight fans don't know no better at home. You get what I'm saying? So he played the one card that he could. He got his team to write that letter and make a case on his behalf as to why he deserved a bigger split than 25%. Before they could even come to any kind of conclusion, judgment, ruling, any of that, whatever you want to call it, Devin Haney, like, intelligently vacated his title and moved on where he was supposed to be at 140. Did he duck Shakur Stevenson? No, he didn't. But what he did do was he strategically used the business of boxing to make it look like he had an intent on making a fight at a weight class where he knew his career was done at. That's all it is. He didn't duck Shakur. He ain't scared of Shakur, but he had no intent on fighting him at 135 pounds. That's what I think. Had he wanted to, he would have allowed the sanctioning bodies to make a decision to decide what the split was going to be, and he would have fought him. That is so logical. It's simple. I don't care who you are, how you trying to dress it up. Yeah, we could acknowledge he could have just said yeah and took whatever. But we all know business don't work like that. So he didn't have to do that. So he did do he made the one move he could make. You get what I'm saying? He got a smart team. He not a dummy. He ain't got no dumbass team. They knew what they was doing. And rightfully so. If you really want to be genuine, somebody got their bluff called, and it damn sure wasn't Shakur Stevenson. It damn sure wasn't him. So that's where the BS started right there. And we going to ignore the fact that he had to chase Oscar Valdez around. We're going to ignore that. We're going to ignore he had to chase the big fights that he won. He been chasing these shits. Dudes don't be wanting to fight. We watch Oscar Valdez strategically just move away from him. And had it not been for Terrence Crawford and that lawsuit, he probably wouldn't even got that fight. That's just my opinion. But we seen the way that dude did not want to get in there. That shit had nothing to do with Shakur, wanting too much money, pricing himself out, using the business to get it. He strictly wanted to fight, and he wanted smoke with that dude. And he didn't want shit to do with him. And he damn near got forced to take a fight. Man, after the 12 rounds, we all seen why. That shit wasn't even close. He whooped that man ass. Undefeated knockout guy. He was a champion. He was highly rated as a fighter. He beat his ass. Beat his ass after he had to chase him around. Chase him up to another weight class. He get to 35. Devin Haney plays with the business of boxing. Everybody falls for it. The real ones know better. You get what I'm saying? You really wanted that fight. You would have allowed the business to take shape, and you would have sat there and you would have made that fight. You wouldn't have vacated your title. It's very simple to understand. Then you move past that. Now he about to fight Frank Martin, a guy that they saying is dangerous. Yeah, man, Shakur beat Frank Martin. Frank Martin beat Shakur. Now he about to fight him. The dude asked for $1 million or whatever it was. I heard directly out of Bob Arum's mouth. He said he thought it was too much that he was asking for initially. Then he said, you know what? We're going to give it to him. He said he gave him what he asked for. He took the contract for X amount of hours and sent it back, asking for more money after he seen whatever Shakur was getting or whatever he was talking about. That's what he did. Then he proceeded to do an interview and tell you he didn't know how much money he was getting. The dude is a damn liar. That's the first thing they're going to tell you. If you know boxing, that's the first thing they're going to tell you is how much you getting paid, bro. That man went in an interview and lied and said he did not know how much he was getting paid. So when it was all said and done, he decided he needed a little more oomph. Who am I as a fight fan? Because I'm very consistent. Who am I as a fight fan at home to tell Frank Martin, you got to go in there and fight for less than what you feel like you worth because I want to see a fight at home. And if you don't do it, then you're a duck. Man, get that lame ass shit out of here. These dudes risking their lives, bro. What they say, what Clarissa said, you got 13 fighters a year dying. You got 13 fighters a year dying. Miss me with that shit. If a fighter is not getting paid what he feel like he is due, I don't expect him to step foot in the ring. That's just me because I'm real. Ain't no duck. So when Frank Martin said, hey, man, I needed a little more oomph, and he didn't get it, even though I think he did business. I think he negotiated. Somebody dropped the ball on his side. I'll say that. The ball was dropped on his side. But even with that being said, when it's all said and done, the reason that he didn't get in there is because of his money wasn't right. It wasn't Shakur. It had nothing to do with him. Frank Martin would have signed on and got what he was offered, then we would have seen that fight. But because Frank didn't get what he was offered, he said nah, and then he ended up getting the tank fight. So it worked out for him anyway. But at the end of the day, did I look at that situation and say, yo, Frank Martin is a duck? Yeah, man, he's a duck. No, because real boxing supporters don't talk like that. The real ones that know don't talk like that. That shit ain't have nothing to do with no duck. You can't ask guys to go risk their life for less than they feel like they worth. I don't care what nobody say. That's me. That's how I think. So when the minute that man said I wasn't getting what I wanted, I understood it. I hated it, but I understood it. You can't ask guys to go in there and risk their life for your entertainment and they not being paid accordingly. So I never once, and you know, we got the track record to back it up. Y'all never heard me call Frank Martin a duck, ever. It never came out of my mouth. Not one time, because I know it's deeper than that. I understood right then and there. That's one of the biggest reasons why fights don't happen. From the financial end, it don't have shit to do with guys that signed up to box for a living being scared of another man. That's bullshit talking points for people that want to push narratives. I'm not with it. I'm not going for it. That shit is weak. None of this shit can be proven. These same people that's telling you Shakur Stevenson is ducking William Zepeda are some of the same people that would have told you Terrence Crawford was ducking Errol Spence before they fought. I'm not trying to hear it. And like I said before, the boxing world has not learned a damn thing from Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford's situation. Y'all really still believe that guys are running around being scared to get in the ring when that's all they do. It's the only thing some of these dudes know is how to fight. And you think, oh, I'm scared of this guy and I'm just not going to fight him. If that money is right, dudes are getting in there and putting it on the line. I'm not trying to hear it. I'm not. None of this shit. The duck talk is overblown. And 9 times out of 10, when people talking that duck shit, you can't prove it on either side. And I'm going to always use that as a prime example of how people don't know shit what they be talking about. Because they was trying to convince me that it was Earl taking the easy route, being scared of Crawford. And then it was Crawford that got the WBO belt and just held on to it and never wanted to fight Errol Spence. You had people really pushing this shit for years. Years. Longer than I had a channel. These dudes don't want to fight each other because they scared. One guy's scared. And how did that play out? The guy that they really was pushing that was so scared ended up winning the fight. How's that for ducking? Get that weak ass shit out of here, man. I don't rock with it. It's very simple-minded. That's some low-level shit. We don't be in them negotiations. We don't be knowing what's going on behind the scenes. It'd be so much information that we don't have and we not privy to, but we'll just get online and yeah, he's ducking. Somebody. None of these dudes are scared to fight each other. In my opinion, none of them. I'm not jacking it. This ain't the era for that. If these dudes are getting paid, they getting in there fighting, bro. They getting in there fighting. Simple, straight up and down. Big Dog Willie, shout out to my dog, man. He said Shakur hate is next level, Haney Coat and Tanking Maniacs. I ain't gonna lie, bro. The boxing hate, I don't even want to specify to one fighter. Just the hate that's shown every day with boxing is weird. You know, people sit up every day talking like they got all the answers. And I sat up here and told people that I was able to talk to the team directly and get the information. And you still had people questioning it based off third and fourth party information. And I'm telling you from a direct source. That goes to show you that people don't want the right information. They want the narrative that's believable to them. They want the narrative that'll get everybody talking. It's bullshit, bro. I'm telling you. Bullshit talking points, man. Ducking William Zepeda, a guy that he been actively pursuing for the longest while they continuously move in another direction and don't fight him. The dude literally had a rematch with Tevin Farmer because he didn't take a fight with Shakur. Now we wait till this weak-ass Turkey situation come, and now we want to use that as a situation and say, you see, yeah, he's getting out of the fight. He's using money to get out the fight. If I'm Shakur, I'm not fighting for $500K either. If I'm him, I'm not fighting. I don't give a damn. You could call me a duck till you blue in the face. Bro, somebody try to offer me $500K and you know what the consensus, we already know what they say this man get. Like, let's be real. Somebody try to offer me $500K to fight somebody. You get what I'm saying? The fight that the people saying they want and you about to lowball me like that. I ain't, man, you take your $500K and shove it, bro. Straight like that. Kellen was good with it, bro. Better Oscar Valdez undefeated and came off a knockout of the year. Facts. That's a fact, bro. That's fact. Teach what it do, homie. Melon Queen Peace says, how you feeling today? Good to see you in the building. All things was good, homie. We gonna keep building, man. Somebody just died in Africa last week. Facts. He had like a seizure, like mid-fight, bro. Mid-fight. Al Booger, Tim Layton, what it do, homie? Fight Sport Talk, what it do? I call Frank Martin Duck because he lied about the situation. I understood that though. Thank Father, what it do, homie? I'm just gonna keep it real, man. Bro, I watched one of your videos. I need to cook right quick. Shout out to my homie YSM. No doubt I'll drop the link for my guy. Kevin House, what it do? Emmanuel, what's good with it, bro? My guy YSM in the building. I got you. Yeah, I definitely could come up and cook. And I'm just saying, shout out to my boxing mom, Barbara D, in the building. Terrence, what's good with it, fam? Old school, what it do? Yeah, you try to offer me some 500K, bro. I ain't fighting either. Get that out my face. You gonna call me a duck all you want, knowing damn well I've been pursuing the fight and wanting to fight. You watching? We're watching Oscar De La Hoya actively make videos and damn near celebrate that fight ain't happening. We watched him play with Shakur and tell him, yeah, you got to sign the golden boy to get this fight. Like, do that even look remotely close like a promoter that wants to make a fight? Can somebody, anybody, and tell me if I'm missing something? If I'm missing something, y'all the family, put me on. Can we point to any time in boxing since Shakur and Zepeda's name been mentioned that we could look at Oscar and say, what, Oscar really looked like he want to make this fight? Where at? I don't see it. Am I missing something, y'all? Because it been inconsistency on that side from the word go. We just want to see fights, but I'll be damned if I'm going to sit up here year after year, live after live, talking duck talk. I think that shit is just silly, man. That's not a conversation I'm ever willing to have unless I got all the facts. If I ain't got all the facts, I'm not labeling guys ducks when fights don't happen, knowing damn well money be a big cause of a lot of these fights not coming to fruition. Shout out to my homie Big Dog where he said crazy words of pay to Duck Shakur, but not court duck. And look, I even stole him out because I'm very consistent and then I'm gonna let y'all cook. I didn't call him a duck. I don't think Williams Zepeda being a Mexican tough fighter is scared to fight a guy like Shakur or anybody else. My only opinion on Zepeda, and this is just my opinion, I could be wrong. I just think he's a guy that allows his team to do the work. I feel like he's a fighter. If they tell him, yo, we Tevin Farmer rematch, or if that's on the table, then he cool. If they tell him, hey, look, Shakur next, then I think he cool with that. I don't feel like he's going out there and demanding it. Now, I could be wrong. That's why I say it's just my opinion. But don't give me this shit that he's scared to fight. And this is all he do. I refuse to believe it on either side. So it's usually something business related. And I don't have all the answers. So I'll leave it like that. And I ain't going to call neither one of them dudes a duck. But I would like to see the fight sooner than later. Why, son, what's good, bro? Big Dog, what up?
What's up? Just what up with you, man?
Talk to me. What's good?
Where you want me to start, yo?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Start from the top.
There's a lot of bullshit being said right now, and
hey, what's good with the family?
Yeah, it's getting bad. It's getting bad. I don't know how people can call somebody a duck when somebody was avoiding this man for 2-something years, and you gonna tell the champion to fight on your terms. I don't understand that shit.
Right. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna start it off with the video, then I'm gonna touch on this, right? So I watched the video, popped up. This is early this morning, and I even called my man Jay Hardcore Boxing News, and I'm like, yo, what time just do going on today? Because I gotta give these niggas a piece of my mind, right?
What video?
I'm gonna name names, right? Because I normally don't do this, but dudes need to get called out for their bullshit. 2 times, right?
Oh yeah. So you watched it. You actually watched it, right? Okay,
cool.
So
right, everybody knows that I had an issue with Brian Norman Sr., but how I cover Brian Norman Jr. has nothing to do with that. I give my honest opinion. I give credit where it's due. He looked really, really good against Derek Cuevas, right? And he did exactly what he was supposed to do. He didn't play with his food. Dude don't belong in there. What you get him the fuck up out of here? He got him the fuck up out of here. Right. So great first defense.
Even though they said he could lose this fight, but we gonna let them slide. They was counting him out again.
Who said that they was gonna lose this fight?
You didn't. You weren't hearing the talk at Brian Norman. This ain't no easy fight. What happened if he lose? He should have took the boots fight. I'm like, I'm thinking it's gonna be another breakout performance for him, and I'm gonna rest on that. And look what we got.
Listen, I still feel like he should have took the 1.7, but at the same time,
because you real.
Derek Cuevas, I didn't know too much about him enough to know if he would be tough. And I think sometimes the unknown gets to people. He could be good, or you know, he could be just okay. He was just okay. And Norman, he made like little subtle adjustments in there in the course of the fight. Like he shortened up the hook and then just timed it perfectly when Cuevas was throwing his hook. But I said all that to say this, right? Dudes let their personal feelings get a hold of them and they stop analyzing boxing properly.
That's why I love YSM Sports.
A lot of I appreciate that, bro. A lot of motherfuckers come to us for perspective. And dudes be doing a disservice to fans and the people that don't know that much and are coming to you for your expertise.
Man,
all right, so
thank you.
Picture,
cook on
Talk
to
that picture with Gervonta Davis, right? That fighter is from our gym. Right. His name's Jam. I can't pronounce his full name, but we call him Jam.
Yeah,
right?
I can't say the last name.
So he doesn't come consistently, but he pops up, and he'll pop up. If he comes, he'll pop up 3 times out of the week. But he does a lot of traveling and sparring in camps. He sparred Boots, he sparred Haven Brady, Michael McKinson, etc. Right? So he is a southpaw. So that was from the Frank Martin training camp. He constantly posts pictures with the dudes that he sparred because he just got finished being in Gary Antoine Russell's camp for Rio. Right? So
dope.
That was old.
Right.
But mind you, he fights at 47, was a career 40, but ended up moving up.
Right.
But I think he knocked out Charles Hatley in the 3rd round. And
Facts.
to me, he got robbed by Victor Postol. If you ever go back to that fight, he's really, really awkward, tough kid, right?
Yeah.
But they like made a big deal about Tank. Oh man, this is generational talent. We're getting a black eye. I can tell you niggas never been in the gym. I can tell.
Say it again. Say it again.
I can tell these niggas ain't never been in the gym. I can tell these niggas ain't never like really, really watched sparring. I can tell a lot of these dudes ain't never had a fucking fight by how you react to certain stuff.
Never. Ain't never been punched with a glove on and none of that. You don't.
Who was that dude that was saying all that shit this morning? Was that Just Do?
What's who that?
That dude, that video you showed. Who was that dude that was talking all that craziness?
What you talking about? Two-Tone?
That what it was? That who it was? Okay.
Kevin, what it do? I just look and I try not to use people videos in a way where because it's not a personal with me and I'm attacking them per se, but I just call out the shit that I'm seeing. Like I knew that's what it was. I'm like, bro, and then I'm like, that's nothing more than a glove burn, bro. Like I've seen marks on all kind of guys' eye. Do that mean they getting their ass beat? Like, bro, what we talking about? Then if you want to go further, I mean, dude is like you say, moved up to welterweight. Then he got 2 losses, like you said. One of them is questionable, and he got 20 knockouts. I think out of 21 wins. What the hell? You don't think he could black somebody eye? Come on, man.
Yo, this is boxing. Your favorite fighter is going to get bloody noses, black eyes, right? He's preparing to go to war, and when you prepare to go to war, you're going to bring in spar that's going to test you and push you. If he thinks Ali's a generational talent, Ali's one of the greatest ever, he's got his ass whipped in sparring, right? Bud has got his ass whipped. Everybody, it happens to everybody. And I'm not even saying that Tank did, but I'm saying if he did, so the fuck what? But the fact that they made a big deal about a dude getting a black eye, if you ask any boxer that's ever boxed a black eye in sparring, shit, everybody's a fucking bum man.
Right. And that's why I used the pictures further in the video with the Frank Martin fight. Like it was very similar. He had that on his face. What the hell was the end result? Do you think any real fan is walking away? Did you see the mark on his face? No, they talking about how he lined up that KO and got him the hell up out of there. Like people be overreacting, man. That shit ain't about nothing, bro. Because that's all I was trying to say. And then I heard people saying like he was overweight. And I'm like, if that's overweight, then everybody should be overweight then. Because what is he supposed to be running around at 135 pounds like forever? Like, what are we talking about?
You got to understand.
And that's why I say, like, I don't know if it's personal with people and the fighters, but I always try to get these dudes they just do. And that's personal doing that with Tank. Like,
and it's because of lack of knowledge, though. Just it's personal and because of lack of knowledge.
Right.
Because in their mind, right, these fighters don't got no other lives and and they just, always in the gym, and that's not reality.
Right.
Like, dudes, they see a guy and they're at their weight, like right before the weigh, and they're like, "Oh my God, he's weight training." No, he's not. You're just not used to seeing the dude.
Right.
Cut
weight.
Yeah.
Right.
When you see him do interviews, or if I post, not all the shit I post is up to date, by the way. So there's times where I post some shit where a dude is out of camp. I just never posted it.
Mm-hmm.
But I said all that to say this. We have to stop. We owe the community
Yes.
non-biased boxing coverage.
Yes.
No matter what your personal reasons is. But now I want to get to core.
Right. Talk to me.
While a problem I got with boxing fans is they assume that number one is Turki Alashikh's money. Number two, that it's infinite money. Number three, that everybody over there is getting paid millions upon millions of dollars. It don't work that way. Right? So I've heard certain offers that people in their minds is saying, "Oh no, he got offered $6 and $7 and $8 million for this fight. He turned it down." It's more like two.
Right.
I ain't gonna say who, but stop. Like stop.
I appreciate you coming up here.
Yeah, stop thinking. You already know. You already know what I hinted at. But like, stop thinking that just because Turki Alashikh is involved, that it's gonna be a dude walking away with tens and $20 million.
Yeah, it don't
you got
work like that.
You got a fight card with 7 people on there.
Right.
You can't pay everybody $10, $20 million. Now, I don't know what Core was paid, right?
Right.
But I know this. Shakur Stevenson is $1 million fighter.
Right.
Right? And so he's the champion. William Zepeda has to acquiesce to the champion. If not, it goes to purse bid. Now, just because he turned down Turki Alashikh's offer, that doesn't mean that he turned down the fight. It goes to purse bid. And whoever's going to bid on it's going to bid on it.
Right.
And then you'll go from there.
And he also, real quick, he also said that if that is the process, then whatever monies come out of that situation, and that's what he good with. And that's going to be the fight. People just miss all of that out, and they just look at him having issues with Turkey, and they kind of confused by it or distracted. Like that's the end of the situation.
Because they assume that
be involved.
Turkey is offering a shitload of money. The reality is William Zepeda isn't making that much. Respect to him, but he hasn't reached that level. Just because you see a dude fight on TV does not mean he's touching 6 or 7 figures.
Facts.
Now, do I think William Zepeda is touching 6 figures? Yeah, but early 6. When you fighting in 3,000, 4,000 seat arenas, how much you think a dude's gonna get paid?
Exactly.
And so Shakur, according to Shakur, he was promised X. He was promised X, and then they offered Y. Okay.
Right. All right.
The price is the price. You told me I would get this.
Right.
So, I'm not going in that direction with you, Turki Alashikh. Now, if Eddie wants to throw the fight,
right,
or if Oscar wants to throw the fight, cool. But I want this number. I'm the champ.
Right.
I don't know, man. You got me tight, man.
Just came up here and cooked like that, and I appreciate it.
Yo, how much is it said that he got offered?
Because I know how you do stuff. You just call it how it is. It ain't no dog in the race for you. No matter what the topic is, it don't matter. That's all. I just want people to just think logically.
Wait, people saying 500,000. Wait, he's saying he got offered 500,000?
Yeah.
For what? For Zepeda?
Come
on, guys. Come on, guys. No, bro. Man, Shakur Stevenson won't even get out of bed for $1 million. Like that's where he's at now in his career.
Get me? Like, come on, but we gonna never mind that. Cause he ain't no big draw. He gotta take this. He should have taken. It's like now y'all about to be weird with it. Come on, man. Like that. Y'all, let's be real. Like, and it's just interesting that this is the way it's shaped up. But I'm not surprised by it because the timing for me. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. But that announcement with this TKO shit, and then to hear that you going back on something, it just seemed mighty. The timing is like. Y'all got other shit going on, man. So you in the business of trying to.
People should have never assumed, Jusdude, that it was always going to be a money faucet.
Yeah.
That it was like I don't know, but Shakur got a team in place, right?
Right.
Or whether they turn it down 25%, or like whether you agree with it or not, that's his team's job is to provide him with opportunities and the right intel for him to make informed decisions.
Right.
And if whatever the amount wasn't good enough for him, it wasn't good enough for him. I mean, I can agree or disagree, but they got to stop saying fighters are scared of each other. They're not.
Yeah.
Everything got a price tag, man.
Yeah, and that's all I've been saying. That's why I brought up the Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. I hate to beat a dead horse, but I'm gonna keep doing it because it's like we ain't learned nothing from that situation. If y'all was around on YouTube, then y'all heard the same shit I heard on both sides. Errol Spence taking the easy route. He don't want to fight Terrence Crawford. He ducking. Terrence Crawford got the WBO belt. He never wanted to unify. He just did this. He's scared. And then they fight, and then it's like y'all try to move on. And nah, let's revisit that. Where I thought they were scared of each other. Thought these dudes were ducking. That shit is a lame topic all across. It's the worst talking point in boxing, bro. And I'm convinced solely after talking to a matchmaker. I'm more than convinced that that just don't be the case the way we say it. It don't. Dudes got a price tag, like you said. Shit got a number, man. And dudes ain't getting in there just for anything. And I don't expect it. I'm very consistent. If a guy is not getting what they know they worth, man, come on, bro.
Like, yo, the same dude that'll change jobs for an extra $5 an hour is telling a fighter to leave $1 million off the table. Oh man, do it for the love, do it for the legacy, do it for the fans. Man, fuck that.
Yeah, bet on yourself. You bet on yourself. I hate that. That too. I hate that. Bet on yourself. Bet on yourself. That you think they're going into the business that way? Yeah, let me bet on myself. That means do something stupid just to prove to fans that, yeah, I'm like that. Hell no. Ain't no tomorrows in boxing. And I'm going to keep bringing up the point. What Clarissa say? How many fighters dying in boxing a year? And you telling people
13.
not to get paid? Yeah, okay. How many of these dudes got jobs? They joking about Josh Padley. Do your homework. How many fighters in boxing got jobs?
99%.
Up, bro.
99% of fighters, the 1% don't have jobs. 99% of fighters got jobs.
Right.
What's up, Jess? What's up, panel? What's up, YSM? How y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. How you feel?
Real quick, wanted to come up here. Just I know you heard me earlier cooking on the situation with Shakur and the money thing. But first, I just wanted to say to YSM, the reason why people assume that's the word you use, that Turkey is paying all this money and doing all of these things is because that's the narrative they've been pushing this whole time since Turkey got into boxing, right? Turkey giving his biggest payday. He doing this fighter should go over there and get 20 million. He offering 20 million. He giving fighters their biggest payday. Turkey got the bag. He got unlimited, right? We've been hearing all of this whole time, right? And so when I hear Shakur come out and say, oh, Turkey lowballing me, and by lowball I just mean you told me you was gonna give me something, and now you're saying you're not gonna give me that, right? And then it's like, oh well, it's based off of this, so is Zepeda look like this in his last fight, or Turkey starting a TKO league. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, it don't matter what y'all think about Shakur, or if y'all feel his value is inflated and all of that, you can have that opinion. But that's irrelevant in this conversation to me, because one, Turkey ain't been worried about getting no revenue and overpaying fighters and how a fighter performed and this and that. We haven't heard those narratives for Turkey, right? It was you come over here, we gonna put on the fights and we gonna give you the bag. And that was the end of it. And so now I'm like, okay, if Turkey is deciding to make changes, why is he starting with Shakur? Why is now all of a sudden we having issues with what we talked about you paying me? Like, why is this an issue when it has appeared or seemed that the money has never been an issue with Turki Alashikh? You get what I'm saying? And that's the angle I'm coming from with it.
A lot of people don't speak on it because Turkey is a very powerful man, right? So
I hear you.
No, so what I'm saying is other fighters have complained behind closed doors that the money that was offered was less than what was expected, being that you hear the narratives. I don't think that I I would like to think that Turkey wants that fight, because it was something that was talked about. And I would like to think that Shakur and Zepeda want that fight. But the reality is, if the offer was less than $1 million, then nobody's going to take that. I'm trying to be real careful with how I word it. But less than $1 million, nobody of Shakur Stevenson's level or stature would take that fight. If that was set offer.
OP.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I'm not one of those people that believe Turkey was giving all this money and paying a bit. Like, I didn't believe that. I kept trying to tell people that don't even make sense, right? It's an unrealistic expectation. It doesn't make sense. But they chewed my head off. I don't know shit about boxing. I'm a PBC fan or all this other stuff I got called, right? And so all I'm saying is I'm glad if this is what's going on, then that Shakur is exposing it now. But I do see why people could feel like may have other perspectives about the situation, because it does seem as though Shakur is always having, problems with money and this and that. But I think that's irrelevant in this situation because as far as what we know, right, I'm sure things been going on behind the scenes. This has never been an issue. You know what I'm saying? That has been brought to the forefront of fighters literally coming out and saying, hey, bro, you promised me one thing and you're doing something completely different. This is the first time we've heard it. And so that's why it's like sticking out to me, like, what's going on with this? And then I also have my opinions of how Devin is being handled out there also. So I'm just kind of like, what's going on with Turkey and these young Black American fighters? Like, what's going on with
what's interesting too, since I don't know if he's responding indirectly, subliminally, but that's the way people reading it in between the lines. Turkey's very vocal, right? Like, he don't bite his tongue on nothing at all up until this point. It's funny how he ain't came out and said like he's just talking crazy, or I wonder why he, I don't really think he was trying to expose him. I think he was just being genuine. Like, bro, what? I think he was surprised by it. Because if you just coming off of working with a guy and you heard what he said in the Cigar Talk interview, like, he felt good about that. He was like, yo, I done made more money in this fight than at any other fight in my career. And then it go from that to, oh, you gonna walk it back now. So I think
it was weird that he say, oh, they know I want this fight so bad they trying to take advantage of me. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I think that's just like his personal opinion of it, right? I don't quite see it that way. Because I don't know what to fully make out of him not keeping his word with you, right? Because like you said, I'm gonna highlight, I can't think of nobody else that's had that issue yet at this point either. And then, like you said, it's just a fair question. Like, why with him? Why did it start here? Only thing I can get from it, like I mentioned earlier, was you notice they mentioned this TKO shit, and it just seemed like they got other shit in place. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just, I don't know, just having a change of heart. Maybe he, his energy gonna put into something else. I don't know if it's any truth to the quote that came out. I think the Ring magazine posted it. I think, and they said something about people mentioning that Turkey says something about Shakur's value, or didn't see value in him. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know, because
I don't want to hear nothing about Turkey and value. I don't want to hear nothing about Turkey. Like, no.
Here's the thing with that. We could be saying why now, right? It could be a multitude of things. One of them could be Turkey has bosses, plural.
Right.
He has bosses. Now, maybe the bosses changed the budget. And now he has to, make fights off of half or 2/3 of a third of what he was working with initially. I mean, we don't know. One of the problems.
Don't change your budget on me, bro.
Yeah, but remember, it's not his bread; it's the country's bread.
Yeah.
So if you done blew through $200-300 million, now it's like, oh, slow down. You know what I mean?
Right. I thought that was logical. That way of thinking. If we know that the consensus is that he was pouring all this money into promotional dollars and losing money on these events, like, at what point do somebody say, hey man, that's enough? Like, that's logical to me. At what point do somebody step in, whoever that somebody is, and say, hey man, that's enough? Because I don't think nobody's in the business of just losing money. And I've always maintained that. That's why I've never understood why people thought
they was dying on that hill. They was dying on that hill, just they was dying. Like, bruh, nobody, people, you cannot. Why y'all pocket watching? Why y'all worried about money? They print money over there. They print money. They willing to ruin their economy and cause inflation to pay for boxing matches. Like, it don't make sense. Now I want to see what all these people that kept saying that.
Turkey Spares.
How they going? What are they gonna say? I don't want to hear nothing about the budget changed and they got to cut back and they doing. I don't want to hear it because when we were saying that, nobody wanted to hear it. Nobody wanted to listen to reason.
Shout out to the homie Claymore Rain. He know he famous for the quote Turkey Spares no expense.
Yeah, shout out to Claymore.
Shout out to Fight.
Yeah, big shout out to Claymore. Yeah, thanks brother for having me on. But I was just going to say 2 cents. We talked about this on your show the other day. I don't think it's nothing that's happened here is abnormal. Like it's normal. You fight on a big card, not just a big card, but a huge card, which is what Tang Shakur did with Padley. You get paid extra than what you normally would, but then you go to a lesser event and the amount of millions comes down a little bit more. Like he's still getting offered good money because Turkey offers really big money, but what we've got here is a guy who tasted the biggest payday of his life and doesn't want to fight unless you can match that or double it. So this is just Shakur saying, I don't want to fight because I'm not going to make the most amount of money I possibly can. And the sanctioning bodies and the promoters.
I just think he wanted to keep his word because that's what they're going to. Like. You told me one thing, like I could see if you never told me this and I just expected that. But based off that, if what he's saying is true, like, yo, you told me, X, and then now you're offering Y. Like, something ain't right with that. And if it's true what that report was, man, that's nasty work. $500K make me, but man, you got to be serious. You can't be serious, bro. Can't.
Well, I don't know, 500K. Yeah, that's 500K sounds a little bit low given what he probably got paid against Padley, but 500K is actually pretty normal for a fighter who doesn't sell out arenas, who doesn't, command a big pay-per-view event. So it's
not him though.
Wait. like, if you don't mind me asking, like who?
Yeah, not him.
Well,
Definitely.
lots of fighters have made around 500K for a standard title defense, which is what this would be. So
all right. So when you say so Shakur, he has $1 million gigs, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Shakur has made less than $1 million in about 10 fights.
Right.
Like Shakur's been a 7-figure fighter since, what are you going to say, 20? When was COVID?
20.
I would say Shakur's been a 7-figure fighter since about 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't personally believe the 500K. I would hope that's not true, but I feel like the only thing Core does that brings this on is Shakur always talks about business publicly. He always talks about backroom stuff publicly. Mm-hmm. So you are peeling back the curtain, but with people that don't understand the business or business in general.
Mm-hmm.
And so being that you hear numbers that most people would fucking, cut their left arm off for, and that you're turning down, people are going to make snap judgments.
Mm-hmm. True indeed.
Yeah,
you
I'm not
25% and all that, and people's eyes, you do it for the opportunity. You open yourself up to that by giving out numbers to folks that just don't understand.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm not saying
in this case, it wasn't him. That I don't think it's some. I'm trying to pull the post up so y'all can see what I'm talking about. But it's just the post. I mean, but they got Turkey tagged in. This shit just get nasty. Whenever you start seeing business get out, it always get a little messy. It always.
Which is why I'm more critical of Shakur in this instance, because if you're not super happy with the money, then going public isn't the best thing to do. I mean, that's going to piss.
I think I could agree with that. I think that's fair because I just feel like those type of problems don't get solved through the public, right? I feel like you get me, like you limit.
I gotta side with Cole in this situation though, because Oscar brought it up first.
True indeed. Facts.
And that's something Oscar is a promoter, but he gets very messy in the media, very publicly. So you're talking about that I turned down an offer, and then now I have to justify why I did that. And now I have to peel back the curtain. When if we would have just stayed in negotiation and went through the actual process, I would have to. So your criticism has to be where Oscar first fights for stuff.
Well, no, I'm not defending De La Hoya. I mean, De La Hoya is one of the snakiest guys in the business. Shakur is the one we're talking about here because he's the fighter. So I feel you,
but Oscar is the one that created the situation, though. If Oscar doesn't talk about Shakur turning down the fight, then Shakur doesn't come out in the media and talk about the reason why he turned down that offer.
Well, even if Oscar did come out and say publicly Shakur turned down the fight, I wouldn't believe him, because just one example, when Canelo was with De La Hoya publicly said that Jamal Charlo turned down the fight. Now that since Canelo left him, he's saying that Canelo turned down the Jamal Charlo fight. So you can't trust what comes out of that cokehead's mouth. Like I don't believe what De La Hoya says. I get. Hey, I heard you when you went live about talking about fighters deserving to get paid because they're the ones who get in there and fight. 100%. I couldn't agree more. But we do have to be wary of fighters using the system to their advantage to try and duck. We have to be aware of when fighters actually duck fights. Like one example is when Joshua Buatsi was with Eddie Hearn, and Eddie Hearn offered him the Dimitri Bivol title fight, and Buatsi was offered more money than he's ever made before, and he turned it down for some pretty stupid reasons. And then he went on to bash Eddie Hearn and say, "Oh, I was getting lowballed, etc.," and dumb stuff like that, when he was offered over $1 million to take the fight. So, I'm not saying Shakur's like that, but I do feel like Shakur was always talking about how everybody was ducking him back in the day. And, Lomachenko did have a chance to take the fight and he didn't. But it's
just not, it's not that it's everybody, but it's been people that I hate the duck talk. It's just people that had opportunities to fight him that chose not to. And I think for business reasons, other than being scared or something. Like, for instance, we seen a fight get ordered, and of course we know, because some get ordered don't mean it happened. But we seen a guy come out and tell you why they wasn't gonna fight him, and then when he move on to the next person, it's like we ignore it. So it's not that everybody is ducking him. I hate that word, but some guys have came up with some reasons. I'll just say that, and it's boxing.
Yeah.
It's boxing. So
but the problem is now Shakur's finding ways to, not take certain fights.
But what fight? Name the fight.
Well, here it's Zepeda.
This fight ain't over with. That's where the confusion is. That's why I'm like, how do we get to this duck narrative so fast? It's people just, and that's how I know they just like the narrative. They don't like the kid. Just say you don't like him.
Well, no, I'm not.
Gotta be that, because logic tend to go out the window. It's like they literally. This situation is not over. The fight, he didn't turn the fight down. It's just now it's clear that Turki Alashikh, if that's what he offering, what's being reported or what I got here on this screen, then he ain't gonna be involved. I don't mean the fight is over, but they see he's using money not to fight him. I mean, like Watson said, Oscar came out here and said he ducked the fight, and he like, bro, look, if they offering me this after he told me whatever, and I wouldn't get in the ring for this either. Knowing what I know, not what I think, knowing what I know about him, I wouldn't do it neither. I don't give a damn what nobody at home saying. You're not about to play me. Nah, this ain't that.
Boxing talk. Why do you think that like De La Hoya will be so insistent on them fighting on Turkey's card?
To me that's normal. Like, they both fight on DAZN. Turkey's the biggest promoters there, or Turkey's the one putting up the events there, so of course they would fight on Turkish show. No,
I said, why do you think he's so insistent? I mean, there's other they can throw the shows themselves.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it looks like
Because Oscar full of shit. A fight sport. That's I answer for you. Oscar be full of shit, and that's why I asked the question earlier. Respect to him. Think he a fighter. He know better. Can we point to any time when this fight has been discussed that he looked like he was serious about making it at all? Because I can't think of a time.
I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you with the business of boxing because Turkey takes all the risk, and that since you're sending him on another promotion, Oscar would take. It depends on what's in the contract, but normally it's 20% without putting any money up or taking any risk.
Right.
So it's free money.
Sports media, yeah. I started because I hadn't even really thought of this, but I think De La Hoya wants Turkey to put the event on so that Turkey's the one who loses money.
Yeah.
But I'm also not saying that Shakur's completely ducked the fight yet. I don't know what. Before she left, I don't know what 2 Cents was saying, but we disagree on some things. I'm not as harsh on Shakur as some people. I'm just saying that this seems to not be going in the best direction yet.
Shout out to Zach B. Yeah, I think if you looking at what we've been discussing as in terms of being a defense of them, then I think you might be looking at it wrong. I think we just making sense out of a mess that boxing tends to make on a regular occurrence. And I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. I'm not being fooled. I'm tired of this shit. And I'm saying, if you just follow the paper trail, you might have some conversations out there, but you can't tell me that this is the guy that's actively running around here ruining the fights. That's not the case. And you watching this shit happen, and me being a real one, I'm not calling nobody no duck, but you seeing this shit happen. You seeing people not get what they want. You seeing people say this is a bad style matchup. I can make more money, and now I'm good on fighting them. We watching this shit happen. It's not him. And these are fights that people say they want to see him in. So it's I don't. At what point do we really look at it for what it really is? It's not a defense of him. I want to be very clear, man. That's my guy, and y'all know it. And it's a reason I made sure that I told people this. Point of time when I've ever said something that's not logical, or I'm just up here going to bat. I do this for boxing. It's not for the fighter, but this shit is tiresome. And it's we go from fight to fight. Whenever it fall out, we go right to judge a duck. He's ducking this on. Yeah, he's doing this. And see, this is like this. And then we start meshing this situation in with the last situation. They have nothing in common. You get what I'm saying? I just don't think we got to defend a guy if you're just looking at the situation for what it is. Right now, what's the holdup with this fight? But what has been the holdup before this? Let's talk about it all, right? It hasn't been on Shakur's side. So why now? Because he feel like he ain't getting paid, we just get to look at him and now he's the problem? It's come on, man. Oscar De La Hoya was damn near happy that this fight wasn't happening. He making videos joking about it. Yeah, you got to sign the Golden Boy to get the fight. Do that sound like a guy that's truly interested in putting this guy in there?
So Shakur has to sign with Golden Boy to get it to fight a dude that draws probably half of what he does.
And he the mandatory? Am I right?
No, you're right.
What is he doing? Why don't you want to fight? And this is what I hate because
whoa, stop. Don't do that, just do.
Misinformation.
Don't do that, just do. You know why. You know why he wouldn't want to fight.
Yeah.
But my thing is this: why?
2 Cents, what's good, bro?
What's going on? Just doing
what's good, baby?
Hey, I just got a question though. Why Eddie not speaking up for Shakur? That's his promoter, and I'm why is he looking for Turkey to pay him when he signed to Eddie? I'm just trying to.
That's a fair question though. I don't. I'm guessing maybe they had an arrangement, some type of setup, but I think at the end of the day, once Turkey essentially X's itself out the deal by going back on his word, then the onus does fall on Eddie. Now you just got to do your job. Shakur, the fighter, he got to fight. Eddie got to do your job because that's what I said in the beginning. He not signed to Turkey, so he don't got to be part of no fight of his. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see him fight again in the Prudential. I don't have no problem going there. I ain't going to Saudi. So
and that was another thing that I'm watching how they actually be treating bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't like how they be treating dog. To be honest, bro. Because I watched when Boots came over there, bro. They gave him a hometown fight. So now you want to go and stick Shakur on the fucking undercard. Bro, I don't like how they doing him, bro. all bullshit aside, like I have issues with some of the moves that Shakur make, but at the end of the day, bro, he's still one of them dudes that's at 135. So I gotta acknowledge that. But I feel like I just hate that he even went over there fucking with them, bro. To be honest.
I get it. I get it. You know, I get it. I get it. I just feel like guys take advantage of opportunities, and that's how I always looked at this, right? Even
Yeah,
with
facts.
signing to Eddie, you gotta think people had a problem with that. The talk was before he did that, when he signed to the PBC, and then we found out later on that, you know, straight from Espinoza, that they wouldn't even have fights for him to sign up over there anyway. So it's like, I think these guys, we got to take into account dudes gonna go where the opportunities exist at. Right? We always ask the question, why did he go here and not there? But we don't never really try to find an answer to that or make sense out of it. But we'll go to the other route, the narrative. Oh, well, he went there to get away from this one. It's like, bro,
yeah, no,
telling the man to go where no opportunity exists for him. But I haven't heard people say he got to force an opportunity over there. I'm like, do you hear yourself? That's how I know you don't understand anything talking like that. So I think if you got a guy, if you're a fighter and you leaving one entity to go to another, or you weigh your options, but you're gonna end up, I think, dealing with the guy that's actively pursuing you or that's presenting you with something that you actually want versus other options just not being available. So we always ask why he go there. They don't have the fighters for him. And I just hate that, because so you telling me they got to sign to specific promotional companies that make fights. I can't wait to the day in boxing where that's no longer the case.
That's been going on for years.
I know. I hate it, bro. I hate it so bad. It's very it's weird, because it's like I done heard him tell me when he was at Top Rank he couldn't fight a guy that was over there, and then he leaves there, and then the guy from over there is about to fight a guy over there. I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, I hate that. I just hate it, man. I feel like they do this to us, the people, and they get us arguing about who ducking.
I know, but yes, right. At the end of the day, it's business, right? Mm-hmm. So did PBC reach out to Shakur about a potential tank fight? Yeah, they did. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, to Shakur's team. But there's going to be constant back and forth. Mm-hmm. Like, everybody thinks that, oh, man, he's a free agent, and that has to happen now. No.
Talk about it.
The reality is Shakur Stevenson.
Done, bro. They think one conversation. Well, why did they reach out then?
It is not the right time for that fight to take place.
You can't tell nobody
for two reasons. If you're Shakur Stevenson's team, right, his popularity in recent performances as is, he'll be lucky to get 25% in that fight.
Right.
But if you build him properly, if you give him the fights that will get the people going, get the people galvanized, because I ain't even gonna lie, man. I like the Pat Lee performance, but the two performances before that, I'm not gonna call them lackluster, but it's not gonna have people thinking that he can beat Gervonta Davis, whether he can or whether he can't. It's all about what you can potentially make. And right now, Shakur Stevenson versus Tank isn't going to be at his highest potential. You get Shakur Stevenson to Joe Cordina or William Zepeda and he looks really good, then I believe that's $1 million fucking pay-per-view buy fight. Right. But right now, as is, it doesn't make sense for Shakur. Shakur will effectively lose millions. Everybody will lose millions of dollars if that fight happens right now.
Right, I agree.
You know what? That makes some good sense. But I said this all along. The problem is always going to be if he's going to fight somebody that we don't expect to do nothing with him, that shit is never going to do anything for him. That's why I felt like this Zepeda fight is a must for the reason that you just mentioned. Because unfortunately, that's kind of the way I think they looking at it, and I think people are missing it. They're making it about somebody ducking or somebody turning this down. Like, again, we stuck on stupid all the time, and you just missing it. That's why I said he need a fight like that, because after that, what's left? He go beat Williams and Zepeda. Who else could you say and do it the right way? Do it the way he's supposed to do it, the way I know he could do it. Get through him. Then what's next after that? You get me? That fight is only one other fight after. There's only two people I really care to see him fight at that weight class at this point. And preferably in that order, because it's already lined up that way. So I ain't got to fight again. It ain't what I want to look like. That's the way it's set up to happen. So I'm just hopeful that, the hell, I don't care. I'm not hung up on no Turki Alashikh. The hell with it. people didn't like him anyway, right? So that should be a win for some of y'all that was tired of his shit anyway. So that means he don't have to be in the mix of that fight being put together. So now it comes to Oscar and Eddie and what they gonna do. They got to make the fight.
And go ahead.
No. I'm saying ain't nothing left. That's it.
Hey, boxing talk. What fights would you like to see him in to build to that Tank fight?
Me?
No, I was talking to boxing talk.
Shout out to Son.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
What fights would I like to see Shakur in?
Yeah.
Well, the Zepeda fight is the most realistic because they're both on the zone. If the Zepeda fight's not going to happen and they can't cross promote with Top Rank or any of those guys, then the thing is, most of the division is held up at the moment. So, I mean, I'd love to see the Lomachenko fight. I mean, Muratalla, he's fighting the guy that Devin Haney knocked, Abdullah. So, I don't really want to see the Andy Cruz fight because, I mean, they're both with DAZN, but that's two defensive, slick boxers. So, it's not going to be a very good fight. So, there's not really many options if they don't do Zepeda.
Bro, I came up here because what YSM just said is exactly the reason why these two dudes haven't fought, and I've been saying that shit for the past as long as I've had a YouTube channel.
What's that?
The money's not at its maximum. Shakur go out and perform at his very best. So the people that write the checks for somebody like Gervonta and Shakur to fight, they want to maximize their fucking profits. They want to maximize the interest in it. They both got to be looking good to come into that fight. They both draw from the same fucking fan base. It's not a biggest fight unless the public's excitement for it is absolutely through the roof. The people that cut the checks ain't willing to cut the checks until it's there. So that's why they haven't fought.
The way people view him right now, it just is what it is.
Yeah,
I know what I'm watching, but I feel like
no doubt.
You have to put those performances that people. I said this earlier. I said this on your show. The performances that people not too hot about. If that's against an A-level talent, then I don't think nobody bitching, and I think that's gonna always be the problem. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna go out on a limb, man. I don't feel like none of these just run of the mill. I don't feel like that's not for him. That's not the path for him. You got to put him in there with them other guys. That's gonna be on his level. That's really gonna challenge him. Zepeda on paper it looks like he does that. That's why in reality the fight makes all the sense in the world. The dude got over 30 wins. Think he in the mandatory position. There's nothing else. I wish he would speak, but I just don't. I think he the fighter. I think that's his approach. I'm the fighter, and I let them take care of that. You ain't gonna hear him coming out tweeting shit. He ain't about to say nothing. His team might speak a little bit, but he ain't about to say nothing. He ain't about to say shit.
And I think that's why it makes so much sense now that Oscar will come out and do that shit. I really feel like he's really trying to pull away from that fight.
Yeah, yo, all you gotta do is pay attention to the track record. And I asked the question, and I asked people to tell me if I'm missing something. Can y'all point to any time when this fight was being discussed that Oscar De La Hoya seemed like he was genuine and sincere about making this fight?
That's when I know
always some bullshit with him. Maybe I'm just stuck on the fact that he damn near celebrated the fight not coming to fruition, and the fact that you got to sign here like that. To me, that's not happening. That's not happening. That wasn't happening. For you to say that, I know you play games, but it's more inconsistency for me. And then it's more games. Look, the first thing you do is run to the internet. You expect fighters to do that shit sometimes. You go run to the internet. Yeah, he turned down the fight. He talked all that shit and turned down the fight. Then he got to come out and tell people the money done dropped up over there in Saudi. They acting crazy.
Facts, bro. 500 racks, bro. Fuck out of here.
And that's
super nasty.
Before taxes, I think it said on there.
Yeah.
It was only
shit, and he in Turkey. Dude atting them all. So
less than 500,000 before taxes. That's what somebody's saying, and they saying
crazy work. Elite too real. That's the tweet I seen.
Yeah, they say he don't see no star potential in him. So I don't know if that's a true statement, but I'll just say this, and I could be looking at it wrong. Turki Alashikh is vocal about everything else, bro. Why you ain't saying nothing when somebody's saying the money fund? You speak on everything else. GM was good with it, bro. You speak on everything else. And shout out to my guy Auckland. I don't think he should have stayed with Top Rank because he wasn't looking to sign on for nothing that long. So
what up,
I know it might look crazy, but if you just got paid more than you ever been paid in your career, I don't think it's the end of the world, right? You get what I'm saying? That was that situation. Now, all right, if he ain't involved, then you get your promoter, the guy that you signed on to do his fucking job. Simple.
Yeah.
Who gives a damn about a Turki Alashikh? Because I don't. I'm not against him still, and I'm not with him. I'm straight in the middle. I'm just watching that dude. And right now, I ain't feeling it. If you told that man something and then went back on it and you potentially held up what could have just been the fight. But then again, to me, it just gives them wiggle room because I'm not completely sold that that's the fight they want. And we going to find out, though, because it ain't over. It just means that this guy
crazy,
can his ass over there in Saudi Arabia, whatever money you do or don't got. And we don't care. We never did.
And then the worst
Everybody
part
wants
about it,
that joint.
for that shit. You would hate for that shit to go to purse bid, especially if you're Zepeda, because Shakur gonna get the lion's share of the money, to be honest, because he the champion.
70-30.
And you don't bring shit to the table. So
money or the belts. Simple.
Yeah, I really had to take a step back because normally I'm against Shakur in some aspects, but I really had to take a step back and look at shit for what it really was, bro. Like, no, they doing dog wrong.
It's not that I'm against. It's not that I'm against Shakur. I do have my opinions of. I do have my opinions of Shakur, but my opinions I'm still objective. That doesn't take away from the fact that some ain't being quite right over there right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? And Shakur has already said, and this is the thing too. Shakur has already said the bells, he ain't worried about them no more. They too political. They this and they that. He's came out and said that. So I'm kind of like, Shakur, if you feel like that, then forget it. Walk away, go make another big fight.
Nah, he needs this fight, dog.
Zepeda ain't another belt fight. Ain't need shit. That'd just be a title defense. It's just a fight that makes sense. And I think if you Shakur, you craving for that challenge, and you're not gonna get it with Josh Padley's. You're not gonna get it with Artem Hartunians.
He wasn't gonna get it with Kid Austin.
You might not, but you know what? That would have been a pit stop, and that was cool because again, we all know if who would have said yeah to the fight, it wouldn't be none of these guys. It'd just be the guy that's in position that should just take the damn fight. But now that that's water under the bridge, he beat up Josh Padley. So what now? It's only two names left for him. For me, I don't care about no Javier Herrera. He could go to hell. Not trying to hear nothing. We don't even know nothing about that dude besides seeing him fight one time. That wasn't even all that impressive to me. No.
But let me ask you a question.
Bro. I was like, that kid can't fuck with no Shakur.
But let me ask you a question though.
That shit. But people are in their mind. They're convinced that if you have power, somehow you beat him. And that shit, you just missing it, man. That dude don't have what it takes. He not on that caliber. He's not that caliber of fighter at all. He not.
Pereira not.
For Shakur, it's gonna be the same old song and dance. This narrative ain't gonna change. This shit that they talk about on YouTube, none of this shit is gonna change unless he get the proper opponent. He knows Zepeda is gonna be that guy because he know what they saying. Again, he chasing what the people say they want. Now it's another roadblock. Now we're gonna see who really gonna make the fight. I mean, I think Eddie got to do his job now. That's all.
Nah, Eddie definitely got to do his job. The Mickey Friggy was talking about how he's gonna make him a star and he was gonna do everything to show the world the star he is. He needs to step up and do what he got to do. Shout out to my man.
Man, Eddie doing the exact opposite. He is not making him no star. And then we know Eddie's history on the purse bids. He ain't bid on the he ain't do the purse bid for Devin. He ain't do the purse bid for Boots.
He lost the one with Boots.
Fucking fumbling shit.
But on the back end, he did lose it. But on the back end, he overpaid, and that's why the fight didn't happen over there in Germany.
Well,
so he
and that's fucking thing to do now,
because if you was willing to do that, then you should have just made the better fight.
But where's Turkey at?
Well,
Turkey's, where the fuck is Turkey at? Sparing no expense.
Anybody?
The fuck you mean? The fights we want, he's not putting on. It's the exact opposite of people's arguments. It's ridiculous.
Don't be surprised, bro. If it be a Cordina, bro, I'm telling you.
That's what I think this whole shit is—a big play to fucking draw up Cordina. But
I would hate this, man. Because at the end of the day, man, what I just want to know, look, man, all this business shit aside, that's for them to sort out. You clearly know one side been very inconsistent about making a fight. And that's all I'm saying. You just follow the paper trail.
Yeah,
like, ain't no way in
yeah.
hell you telling me the guy that wants to make a fight is celebrating it not happening and then gonna put an impossible stipulation on it for it to happen. And you want me to believe you sold and you really all in on making a fight when you know you were a former fighter. You know what it is. It's not about you being scared. And Williams Zepeda ain't scared of no damn Shakur. But stylistically, if it don't be what people think, and I don't think it's gonna be what people think Oscar leaning towards more what I think. Because if it wasn't, that would be the best win on his resume. It would be no games to play. You wouldn't be pussyfooting around. You would just make the fight. You wouldn't go to social media and try to convince the world that a guy is ducking your fighter that he been actively pursuing while this dude been talking about having babies and hurt arms and all type of shit. It's like people ignoring this shit. Then you fought a guy twice when you shouldn't even fought him once, if we being honest. What are we doing?
Yeah.
You got more fights than the guy that's trying to fight you. Shit don't even make no sense. I hate boxing sometimes, man. The business really pisses me off because we argue and blame the fighters. Telling you it's the people playing the games again. You seeing it.
But I always felt like
money that's the bullshit games. But Turkey wouldn't be the first promoter to do that. Or not, he's not even a promoter. He wouldn't be the first guy
all
to
part
offer
of the
somebody
play.
something.
No, Turkey was different. Turkey was different. He a fan of boxing. He just want to put on the fights that people see. Turkey different. He ain't like everybody else.
Yeah, that's what they.
Well,
that
he's just
argument's crazy.
Well, the news just came out that Turkey that Dimitri Bivol's not going to fight Benavidez, and he's pulling out of the purse bid.
What?
And we all know that. Yeah, it was Turkey who said. Yeah, it was Turkey who said publicly that he was never going to bid on the fight. So that's Turkey.
All these ninjas out there were saying Turkey is giving us a fight.
I was just gonna say that's an example of Turkey ruining one big fight, and it's not. Yeah, it's not that.
And I swear, man, I think the only thing y'all recognize is somebody getting punched in their face, bro. When a guy is not able, when a guy is able to make sure that you can't do that, y'all can't see that being a dog. You got a dog is what? Getting punched in your face.
He proved his dog
to me.
Make
sure you can't do it. That's 23 fights. You don't see people come close. Nobody come close to beating him.
He breaks his fucking hands in the fight. He keeps throwing punches.
No Artems, no Yoshinos. We seen that shit enough. I know what he do to those caliber fighters. The only thing left is them two dudes. Is Williams Zepeda and Tank. I don't give a damn who win. Let's see the fights. And I'm tired of people confusing the fans with this bullshit. And you know what? I wish this post didn't even come out about no money. I wish it did. You know what I'm saying? I wish he didn't even speak about it. I wish this wasn't the case, man. I just want to see the fight, but I don't. Hey, he might have to have a plan B.
I've been saying in my videos that I think Shakur Stevenson is going to fight Cordina. Like, I felt like the contract is already done with Cordina because he was supposed to fight him the first time. And I think that Cordina will be next. Like, who else does Matchroom have for him to fight?
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, and again, that's not a good fight. I think it'll be the easy plan B, like the easy go to if you don't get what you want. But he got that in the reserve.
But this is my thing with Shakur though, right? Because I said in my video, like, Shakur, do not try to fight Williams Zepeda. Because if he ducks you, I feel like it get to a point. I mean, I get it, just what you're saying. I know he can't do nothing about it, but I would just get to a point to where, like, God, Lee, I'm about to retire. Everybody keep ducking me. Don't nobody want to fight me.
The people talking that shit a little while. He was frustrated, like, bro.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? How do we solve this? What is the solution?
Man, you know what? That's real, bro. I just think people got to be invested in making the fights, really. And I think if you can honestly look at his track record and you could say he's the sole reason why when it's time for a fight to happen, it's him, then maybe there's the conversation. But for me, like, I'm really seeing people make excuses. I'm watching people play games. I'm watching bogus offers. I'm watching a lot of bullshit, and I'm like, somehow it falls on him. But I just don't be thinking people be interested in fighting them. I think if you in it, especially at 35, if you a guy that think you can get that other fight, and what you want? You want to get the melatonin and get paid, or you want to get embarrassed and your stock probably drop? Because it ain't like Tank. It ain't the gift that keep on giving. He beat you up, and you probably gonna go to irrelevancy somewhere. It's not gonna be the same like Tank.
But why is my stock dropping if I fight Shakur?
It's
I
not.
don't think that when De Los Santos stock went up.
I don't think so. I think it's a mirage.
I do, because now everybody acting like he this great fight. Oh, he about to fight Keyshawn. And I'm like, Edwin De Los Santos ain't do shit in that fight. Why is he so good all of a sudden?
But I think
absolutely nothing. I'm glad you said that, 2 cents.
Everybody else did. But I'm trying to tell people you can call it an excuse. I'm a human person, so I know the difference between an excuse and a reason. He shouldn't even been in that fight. And that's all you could do with him. I'm not impressed. Even the damn trainer said you should have did way more. His trainer said he thought you was going to at least blitz him. He like, bro, that's what you brought? And this was a healthy guy. This
try,
was
bro.
The blood clots and all of this. That guy, that's why I say he get a lot of criticism for how bad the fight was, but he's only half of it. The other half is
for me,
he did even less. So
my bad, Jeff.
He survived not getting embarrassed like the typical Shakur Stevenson opponent. That's all it is. Because you look at
he did get embarrassed.
But it wasn't an offensive night to speak of. He just got outsmarted to me. Shakur,
man, he looked like trash to me.
He just outsmarted him. He just showed you the difference between that's IQ to me. The fact that he couldn't figure out you had a wounded man, you had a hurt and sick man in front of you that everybody in his corner thought he was gonna pull out of the fight. The guy throwing up and sparring and still continuing, and they like, man, you keep getting sent to specialists for his hand and still go out there and fight. Shouldn't even been there, and that's all you can do. So I'm not impressed.
So for me,
and I'm telling you, people hang on to that performance because the rest of them should be flawless, man. I'm tired of playing. I'm tired of people acting like they don't. You ain't gotta like it, but them shits don't be close. That's all I ever said. He's smarter than these dudes, and he better than these dudes. That's why all it takes is one bad night, and that's all people hang on to. And they'll tell you to this day that he's a runner, but they can't name more than one fight.
He's a runner. He's a track star.
Name the fights that he's running, but he's a runner. I've been telling people for years to prove this shit, and De Los Santos would never beat Shakur. He just ain't smart enough. He don't got it.
Oh, he got hammers in his gloves, though.
Being healthy, yeah, that's just me being genuine. And I don't
he got
think his stock is not real. I don't. He ain't fought since. Respect to him has been some health problems, but what he done since then? Like you survived
nothing. You've been hurt.
I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing, bro. You right. There are 2 fights that I would rather him fight than. But I'll tell you this, bro.
I'm going off.
I'm gonna tell you this. For me, those 2 fights aren't freaking Zepeda. I don't think Zepeda stands a chance with Shakur. I never did. I don't really think Morataya stands a chance with him, but I would rather see Morataya in there with him than I would Zepeda. But Loma and Tank are the only 2 fights that I really would care to see, and I don't know if Loma's ever getting in the ring again.
No, if he is, he ain't getting in there with Shakur. He already had an opportunity. That's never happened. I know that. That's never happened. I gave up on that. I was optimistic for a while, but he had that shot, and when he showed me that not only did you not fight him, but you went and fought a lesser guy, so by the community standards, that's what y'all call that, a duck. I don't like to say that, but I'm gonna just say he opted out of that fight and took a lesser one. Y'all can call that what he want, and then he's pretty much in retirement now. So I doubt if he's going back in there. I don't think he'll fight Tank. Getting in there at 36 with back issues would be the wrong move. I don't see it. I don't see it. He's gonna get punched straight out the damn ring somewhere.
Why isn't Turkey making this fight, bro? Everybody here wants Shakur and Zepeda. That's just crazy.
That's the only fight. Shout out to GM. I'm with you, bro. Zepeda and Tank. I don't care about nothing else. I'm gonna support whatever it is that's going on, but that's the fights that I want to see. I don't care about nothing else. I'm tired of hearing about 100 rounds, and I'm tired of hearing about how he automatically get knocked out. I want to see it. And if it happened, I'll be up here to cry with y'all. Y'all know.
Man, he gonna work Zepeda 3 ways to Friday, bro. That ain't gonna be a good fight.
It'll answer so many questions, bro. Listen, bro. This dude throws 100 punches around. I don't care. It shows mad shit, bro. It's a good fight for Shakur. Mr. Savior of boxing should be fucking lending his never-ending pile of money to this. What the fuck is he doing?
He turned off on my boy.
I ain't, bro. Fucking A.
He said, nah, man, we paid him for the electricity, man. We paid.
Yeah.
We got Dana. We got TK.
Fuck, bro. Here's 500.
That year you
Come
got
on,
it off
man.
the first time, but yeah, we back.
Try to pay him like a UFC fucking champion.
You try to give him a UFC check.
Facts, bro.
I'm laughing because look.
What you priming him? He priming him just do for the takeover?
Everybody gonna overreact. They gonna talk about stocks. He can't get no fights. Blah blah blah. We seen this shit before. He gonna get in the ring. If it ain't who he chasing and who he want, it's gonna be somebody that you don't want to see. He gonna beat them up, and people gonna complain, and all the way until it's the guy you want to see. So let me save y'all some time, bro. They gonna complain about Shakur until they put him in there with a talent that somebody feels like can actually beat him.
And Zepeda's that
slim. Unfortunately, you know what? Depending on how you're looking at it, him and Keyshawn are not a thing. So that's off the table. That's one fight that can't happen. But you still got Tank and Zepeda. I think that make all the sense, in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see what's left for him. I don't believe in this. He got to prove it, and bro, get that shit out my face. Now
he just trying to prime him for the takeover, baby boy. That's all. That move over to TKO. That's all. He tried to give him that top tier paycheck.
Bro, if you looking soft and looking vulnerable, and this is boxing we talk about, they're going to get that. We know how boxing is, so that's not the case. I just don't think he's looked vulnerable enough to be perfectly honest with people. If we being honest, so and on top of that, he's had performances and he's been in there in multiple situations where you're trying to get a better opponent, but you're ending up with lesser. You get what I'm saying? And then if you don't do what a person expects you to do against that lesser guy, they can't really see the value in it. They like, bro, what was that? And to a degree, I could understand because it's like a trap. He definitely a victim of his own skill set, I think, right now at this point. Because he don't fight the way you want him to. He's not giving you what you want. He gonna do it how he do it, whether you like it or not. You get what I'm saying? And it's just unfortunate that the only way he gonna be looked at is different is if that's against, again, I'm gonna keep saying it, somebody that they think can beat him. If it's somebody he's expected to beat, it's gonna be the same shit. Even if he go out there and do exactly what he did to Padley, let his hands go, don't be super defensive, fight right in the pocket, all the shit they said he can't do, slip punches, catch and shoot, all that shit, punch off the break. I mean, he showed you all that, but that wasn't the talking point after the fight. Because people ain't paying attention, they don't care because it's Padley. They like, so what? Who is that guy? So if that's Tank, if that's Zepeda, if that's anybody that they think can beat you and you doing that to him, we like, yo, that's what's up. But again, it's just not looked at or appreciated the same if it's not a guy that is deemed on your level. So to a degree, I get it. Because they like, yo, you were supposed to do that. You get me? Shout out to my dog. Hey, so who y'all want? Shakur to fight? Zepeda don't happen. He might as well fight people that are calling him out. Look, I'm with shit. I've been said this. I can't pick who they fight. I could tell y'all all day. Y'all know the fights. I already said it, right? But fight who want to fight you. That's my slogan. I'm big on that. I thought he was doing that with Kid Austin. Fighting, giving somebody a shot. I mean, I hear the dude Herrera that they keep talking about. Shit, if you can't get who you want, then he an option. I'll watch it. I'm not against no fights for him, but I already know what's gonna happen. I could promise you, and I can bet. I would love to see it, and I bet. And I don't even like to bet, but I will bet on that. Shout out to my dog, hey man. But I'm with that. Who want to fight you, bro? At the end of the day, that's how I look at that.
Gotta fight somebody.
You know what I'm saying? Fight who want to fight you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And I just hate the politics and the bullshit back and forth, bro. That public spats and the Oscar De La Hoya, that shit is weak. Like I just don't feel confident that he really care if they ever make that fight. And you could just look at how he moved Jaime Munguia. It's very similar to what he doing with Williams Zepeda. I really read that they was gonna build him up to 40-something and know before they tested him. And when did he fight Canelo? How many fights he had? They were right on par. So I wouldn't be surprised if Zepeda can get the same treatment. It's not about being scared or ducking. I think Shakur, it could be a bad style matchup because it's gonna go one or two ways. Either he's gonna be bad for Shakur gonna be bad for him.
Oscar could be the reason, though. Turkey ain't willing to fork over the extra dough.
His defense he's never seen, or that defense something he's never seen, and I'm going that way with it because I feel like he got great feet. So, and he ain't gonna do what Tevin Farmer did, stand right in front of him and get punched on. Like that's a risky fight.
So
don't fight that dude like that.
Yo, Just, let me ask you this, man. In the two fights that you saw, Zepeda versus Farmer, how did you see those fights play out, bro? From your honest assessment.
Okay, real quick. I just got some 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds.
I'm kind of reining my thoughts in a bit now, Zepeda. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're talking about a Shakur Stevenson fight, and if you can't get past Tevin Farmer clear, then you haven't got a chance. You haven't got a hope in hell against Shakur Stevenson, because Shakur Stevenson's like Tevin Farmer on steroids. I mean, he's a lot younger, he's faster, he hits harder.
What is he trying to say? Zepeda?
What happened? I missed it.
What?
I mean, I don't like the steroids.
You don't know what the fuck he looking at.
But yeah, like we gotta stop playing. I know how people personally feel about him, but let's be real. Like that's not the same level of talent in the ring. And if you think that, God bless you. No argument from me. But if you think Shakur Stevenson and Tevin Farmer is the same level of talent right now,
nah,
you clearly don't like that kid. You don't like him. That shit is not the same. And he won't fight him. Tevin Farmer,
he throws mad punches. He's coming to fight.
He don't have the legs that he once had. That's obvious, because he two fights he fought very similar, just fighting them. Tevin Farmer used to be a slippery guy. The minute he stopped being that decreased his chances of beating that guy like that. He fought 2 fights, fighting what a dude do best. How the hell was he gonna win? And again, that's something with IQ and the fact that he a bit older, and I just don't think he the same slippery guy. Shakur
he's definitely not
available for 100 punches around. I'm
punching harder though,
unless they put him in the shoebox.
He was holding Zepeda sometimes at back,
but I don't see
punching
it, bro.
much harder.
And I don't want to compare him to Floyd in no way, shape, or form. I'm just saying in terms of how you handle somebody that throws that many punches, you don't be available. If I know anybody that's good at not being available, it's him. That's how you deal with that. You cut that shit in half, bro. I seen the way Floyd fought Maidana in the first fight. In the second one, that shit is night and day. He fought him the way he wanted him fight the first time, in the pocket, standing in there, and he took way more punishment. In the second fight, he said, nah, not this time. He made him fight. And that shit was like night and day. Rounds in that fight. Shout out to official everything. He said, I bet anybody 100 that Shakur outlands Zepeda by a lot of punches. I think so too.
I don't think not by a lot.
You gotta think, bro. Go look at the way he beat people. I'm not trying to be funny. They're victims. They're victims. They don't have no choice. Like they don't have.
Zepeda's coming to fight, dog. It's a tough night out for anybody.
I can see him being a challenge. Let me be clear. I don't think he's just gonna run through him, but
but Shakur will beat him easy. He might even stop him later in the fight.
Kind of sloppy,
but I still want to see it.
That shit I just seen, man. You beat Tevin Farmer, bro. What? I definitely don't feel like they want to fight after that shit, man. Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. Like I don't know how people assess talent. I don't know if the fact that they don't like a fighter bleeds into their assessment, but there is no way that sloppy shit is beating Shakur, bro. That shit was not impressive at all. And you were getting rocked by a guy that you were supposed to mow over. You heard what dude said, bro. If you can't beat him convincingly, man, how you come on, bro? What you
beat him convincingly to me, shit.
He don't got them legs that tell me he not an older guy. He not a guy at the end of his rope. He not a dude with 5-6 losses. Like what we talk, he fresh. That shit not gonna say no damn punching bag. That dude not gonna be able to set his feet and throw no 80 to 100 punches around. If he's able to do that, Shakur gonna have to go through hell to beat him. And I'm on record saying that. If he's able to throw that many punches around, great as that defense is, bro, that's hell. That's a lot of dipping and sliding, bro. And he punching with bad intentions too. He could punch, but I just think he's smarter than him. And I think the fact that
I do too, but
I think that'll
they gotta pay for that. Give me that fight, savior of boxing. Where the fuck are you at? I'm gonna say that shit repeatedly.
Yeah, we just throw Styles out the window. Nah, hell no. Styles make fights. I think it go one or two ways. Either Zepeda, that pressure and all them punches create a real issue that Shakur hasn't seen, or he gonna just be in front of a different caliber fighter that he haven't seen. And I'm leaning with that because of what they shown me. I like the way he get his business done. A guy like Zepeda needs you to be there. And like I said, looking at what he do best, he bring pressure, but those guys a lot of times don't have the legs to get away from him. And don't have the defensive capability to consistently do it and not be there for him. So I don't know. I could be looking at it wrong. Shit, I've been wrong before, but I ain't been wrong about too many.
No, I believe that. I definitely believe that. But
the only fight I was wrong about with him was De Los Santos.
That was a crazy one. But
And
nobody could have been right on that.
That was very.
Nigga, everybody was wrong with that fight.
I knew the information beforehand, and I just ain't, it's like I gotta call the fight knowing better, but I'm like, I can't sit here, And when he finally said it, I said, all right, cool. I ain't have to say it. It is what it is, though. But I look at the consistency, and that's the one off. Like I feel like if you able to do that on the worst night of your life, I could respect it. It's still a bad night, but it's still a better night than what most people bad night is. You get what I'm saying? Most people have their worst and they lose. He got up out of it.
Though I don't know why they ain't trying to make it. Where's Turkey at?
Yeah, 100 punches around. Yeah, if you're able to do it, my thinking is just control. Like that's how he win a lot of the fights. Dude, like he make it tough for you to break the distance and control the range. And I think he do got really good eyes. So those, as long as that's the case, and he's able to control the distance and range, I don't think he gets to 100 punches around.
Nah,
maybe not. Reef, what it do? Shakur versus Kambosos. That's Rich's and Hitch's food, man. God body Sean was good with it. Every fight, beat their ass. Yeah, man. That's where he at. I said that a long time ago, bro. Because I see what he up against. Like I always said this. One of his toughest challenges was going to be navigating the sport of boxing, especially once he got to 35, because of the way people started to look at him. They like, oh, his style changed. He was like this at this weight, and I'm like, I don't really see that, but and I think now is the time. I think now is the time to make the fights, bro. I don't think it's nothing else to really do. You know what I'm saying? Turn down the offer is not turn down the fight. Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's definitely not. Shout out to TM. It's a great fight. I don't want to be one-sided in here, y'all, but I'm just telling y'all how I think he would beat him. I think he'll outsmart him, bro. I don't think Zepeda is smarter than Shakur at all. And I don't feel ashamed of saying that. I just don't. I've seen him fight multiple times, and I see the same shit, and I see people fall victim to the same shit. I don't see him do something that I feel like is unbeatable. I don't feel like it, but I do feel like if you can't control or neutralize the punch output, you're gonna be in for a fight, because that's a lot of punches. KO was good with it.
I'm chilling, fam. You got another super chat down there.
GM, he said, "Nah, if you think Shakur gonna make Zepeda throw less, I got you, because I believe he gonna even have to keep up with the output and make Zepeda throw less." I think it's really tough to keep up with that output, and I like to go off the full body of work, and I just never seen Shakur throw that many punches. I feel like he throw enough, but I don't feel like he ain't no 80 to 100 punches. It ain't hard to figure that out. So I don't think that would be the game plan for him. I think, unfortunately, that was for Tevin, but that's an older Tevin Farmer. I think if that's the younger version of him, I think he fights him much differently. I think he just adjusted to what he is now, Tevin Farmer. I think Shakur got the legs, and he youthful enough to keep that dude at bay. I just don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think he'll chop him up. Yeah, I do. I think he'll outbox him, outpoint him. I don't know if people will complain, but I think he'll beat him soundly, too.
Me too.
Shout out to my dog. My God. What's good with it, KO?
I'm chilling, man. You know what I mean? Salute to you, salute to everybody in the chat. I'm chilling. I'm trying to figure out why we breaking down Shakur Williams and Patty. We need to be breaking down Shakur Cordina. Shakur turned that fight down already. We ain't break down this Cordina fight, bro.
Hey, man. You know what's funny? I'm laughing. But that's probably what I'm telling you. That's going to end up happening. Yep. I can see it. I can see the games being played, and I can see this shit a mile away. They're going to say he ducked him. A guy that he been actively negotiating for long enough now. We clearly can see that on the other side, they playing them games. So I just hate to see this, because it's more of the same. I feel like every time you get to a name that somebody say it's a fighter that could challenge him, it's some bullshit. It's every single time. Every time. You all the way from Pitbull to Frank Martin. De Los Santos wasn't supposed to be there, so that just was what it was, right? But every single time, now you guys are paid it. There's nobody else. Get what I'm saying? I don't get, there's nothing else for him. Any other opponent, he's going to beat them up, and people are going to complain because they're not on his level. It's going to be the same shit At some point, that narrative got to change. And I don't have all the answers. I can't say it's all him, but I really do feel like in this particular instance, I think games are being played. If I look at the way Oscar talks, speak, how he move, how he celebrate the fight not happening, I just can't look and say I feel like he really won this guy to get in here. I just don't think so. Like, you fought Tevin Farmer again. Like, nobody. I get it. The first fight, I get it. But come on, bro. Like, I'm tired of this shit. He said his hand was hurt. Next thing you know, we got a Tevin Farmer rematch. I'm like, yo, what? And then before that, he's having a baby. I'm like, yo, I'm watching this shit play out in real time. And I just, as a fight fan, I can't control the politics. I can't control no negotiations. I just want to see the fights. I want to see if he can beat a guy that throw 80 to 100 punches around. I think it's a good fight.
Fact is, bro, we are working off limited information. I don't think you told a single lie in anything you just said. But off of that limited information, we do know that Shakur Stevenson confirmed that Turkey gave him an offer for that fight. Yeah, and he's saying the money ain't enough. And at what point do we look at Shakur Stevenson's decision to sign the matchroom, his decision to try to get more money from Zepeda when there's really no options for him? At what point do we say, at some point, bro, you got to take what you can get to get in the ring and show these dudes, bro? At what point is it his fault for continuing to have this? Oh, well, they promised me this number. Yeah, they might have promised you that number, but things change. Like, when they promised you that number, had they signed Canelo Alvarez to that stupid money yet? Had they lost them millions and millions of dollars that they just lost on February 20th?
Probably not. But I mean, I think that's bad business for me, because you're not going to tell me something, and because your situation changed, that means, oh, now it's different for me. Hey, man, so what you negotiating in bad faith now? What you going back on your word? Ain't you the money man? I ain't trying to hear the shit got different, huh? Nah.
Yeah, no, he's not, though. And that's what I've been saying.
If it's that money that I'm seeing reported. Now, I don't know, because it's just a tweet, but that's nasty work.
I don't know if that's true or not,
bro. What?
They talking about that? You talking about that $500,000?
Man, that shit better be a lie.
Nah, I don't know if that's true or not. What I will say, though, is if you go to purse bid, and this is why he put himself in a shitty position when he went to Matchroom, and he's calling Eddie Hearn the best promoter in boxing, when Eddie Hearn ain't made a single fight for him. All his fights got made by Turkey, not Eddie Hearn. So I don't know why you would call him the best promoter when he's done nothing for you. He hasn't invested a cent of Matchroom money into Shakur Stevenson's career. But that's not even the point. The point is that I want people to think about is, if this goes to purse bid, you know PBC ain't bidding on it. You know Top Rank ain't bidding on it. And who has Turkey been funding? He been funding Eddie Hearn. He been funding Golden Boy. You think they about to go against him for you and outbid what he already offering you? So you need to realize that, because you're in a bad position. You don't take a bad decision and continue to make other bad decisions, because you're only going to make it worse for yourself. You need to take that fight, beat his ass, and get the fuck from around them Saudi Arabian.
Yeah, the way I look at it, from what
because I'm telling you, by doing this shit publicly, Justin, going against what Turkey want and talking shit about Turkey publicly. All right, bro, you about to get one of them. You go ahead and now let it go to purse bid, or now y'all do make the fight and you on one of them Turkey cards and shit. And Zepeda is trying to drown you in activity. You put on a defensive masterclass. You landing the cleanest shots, but he throwing 100 punches, landing 2. You throwing 30, landing 15, but he done threw 100. Go ahead and see if you don't get Shiraz and Carlos Adames out there.
I think that shit is just part of the game. I hear you. I mean, I don't think what you're saying is crazy at all. But I from just hearing what he said, it's simple for me, right? You got a guy like YSM. He was just up here a minute ago. He made a good point. You got a guy, and you didn't hear about this money or the comment about Turkey until Oscar came out and said something about him turning down the fight. And it's more so like he responded. You damn near had to make him respond in defense and tell people as to why he turned down the fight. And for me, if you're going to tell me you're going to give me X and then try to offer me Y, then hell with you. And he not signed to that guy anyway. Then it's time for Eddie Hearn to do his fucking job. And then at the end of the day, he said if it go to Turkey, whatever money come out of that, then that's just what he going to have to deal with. So I ain't, You get what I'm saying? I'm cool with that.
No,
you
100% right. You 100% right on that, Just. But my issue, and this is the problem, and I'm glad I'm talking to a real one who don't take this personal. We just talking our boxing shit. But this is my problem with Shakur, because you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, you told me this number and you changed the number on me at the last minute, bro. That's not right. But didn't Shakur Stevenson go behind Jamel Herring back at the last minute and change the number on him?
Come on,
when they had agreed
KO,
to
stop bringing the bold stuff.
Yeah, KO. Come on, don't do that, man.
Nah, hold on, bro. Let me finish because this is some real shit. So it's like it's cool when it's him and it's for his benefit and it's for his upper hand. Like, yeah, I know we agreed to this, but I'm a bigger star, Jamel, so I'm gonna go behind your back. I'm gonna get more money from the sanctioning body, and you just gonna take it, and I'll apologize to you, and I'll apologize to your wife after the fact. But when somebody,
that's not the same. That's not the same.
But when somebody pulled a rug up from under his feet, now it's a problem to him.
That's not the same. That's not the same.
I hear you. Now check this out. Jamel Herring even responded to that because that was going around so much. He got on Twitter and responded. And his response to what happened is like totally different than what the YouTube community was reporting. He pretty much said they ended up being able to work it out. They got paid and they fought. Now, I don't see no reason for him to go to bat for Shakur. If he got shitted on, then he would have just let that be the narrative. But he came out and made sure that was clear that's not what happened. Like, because basically people were saying Shakur still tried to do that, and he was saying that didn't happen. That's what he said. He said it didn't happen like that. I remember reading a full tweet from that dude explaining that.
I think it's a lot of
it's still up, bro. They might have worked it out, and I think they did work out whatever. But him and his team definitely did that. They definitely went to the sanctioning body to try to get more money.
I mean, they definitely wrote a petition. KO, but that's not nothing to do with what's going on right now.
They wrote a petition, bro, to try to get more money. Most definitely did.
I think
with Turkey, though, I think different, right? Because you essentially just paid me more than I've been paid in any other fight.
Mm-hmm.
Now for you to do that and go from that to something totally different.
Is it though? Wow. So something else to consider, y'all. In Turkey's mind, I just overpaid you, and I kept your money the same. I kept your money the same for a fucking electrician, bro. I got to get some of that back. Your opponent pulled out. You fought an opponent that both you and I know had no shot against you, and I still made sure I got you them M's.
Yeah, I mean,
I still made sure I got you them M's.
Hey, but that's the risk that Turkey took. I mean, what the hell?
But nah, he ain't AKL. We're not about to turn off the faucet when it's time for big homie Cole to go to work. Now, if you're gonna pay for the electrician, pay for the guy that's throwing 1,000 punches.
Bro, he looking at your boy. He looking at you. He looking at you and Big Dog Willie boy like, nigga, I got this Canelo money. I gotta pay. I gotta pay your big brother.
Well, KO, that's the one thing that you are right about. That Canelo money probably sapping him. I mean, that's
40 million to Crawford.
And then you gotta ask yourself as a Shakur fan, what's his alternative, bro?
Pay that bread. But look, I like what he said as a result. It reminds me very similar to the Haney situation. Like, you play the card that you have remaining. And okay, if the rug was pulled up from under me here, then this is the card that I gotta play, and it gotta go to a purse bid. Then all right, whatever happened there happened, and I'm gonna take that fight. I'm cool. He gonna get paid, whatever it is. It might not be what he want. He gonna get paid. I'm not never gonna worry about
bro.
But I want
his team would be doing him a huge disservice with the way his market value is and the political landscape of boxing right now. They be doing him a huge disservice if they don't work this shit out and they let everyone see what his true market value is. Like we saw with Devin Haney, they better not do that to him, bro. I'm telling you right now, y'all listen to me, bro, because I've been predicting this shit for the longest. Anything that's bid is gonna come at the behest of Turkey because you got Matchroom, who is Shakur Stevenson's promoter right now. You got Golden Boy, who is William Zepeda's promoter right now. PBC is not bidding on that fight. Top Rank will not be bidding on that fight. It'll come from one of those two promoters, and maybe Turkey might put some on it. And if those two promoters are the ones to bid on it, bro, they're not going to go against Turkey. They're not going to go against Turkey on behalf of Shakur Stevenson and William Zepeda, bro. He's funded. Golden Boy had Mexican night in Saudi Arabia, bro.
They'll be bidding like $2 million on that shit.
It's funny because he right.
He's
You know
super
what I mean?
right.
Like naturally, like Eddie Hearn, Jerron Ennis, Eddie Hearn, like Eddie
Now you're
Hearn is
right.
getting
Look,
funded
you
by
making
motherfuckers.
logical, fair points. I'll say
You
this.
cannot take this shit the purse bid, bro. They gonna play. You think you can play right now, bro? They are going to play the fuck out of you.
Hey, but you know what, KO? They only gonna have one more time to play him because that's one more fight left. And if that shit don't work out in your favor, then you gonna have to figure something else out. And I've always said that he gonna have to figure out how to navigate the landscape of boxing, especially with the way people look at him and the shit that he go through when it's time to make a fight. It's always some bullshit. It ain't never, yo, let's just make the fight. It's money, it's nonsense, open negotiations, money being tight, nonsense, bro. I just want to see the fight. So again, I'm gonna just be cool with.
And KO, granted,
you know,
go ahead.
About the rest of that. I just want to see that fight for
KO, granted, Shakur has been getting
I know that's where you're coming from, bro. I want to see the fight too, and I'm telling you, bro. I mean, just as somebody that's studying this shit every day like you, he just gonna have to take a look. He gonna have to take less this time. He gonna have to just beat that boy ass and then come on back to these American companies and get your work, bro.
Right.
Because them boys with you, dog.
And so KO, the whole thing about this.
This shit, KO. He got one more fight, and this is his audition for real.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Come on, Eddie. Like you said, Eddie Hearn ain't did shit yet. So he got at some point he got to do his effing job, man.
And KO, the reason why we want this fight because we want that Tank. The reason why we want this fight because we want to see Core and Tank. I don't give a fuck about Zepeda. I just know he's going to get. I'm dead serious. I want him. Shakur go in there and whoop Zepeda's ass so we can see Tank and Kerr.
That's what I think.
That's it.
That's
why that should be the plan.
There'd be no more bullshit after that. If he go beat him,
that's cool, bro.
Else, then it's nobody left. It's like anything left, then I don't know what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? So I think them the only two names for him. With the way people look at him complaining about performances, despite what's actually happening in the ring, I ain't never seen somebody beat guys that convincingly and people still shit on it. I've never not at this level. So at this point, it's clear to me that the only way that doesn't happen is if it's an A-level talent or somebody that's deemed dangerous or somebody that they could possibly trouble you or
what?
That's why I said that list short as hell. And I don't want to hear shit about no Herrera. I don't want to hear nothing about him unless like crazy. I ain't heard shit about that dude.
Just come out. He come out nowhere, and now he's a problem.
Funny, I love it. But let me be clear: the way shit going with him, he might have to entertain it. The way shit going. That's why I say when Shakur is gonna get to a point, bro. Fight who want to fight you. I don't know. I'm not in them rooms. I don't know what's going on, but fight who want to fight you. If it's, I refuse to believe that he avoiding fighting quality opposition. I just can't see that. I can't see it being the case. If I do, then I call it out. But I don't think that's the case.
He got all them people in his dang on pocket, bro. That's why he wants. That's why they pushing him to try to get these high purses. Because you got to pay. Nah, bro. Think about it. Josh Dubin and Jay Prince, they are co-managers, so they each getting a percentage. Got to get Eddie Hearn his percentage. Like, bro, he got 3 people in his pocket, bro. So 30 to 40% of his purse is gone before taxes off the rip. That's why they keep pushing him the way they push him, man. Take your ass over there, Turkey. Give me these high guarantees. We need our money too.
Shout out to my homie GM. He said they saying he was offered $3 million and promised $5 million. I mean, to me, like let me just like entertain that. Just hypothetically, if that's the case, then I see no absolute reason for him to not be taking the fight.
Yeah, that don't sound right at all. That don't sound right at all. Yeah, that's some bullshit.
Promise $5 million and they reporting less than 500,000 before tax.
Yeah, that's not. No, hell no. That's some bullshit.
Well, $3 million.
He's not getting $3 million for this fight.
I don't like the situation, bro. I just wish we can get to the fights, and I wish they can keep their business behind closed doors. Sometimes I wish he would tweet 1 or 2 less times. You know
Public
what I'm saying?
negotiations always scare me.
What I know about boxing, I ain't never seen shit in negotiations get figured out on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, none of that. That shit gonna be for y'all behind them closed doors.
Unless you're Bill Haney. Bill Haney does it.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying? I just
shit's fall through all the time.
So, in this case, I'm not justifying it. I do think the reason he responded about the Turkey situation, it wasn't with the intent to expose, but it's like I noticed it did come after Oscar say, "Oh, you talked all that shit and you turned the fight down or you ducked the fight," whatever he said. And he like, bro, look at this shit they doing. So I just don't like that. And I hope that's not the case, but that would make him a liar if it's not the case. You know what I'm saying? So I would entertain that if that is the case. If I find that to be true, which I can't validate.
Yeah, I can't believe if that's true.
I'm gonna say that's no way in hell that he should be talking about anything, no money, nothing. That fight should be ready.
And you guys, you tank maniacs, KO and A1. I'm fucking with you guys. But if that's the truth, if that's the truth, then I'll be on Shakur's neck the whole time. If you turn on 3 million, I'll be on Shakur's neck. I'm the first person to say that shit.
Yeah, I got to get Core back up here. We still got to do a part 2. I just ain't never set it up. So I can say,
hey man, salute, y'all. Just I'm a run, bro. Y'all boys take it easy. Y'all have a good evening.
All right, KO. I'll see you later.
Always Boxing Hacker. What it do? Shout out to my guy, man. I always appreciate the perspectives, and he did that shit, and nobody got tore down. That's always I'm always rock with that over here, man. That's just a good perspective, man. It's an interesting situation, man. But I think he'll be all right when it's all said and done. I think for him, like it's crazy because situation that he in, like you definitely can't lose. Oh, they'll use anything against you. Think about it.
He don't forget shit. That kid's sharp, bro.
Let alone a loss. But I think he's gonna keep winning, and that's all. You know what I'm saying? Keep winning, keep making the fights that you can make, bro. Like I don't know exactly what's going on, but I refuse to think it's him. And I can't say he don't deserve the money that he's been clearly consistently being paid. I've never heard nobody say they lose money when he fight. I've never heard him say it. I ain't never
like hearing some napalm
to do on the way out, but I ain't never heard nobody say, yo, when he fights, we lose money. Never heard it. And it's crazy people that keep saying he don't sell. And I'm like, yo, what are you basing it on? What scale are you basing it on? Don't sell. Because I really want to be clear about this shit because I get tired of hearing it. Tank Davis is the guy, bro. It's only one of them. He blessed, man. That's what's up. I love seeing him do his thing, selling out arenas. I love to see it. The venues, I love seeing it, bro. Breaking his own records, all that shit is dope. But that's only one guy. Now, outside of him, who sell more tickets at 135 than Shakur Stevenson?
135. I'm about to say Canelo, but 135, yeah.
It's at 135. I ain't saying he no pay-per-view star, y'all, but when people say, yo, he don't sell tickets, what are you basing it off? What you think or what you know? Just look it up. Nobody losing money when he fight. Like bro say, he done had over $1 million gate. Like, I ain't saying that's Tank numbers, but again, that's one guy. You get what I'm saying? Keyshawn is another one that was just able to do something very similar. They got very similar careers, but they'll tell you what he's doing ain't shit. But they can't tell you nobody else at lightweight outside of Tank that's doing better. So what is the scale that we comparing it to? So I'm like, yeah, we got to stop saying that shit. It's not true. So for me, I'll say this with the limited information we do got, it is weird, the timing of it, like for Turkey to turn the faucet off. That's the terminology I've been using with Shakur. But then when you think about it, KO brought up a point. Was it around the time where they got situated with Canelo? You get what I'm saying? On top of that, you've seen Dana White come out and the TKO shit. Now that's really in play.
And yeah, 2 Cents said something really serious about that too. He said, "What's going on over there that the faucet did get cut off like that?"
Right.
So that's why I was like, yeah, she made a lot of sense right there because it doesn't make any sense all of a sudden. And if it's 500,000, that's a low. That's real low.
You know what? I would say this:
3 million.
No, it's a 500,000.
I know, but
even a different business. And then think about it. The consensus was he don't make a return on his investment. And we seen with those trailers all that money they were saying they pouring into these, promoting these events and these cars, and he not making money. I always question it. I don't know if y'all did, but I always said, do somebody come in, whoever that somebody is, and say, yo, bro, what is going on?
The bald-headed dude came in there. The bald-headed white guy came in there and started changing things up.
That's
part of it.
I got back. Somebody put me somewhere I think where people are just willing to lose money forever, like on a consistent basis. Just point to it. So like you get what I'm saying? If that's really what was going on, you putting all these promotional dollars into these events, and on top of that, you paying people a lot, and then you not getting the money back, you losing money. At what point do somebody step in? Because remember, they saying this is the government's money that this guy is essentially spending, not his own. You get me? So I don't see no government being willing to just pour into boxing and lose forever and just permanently lose at some
Well,
point.
they want boxing.
bosses,
They
bro.
want boxing as a
Nobody
point
wants
sport.
to lose.
You get what
Guys
I'm
with
saying?
that kind of money ain't interested in losing none.
How do
I
you think they
promise.
got to that type of wealth? Just
That's
losing
government.
money
That's
like
government
that?
money.
You get what I'm saying?
That's
Like,
endless
no,
money.
it
So I
don't make
mean, yeah, and they're trying to take over boxing. Just just and you know
It
what? And
ain't
I
It'll
say this
never
endless.
before.
happen, bro. It'll never happen, big dog. And
I
for
know
the
that. I know,
reasons
but
I
I'm
said.
saying this is
And
what
I
happens
said
when
it.
They're
boxing play
building
games.
cities,
Right.
fucking spending so much money, bro. Oil, the dependency on oil is going way down. That shit is not endless. You guys need to stop
Yeah.
saying that.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. I said as of right now. I'm not saying as forever. But I'm
Yeah.
just
It's
saying
not
right.
endless, dude. They don't want
Yeah,
to keep
that's
putting it
what I
into
look at it
boxing. I'll
as, big
guarantee it.
dog. I think somebody stepped in and was like, yo, like, all right, we seen your little experiment. We let you come in here and use boxing as your playground. And this is just me, my opinion. And at some
Nah,
point,
that's logic,
whoever
bro.
that
That ain't
somebody
your
is,
opinion.
like, bro, all you've been doing is losing money. And I'm not put, this is just what's been put out there. It's been largely like reported that this is what's going on. He pouring all of his money into boxing, but he not getting nothing back. And he
So
paying
so
crazy
KO.
ass up, purses. You get what I'm saying? And like I said, if that's government money, at some point, man, nobody trying to pour a government trying to just pour into boxing and lose money
Nope.
consistently, and nobody never say nothing. That's
So K,
this shit was never unlimited, and I hated that people said that. Nobody
yeah,
got no damn unlimited. Show me who gonna just unlimited just lose. Show me that shit, man. Shout out to Ryan. GM, appreciate you, bro. Much love. Shout out to my dog, GM.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well, well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Y'all smash the like button, man. We gonna keep building, man. The money ran out, the world done ran out of money. Hey, well, Hoopso, what's good with it? He said the Taz done hit Big Turkey in the ass.
Terry,
Like,
the
hey,
Terry hit
man,
Big Turkey. That's probably what it
me. What's
was.
good? Think it's event, they need money. That's what I'm saying. That's me. Nobody gonna keep putting on events and with the ideal that when you really sit down and look at the numbers and you like, bro, we losing. Like at some point you can be like, bro, this is unacceptable. I don't care who you are. No, nothing about that is logical and sustainable. At that rate, that type of money that they talking about, come on, man. Hell no.
And
No
it's
way,
silly.
bro.
They're doing silly shit like a fight in like Times Square on the street.
Yeah.
That's silly shit. And then now everybody can go.
I got you, A1. I got you, Brody.
Ninja, you got me too.
All right. Oh yeah. You too,
Okay, just making sure.
Nah. Yeah, we still good. Yeah, for sure.
All right, bet.
Nah.
Shout
I
out
meant
my
to hit
guy
you right
A1.
before I came on here too. But
What's up, T Hill?
we gonna make it work.
You got the best hand, big dog, man. What's good with you? Man, that's just sidebar commentary right there.
Hey, somebody was like, man, what's going on over here, man?
I want to say one thing, and I don't mean to cut Big Dog Willie up. I know you was
go
talking.
ahead. Go ahead.
But when you say it's just maybe it's me, nah, nigga, that's just sound logic you're using. If you're spending money that is not making return on the investment, people are going to be displeased with that. Period. Point blank. And no walk of life will that ever fly. So we can expect that to be the case. Likewise, what was mentioned, situations with getting Canelo his bread, because he's gonna bring viewership no matter what. So they're gonna cater to him because nobody sells like Canelo. And then on top of that, we got this new league that we got to funnel money towards to get the things in place. Yeah, it's a lot of things.
More so than anything, like as far as like immediate changes, I think that was the newest one. Because I think Canelo came before them announcing the TKO league and all that. And I feel like he got a vested interest in something else. And if there's any truth whatsoever that he don't believe in his star potential or his potential like as a fighter, then there you go.
For sure.
Now,
Now,
it could be, look, all right, I overpaid here now. Look, here, you got to, but that shit it just don't make sense. Business-wise, it don't make sense. That's just bad business, though. You can't promise a man something and then like yank it back. And then it'd be significantly less. And it's shit that like he don't like YSM say, he don't even get out of bed for that kind of money. Stop being disrespectful. And then you're gonna have some wise ass online trying to break down why that's good money for him and why he should just take it. I'm not going for it, bro. He been consistently a price point, it been set at a price point, been making a certain amount of money, and I think that it should be the same. Now,
so in real life,
at least the same, nothing less. You don't try to, you know what I'm saying? So nah, man, I think at the end of the day, he got a good enough team there, work it out. I really believe that. I got faith in this team. So far, I've heard all types of narratives when it pertains to his career, and none of them shits hold the test of time. At the end of the day, what I always said is the most important thing. He has to keep winning. That is it. That is all. I feel like the minute that a guy like that takes a loss, or it's not, think about it, what they do to you for a performance where you can outclass a guy and it ain't what they want. Now go ahead, and you already have a problem getting one of those A-level guys or one of those dangerous guys, and then you lose to one of them. How you think they're gonna talk then?
But that's boxing in general. You know how I talk about shit about Tank all the time, but you know, Tank had the one little slip up, and people were writing him like he never did anything in his life. And I'm saying this as a Shakur fan, so it's the same thing. It's certain fighters actually. Because Canelo don't get this shit, but certain fighters, and I'm not gonna say the reason why.
There's 3 fighters,
huh?
It's only 3 fighters that go. Well, maybe 5, because you got to throw Earl and Bud into
That's
it. But
true,
it's only 3 fighters that usually deal with the stuff that you about to speak on. Go on and continue to speak on it though.
Yeah, I mean, you know who it is. You know who it is. Tank, Core, Devin, and Earl and what's his name?
And Bud.
I mean,
that's it.
And Bud, yeah. And so, and they get hell for doing their job, for winning.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, y'all. When I be coming up here with my conversations, because it's not a defense of the fighter, I'm just telling people to appreciate boxing and understand, or just if you don't like a style, just appreciate the fact that that guy is winning to the point where it's a very short list of guys that we actually think can beat him. Let's just be honest. And until we see him, we're going to keep pushing for him. Like I said, man, they're going to keep throwing him in there with those less than top tier guys, and people going to keep running around complaining. It's never, that narrative is not going to change. That it's not, the last fight showed me it's not about the performance as much as it's about the name. The name, people are sold by names, not matchups. Remember, Lamont Roach and Tank, despite what people thought, I always say he would fight his ass off until the end, right? I thought he was going to get stopped late, but that was a matchup. People were complaining about the fight because the names didn't, you get what I'm saying, didn't intrigue you enough. So with Shakur, he need a name. He need a name or somebody that is looked at as a name. It's just nothing else. I can't say nothing different. It's nothing else for him. Shout out to Official Everything. He said, if Zepeda knock Farmer out, do you think Turkey will have offer more for the fight? Probably not.
It's not Zepeda. It's not there. It's just about Kerr. It's not about Zepeda at all. And Zepeda's going to throw 1,000 punches around, and he's not going to hit anything, and then he's just going to get lumped up. That fight's easy. The fight's easy. I mean, I won't say it's easy for Shakur, but we already seen, like, this is not going to end well for Zepeda. And I think this is what it is. I think like we were talking this morning. I don't know if you're on there on Just Do on Doc's show. I think Zepeda is going to fight Schofield, and then they're going to go straight to Tank. I don't believe that.
I don't think so. His pops was talking about it. His pops, I heard a little bit of his pops speaking. The reason I initially thought, because they on the same side, so they
don't think so
against each other. Schofield and Zepeda. The pops thinking that after Tank and Lamont Roach get their business squared away, he could probably squeeze in there. But I think that's just
right. See, what's wrong with that dude?
I think he really, like, you want to talk about somebody messing up somebody's stock and messing up somebody's career. I ain't gonna say ruining it, because that's
it's getting to that point. It's getting to that point. Just Do with that way. That dad is getting to that point.
I definitely think he's stagnating.
Messing with that endo check this, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. Turkey, man. I just think maybe the timing of it, bro. I can't really. Damon, what's good? Zoom verse. Peace, Brody. How you feeling? Shout out to we'll never know, man. That's why I say, man, I hate when anything goes public as far as money and negotiations. I hate that, because I always feel like that means no fight coming. But in this particular case, it could just mean the guy that people said they didn't like anyway might not be involved in making the fight happen to begin with. So that could be a good thing, right? Because if the way I'm looking at it, shit, if Eddie Hearn is forced to actually do his damn job, like, that's why I'm wondering why people looking at it like it's the end of the world. He not signed to that dude. That's why I don't think he cared about putting it out there that he went back on what he said. He like, bro, I'm not signed to him. So look, he like next. He like, Oscar, nah, not so fast, bro. What's up? Like,
so Eddie Hearn don't have no more money? Is that what it is? Eddie Hearn?
Ain't none of that. Ain't no to fight over with. And that's what Oscar want people to believe. That he said he a no to the fight. Nah, he like, yo, I ain't taking that low ball offer. And I don't know why people tripping because he ain't signed to that guy. Now,
so can I speak to that nature real quick though? Because that's imperative, bro. Remember how I was saying all that stuff taking in place and factors, and then KO 2 cents yourself logically stating facts that could be in place that is affecting it. When it's all said and done, if we got a lot of stuff going on, we got a guarantee or a price that was quoted to us, and we saying we gonna pay that price or we expect that price in return, and somebody else in the world got something going on, and they tell you in that moment, hey, you know what? I know we said this, but this is what we gonna give you, or this
you ain't
is what
going for it.
You ain't going for it.
And that could be with something like you could get to this grocery store and seeing that something was on sale, and when you get there, that shit ain't the price that you thought it was, and you don't get it. Don't tell me you ain't never done it or seen or know somebody that done it. Now you telling me that a guy that got promised something or in good faith, whatever verbal agreement that you was gonna get this. And now I'm gonna just pull that back and give you significantly less. And yeah, you still supposed to want to go out there and do the same exact job for significantly less than what I told you from before. I done seen people complain about pennies on the dollar, bro. And now we're talking about millions potentially, and you like, nah, that don't matter. Go fight them anyway, cuz it's always something. It's always something with the money. Like, y'all people really not being serious. That's why I really apply sound logic. People don't make it about the fighter when it's me. It's about sound logic. That shit just don't make sense to me. So, hey,
I mean, that applies in life, that applies in life. I don't understand why, because it's a certain fighter that just goes out the window, nigga. If it was you, if it was your mama,
right,
your friend, even a nigga you didn't like but that you knew, and they was going through the same thing, you'd be like, oh, hell no, that's some straight up BS.
2 cents, he did. Turkey seen that bill from the Times Square. He said, whoa. He said, how much that TKO gonna run me to get it started? He said, we gotta make some cuts somewhere. He looked, he said, yeah.
But when you make decisions like that, you're gonna lose money.
And then he said he tried to send the people to do it. Like his towel, he couldn't even do it himself. So I don't respect that, bro. Like, everybody always try to like make it seem like you telling the truth is always gonna put you in a worse situation. But I'm gonna stand on this. If what that man spoke on and it was genuine and truthful and honest, stand on that shit. It's gonna be what it's gonna be anyway. You gonna bet on yourself to a certain degree because you know you can go out there and win them fights. And just keep doing that shit. While they keep playing, you keep winning. And you'll keep banking that money. You'll be just fine. Just keep winning, bro. So I stay focused and keep winning. It's sad every time it's time to fight. It's smoke and mirrors, bro. And we got to overanalyze the situation. The fact of the matter, dudes be knowing that they got a bad style matchup. They ain't scared of none of that. They just rather, if they don't have to fight him and lose to him and get embarrassed, then they'll go another direction. And I truly believe that's the case. Don't believe none of these guys are ducking and scared. Just think they make career moves. I think they take calculated risks. And I think that's what Tevin Farmer was. I think that's what that rematch was, a calculated risk. You just went 10 with him the first time. You're going to fight him again. You know what I mean? You get another calculated risk. But then when it's time to go fight for a title, it's like, yo, my arm, my hand injured, and then I'm having a baby. Like, come on, man. Whatever, bro.
And this is what I want to say. I don't understand what these guys, when did challengers get to tell the champion what to do?
Never.
This is what I don't understand. Like, you had a chance to fight me in November, but you didn't want to. It was like, nigga, you're not the champion. Who are you gonna tell me? I'm the one that has the belt. You don't.
Shout out to
I don't get that shit.
Right. You're right, big dog. He said my job try some shit like that. They offered me a big number for photography. Then when I shot the event, they tried to pay me some little ball shit. No, absolutely not. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm just applying that to real life. Like, what people got to stop doing is stop telling people not to demand what their worth is because you sat home with a damn calculator or a pen and a pencil and a notepad and start figuring some shit out. And you think from your seat, you could tell that man what they could negotiate behind closed doors. That's where the problem come in. That's why I never make that argument. I can't, unless you know, like, obviously if somebody's like clearly asking for some shit that they ain't worth, and That's what they be trying to pin it on Shakur. Like, that's what he's doing. That's not the case, bro. It's not the case. Unless you can prove to me that you losing money when he fight, not trying to hear it. Pay the man. He getting in there outclassing guys. That shit ain't close, man. Stepping on dudes. And then y'all out here complaining because it ain't your favorite fighter. Yeah, you might be doing, telling you the business might be doing some of y'all a favor by not making some of these fights sooner. Shout out to my guy Flossie. Boxing, like I said, I think people are jumping to conclusions. Money issues are common. That's a fact. Boxing negotiations, right? Dragon Ball Turkey is gonna find a way to make things shake. Hey, boxing hacker, remember this comment, bro, because if he don't, we on his helmet, bro. We out here
fucking right
kind of shit. Now I'm up here. People think I'm just defending shit. Nah, I'm speaking logically. I'm not about to just throw all this shit on one guy because he just ain't cool with money. And I just hate when that shit go public though, because it never ends well. But hopefully, like the right calls get made behind the scenes and that fight get made. Like I said, for me, I look at the bright side. I'm an optimist, bro. Most people was complaining about Turkey anyway, and you assume if he gonna fight on his card, it's gonna be in Saudi Arabia. It's a high chance. So if it's Eddie Hearn that's forced to do his job, then maybe he fights somewhere where we actually see the shit. So I'm not tripping. I just want to see them dudes fight, man, and move
3
on.
million. I think I'd take it.
Much love. Shout out to my guy. Went 24 with Tevin after initially thinking Tevin was a tune-up. Yeah, right. Or 10-20, should I say? Because I think it was 10 and 10. But yeah, I get what you mean. For sure.
Wasn't it supposed to be a tune-up for Shakur, right? It was a tune-up for Shakur. Because Tevin supposedly fight like Shakur. So
Tevin was going back and forth on Twitter. Tevin and Shakur.
I don't know what for, man. Shakur, what is that?
Not like it didn't get like in a personal way or nothing like that.
Oh, for sure. My bad.
I thought I had it in here. Shout out to my dog Ryan, man. Appreciate you. Boxing talk up. No,
salute.
Appreciate you, homie. He said I think the business of boxing made Turkey look over at Dana and how he runs his business. The promoters shot themselves in the foot, but we do need a reset on the money. Hey man, now you're talking because I'm thinking like. Just think, bro. And we spitballing, but a large amount of people felt like that shit he was doing wasn't sustainable. But this situation right here just be a reflection of that being exactly what people already thought. Losing money like that at an alarming rate, bro. Like at some point, like I said, somebody got to say, "Damn, bro, like this ain't it. It ain't working. It ain't working. We ain't eating." You know what I'm saying? Like nobody just got you in business. To lose money. And Flossie had sent an interesting ass article to me dealing with
and we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well, I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
What is the belt worth? Nah, for real though. Kurt Douglas, my guy, went through with it. Just like that told Ruru what to do.
Crazy.
Oh shit! Dragon Ball Turkey is funny as hell. That's a
Dragon
funny
Ball
name.
Turkey.
John, what it do, homie? Yeah, Dragon Ball Turkey is wild.
Short and core, fucking 2 million right now.
What it do?
Whack. You ain't got no
boxing hacker crazy, Dragon Ball Turkey. Bro, his ass turned off the faucet on my guy. We ain't jacking that. Nah, that part 2 got to be on the way, bro. I got to reach out. I ain't even lying. When I get off of here, I'm going to reach out. I'm going to see when we can set it up. There's some questions to ask, some shit to talk about. I don't care to talk about money. I don't care to ask dudes about their money. But, it's always better to hear from the horse's mouth about a situation as much as they could elaborate on it without speaking about shit that we don't need to know. I don't care about no money shit. That's for you to figure out, right? But
you don't ask me what I make. I don't ask you what you make. It's a
right,
fucking,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so that's all. I just want to shout out to my homie Dante's Boxing Talk too, man. How does anyone know he lost money? Nah, I mean shit. Some of this shit that's obviously being reported, bro, and some of the money that you clearly see being poured into these events, like on one end, people were cool when it was being reported how much he was spending, but then it's like it's a question if they saying the same money that he putting in, he ain't getting back and he losing. It's like, how do we know? Like we clearly know that he was putting a lot of money in this shit, right? Because you can't tell me them fucking trailers he was making. Them just little movies, bro. Like those were I want to know who was on the job for them. All of them. They always worth watching. Bro. Every
whack too. Didn't have M on that shit too?
Shit don't pump you up for no fucking fight. Them shits are corny as hell.
Movies
waste of money, lighting more money on fire.
Hey, but the production was Trump tight, man.
Yeah, well, so what? No matter. Did it pump you up for the fight? Watching the fucking stupid one joint for B-ball?
I loved it, bro.
Nah.
I think we forget like the zombie shit they was doing. Like, oh man, they was killing it with them different things,
them
bro.
shits was corny,
They was
dog.
creative. Somebody was not skimping on the the ideas, man. They was spending money.
Yeah, they had good production, but pumped up for a fight. I want to see some gloves off or some 24/7 or something like that. Not no fucking movie where they're not even
You just a
talking.
creature of habit, bro. It's all good. We love them 24/7.
I'm old school, dog.
Bro. They classic. Ain't no replacing that. But nah, I did love the trailers, though. I ain't gonna lie. It made me feel like you actually cared because to pour into it like that, you gotta care. You get what I'm saying? To put that promo was top notch. It was like well thought out, like telling little stories. Like this is like little movies.
Nah.
I thought it was cool.
The one joint was corny with Tyson Fury and them robbing shit. Nah, that shit was goofy to me, dog. I want to see some more.
I could appreciate the effort. I know they was trying.
I thought that stuff was tighter than the fights. It was top level. Whoever was doing it was doing some good stuff, dog.
Yeah, they put a lot of money into that shit, bro. They ain't pumped me up for no fight. Shit.
I was loving it. I was like, yeah, let me see the product now. You know what I'm saying? I was ready.
Hey, right, Tim? The angry white man ain't having none of that ish.
Don't lie,
He said, F
I
that
was
ish.
there when AJ knocked out Ngannou. Don't sit up there and lie. You know how I know y'all was there? Because I did a post fight.
Hell yeah, I was there, dog.
About an hour and a half or two.
I ain't missed fucking too much footage of nothing
a
long time.
Everybody was here. I'm like, yeah, damn, I ain't think nobody here that much.
Yeah, bro. AJ impressed the shit out of me that one, bro. It's just a thing when two big guys that are that fucking talented throwing punches. I gotta
like
see
you
that.
or him type of thing, because that's all that is. Who somebody get hit first.
Yeah, no doubt. And AJ's chinny as hell.
But AJ was surgical. He wasn't playing with his big ass.
No, he wasn't playing at all.
I already got some crazy bread for that too, in Ngannou. And that's what I'm saying.
10 million.
Bro. You will pay him like
10
M's. That's a stupid move. To
fucking
pay
dumb as shit.
That type of money, and he had pretty much.
Yep. Dana White was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah,
guaranteed he was sick.
You telling me that's good? That's good investment. Paying that guy that was not like
no.
That shit was dumb.
No.
He hit the ground wilding out.
Yo,
look,
hit
bro,
the ground running,
like,
son.
This the joking side, but this was the same dude that was talking about fighting Alcatraz and mountains and all type of shit. You think somebody probably heard that interview and put the pause on it like, yeah, he wild. I don't know.
This nigga playing video games, coming up with concepts, huh?
Well, yo, the video games got to be paying some dough for that. They probably, I mean, they got some budget for that.
He just at this point here, we gonna be bankrupt messing with him. I'm surprised things to just fighting on the planet. I'm dead serious.
Fucking right, bro. Guarantee he called Dana White. Dana White fucking looked at his expenses, was like, "What the fuck are you doing? What is going on here?"
I told him like, bro, I could clean this shit up. Like you
fucking tighten up.
Yeah, you overpaying guy. I could see it.
Fucking over here, fucking lighting money on fire. Fucking calling out crazy fucking fight locations. Just literally a giant fucking bin fire of money for no reason. For none at all.
Times Square is crazy work, though. That's crazy. Times Square is crazy work, though. That's different.
We're gonna see.
Did it get clear, bro? Did Times Square get clear?
I don't know. Where we're at.
It didn't get clear, bro. Like it's something like that. And it was gonna be invite only.
You hope,
like that,
boxing
man.
hacker.
Nah, that's man. Y'all keep playing with Turkey. I keep hearing people play with Turkey, man.
Okay, why is he short in core? Fucking
nah. Turkey,
2 million.
You got some explaining to do, man. Turk tried to turn the faucet on Big Homie Core. We ain't going.
He just said, "Yo, here's 3. You can't have 5. I don't got 5 for you. I got 3."
I mean, it's negotiations. Like I said, I think the biggest problem there was him even putting it on Twitter. I think that's something you still go back and forth with, you know.
Stupid as hell.
But like it's not the first time we heard fights play about
at Oscar than Turkey though. Turkey just had to catch the straight because he was the one making the offer.
Oh, you think Turkey's not a gangster boxing hacker? He offers you one thing. There ain't no negotiation with that. I'll bet.
I mean, we'll see though.
I'm dead ass. I'll bet.
How my guy
Turkey a
Reef?
real gangster.
Who timed out my guy Reef? Turkey said,
I don't
"Hey,
know.
We'll see, man.
Turkey a gangster, bro.
Then, man.
He
Yo,
ain't
who
over here
timing out
playing.
Reef, bro? Reef the homie, dog.
I got
Leave
him.
Reef alone.
Dank, what's good with it, bro? Y'all smash that like button. We gonna keep building, y'all. We ain't done.
Hacker here now.
Look at it this way, Joe. Look
Conversation,
at it
bro.
this way, though.
I think
Remember
I'm
last
glad
year?
different people came up here with different views. Shout out to 2 Cent, shout out to KO, man. Like anytime somebody give me logic, bro, you won't hear too much arguing from me. I just appreciate
right.
a well thought out, stance. I could rock with it. Like it ain't nobody up here come up here like everything they saying is exactly what's going on, but people gave some dope perspectives, man. I just think we probably could have seen this shit coming a mile away though, if he really was looking. Because like I said, all the clues was there. Like when you really look at what he was doing, how he hit the ground, how much money they allegedly say he was pouring into shit. So at some point, it's not. I don't even know if it's about him trying to be funny. I just think it was going to be casualties if it ever came a time where it's time to straighten up. Like there's no coincidence that Dana White is being brought into the fold.
None.
You know how people complain about how you pay him. He think it's fair. Nobody else do. All his people end up leaving, and they make their biggest bags when they leave him.
Time to tighten up.
John Jones' situation is a damn, like, that should be a crime.
He paid now, though. John Jones, he takes care of John
like,
now.
And what's going on? It's like, bro, so.
And Ngannou, too, right?
Is what it is.
Nah.
Situation.
And I think this, too, y'all. I think he could have, I think the money thing could have been like a carrot, so to speak, right? Just
dangling the carrot, dog. Dangling the carrot.
Like, once this carrot is gone, like, we gonna reset.
It's over with.
This shit, because this is not, it's not sustainable. It's not. I don't get.
Bro, what the fuck am I gonna do in this game? Paying everybody.
Boxing hacker. If what's being reported is true about money being lost, then you get what I'm saying. And he.
So here's the problem, though. Well, one thing I always say is that people have been trying to say he's been losing money like ever since, but like nobody even has any proof that he is losing money. But let's just say in the
there's reports
world,
all over the place.
Let's just say in the magical world, like if people's theories are correct, he's losing money. It doesn't change the perspective of what they're doing, right? It's an investment. So when you're investing, you're pouring your money into.
You expect a return on an investment. That's the fucking definition of the word investment.
You're right. You expect a return, but
Boxing kills me every single time.
It doesn't have to be immediate return whatsoever.
Crazy.
It could be a return 10 years down the line. So like,
okay, well, what's the return 10 years down the line? We don't support boxing now. We ain't going to support it 10 years down the line either.
Backed by a country.
That's right, Ron.
It's a different level of money. I don't know how to describe it to you guys.
The thing is, though,
you can't describe it because there's no sense.
It be playing games with the fighters, bro. Like I'm for the fighter. I'm not for no damn promoter. All they do is lie. I'm for the come up of the fighter. I don't give a damn. So these dudes, we know for a fact they play games, and they get us. They do this shit. They put out misinformation. They get us back and forth arguing. I'm telling you, that's why I don't believe in talking duck talk. For the rest of the time, I got a channel. I do my best to delete that out of my conversations. So I do my very best because it's not real. It's not reality, bro. And like Bro said earlier, if you paying people, they getting in there. Just imagine somebody offering you the most money you ever made to do something that you've done before, that you've done 1,000,000 times. You telling me you're not gonna do it because you scared? Just apply logic to this shit, not narratives. Logic. When you fall for the narrative, you lose sight of the real information, bro. I'm telling you, these dudes ain't sitting around running around here being scared of shit. The hell, and that go for Zepeda too. What makes you think he's scared to fight? That's all he do. Mexican dude, get in there and he just go. But I do think he's a fighter, and I think by that, I just think he'll allow his team to do exactly what they're supposed to do. Get him his next fight, and he prepare and he go out there and win that motherfucker. That's it.
The majority of these guys are team players. They're gonna do what their team tells them to do.
Like shit been working. I'm undefeated. I keep winning. I keep getting paid. What's the real reason? The kick and complain, right? And what's the rush to get in there with a guy that's probably got a really good chance at upsetting everything we doing? And I was saying it earlier to D1. We seen this dude tell Kid Austin what the plan was pretty much. And you telling me he not doing that with a guy he more invested in that's a Mexican fighter like Zepeda?
Why not? He getting closer and closer to where Jaime Munguia was at, bro. I see the same shit going on. I promise you I do. The next person he fight is going to say a lot about him. That's going to say a lot about him and Oscar.
Pay attention, bro. These fans got to pay attention because that's the play.
These dudes got investments and just apply logic to that as well. If you got an investment, ain't you gonna do everything in your power to protect it, or you gonna let somebody trick you out your spot?
Fucking right.
So you gonna do this shit when you ready to do it. That's all I'm saying. So it ain't about people being scared, but you gonna make a move like that with that fight if you absolutely have to. And at this point, it almost looked like that. So let's see what he able to finesse or who able to trick the fans this time, because that's all they cool. If somebody walk away from this being painted as a duck,
yeah, as long as we got something to talk about, dog, that's all that matters. As long as we can fucking chit chat it up on the internet, it's the point we're at. WWE shit, dog.
See, the thing is, my man Turki is here to say boxing, so you know he gonna come out the corner, the woodwork with something to push this fight through.
You know, I just think that's unfortunate at the timing of things, but I wish I had more answers. Like, I wish I had more information. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's very bits and pieces. But like I said, man, I think Buddy tweet was more directed to Oscar and him defending himself more than trying to play Turkey. But at the same time, he made it clear, bro, I don't bow down to no man. But ain't that the shit that y'all was saying he did? But when he actually said, "Oh nah, he in a bad situation, he shouldn't have did this," y'all don't know what y'all want.
I mean, I think it's a little bit of both, though, right? Like at a certain level, I will say that
pay the man.
If you want to make certain fights, you sort of have to play ball a little bit, you know. At least until you get your name like really, really big, you know.
That I think is to a degree is reasonable. I think that's reasonable.
That's where I think we're at.
Right, but I think the problem is Boxing Hacker, these verbal agreements, right? Guys be really like, you get what I'm saying? And I think, you know what I mean? You fresh off the situation that really just worked for you. So you like, bro, the next situation should be every bit the same or better. And you get what I'm saying? Not something significantly less. And then it's like, yeah, but still fight for me because, and it's like, what does that say about me or your belief in me if now it went from this to that? You get what I'm trying to say? Like,
I feel you. But so honestly speaking, I think, you know, and this is to criticize Shakur a little bit. I don't think he should be pressed over Zepeda for real. If Zepeda don't want to fight, don't want to fight. And like back in the day, it used to be the number one contender wanted to fight a champion. Another champion wanted to fight the number one contender. You know,
mandatory.
Zepeda should be activating. He should be pressing the fight, not Shakur. You know, I think Shakur is better off just jumping, like trying to push these other champions to fight.
So what?
Like he needed Valdez, like he needed that scalp. He needed
Valdez had a title though.
He needed to beat him up and knock him off so people could shut the hell up.
That's a fact, bro.
But what does Zepeda bring to that table?
I know,
like people are lining him up to fight Tank. Nobody cares if he fights Zepeda or not.
But if he beats him and beat him the way like I think he's capable, I want to hear the people that make it all about the, you know, well, he could have did this, and now I want to see how y'all gonna talk then. Especially,
they're gonna Jeff, you already know they're gonna talk.
And again, it could be a good launch pad to the biggest fight of your career, bro. Like it's unfortunate that you got like they look at you, they got you in a box right now, and they damn near asking you to be a knockout guy, bro. You in a weird space. You need a Zepeda. So if I'm Shakur,
absolutely need him.
But you know what would be bigger? What would be bigger? I think it would be bigger if during that Lamont Roach and Tank fight, he jumps in the ring with the winner. You know, try to do something. Because at the end of the day, these what are you doing?
They don't want that though.
They're not letting him do
I want that. I definitely want that.
That would be massive.
I don't think the powers that be want that shit happen.
Yeah, they don't want that.
They ain't letting him do that, dog.
Man, like but that's louder than
that'd be why he jump in there on.
Yeah, be on that Shane Mosley.
I do it though, just
Hey yo, that's big old.
Imagine him being able to run up on Tank. That's crazy work, bro.
Hey man, what's gonna happen? That's what it is, man.
I swear. I'm starting to think. I'm
never gonna happen.
Oh damn! I didn't even know my man.
The only way that happens between them two, if they put their egos to the side, and I'm gonna say that respectfully on both sides. That's the only way.
Shout out my guy.
That's why Shakur needs Zepeda even more, because if he can perform against somebody like Zepeda, it makes the interest for that fight enormous.
Not really.
Yeah, stop it.
for very hardcore boxing fans, yes. No, okay, D1. Let me ask you a real legit question. Which one makes a bigger impact? Shakur jumping in that ring after Lamont Roach fight,
knocking Zepeda the fuck out.
Never.
Easy.
Never. People are impressed for Zepeda.
Guaranteed, bro. Everybody and their mother is calling for Shakur and Zepeda right now.
If he do knock out Zepeda, can't say shit about it.
They're gonna be like, oh well,
yeah.
No, they're not.
Farmer. That's all that's gonna happen.
Yeah, they can't complain though if he fight him and beat him. Crush, what's good with it, bro? And that's what I'm looking for. Like, if you really supporting boxing, I don't see how people are cool with narratives being pushed against any of these dudes. They all trying to win. You ain't gotta like them. They ain't gotta be your favorite. But I see people celebrate the notion that a guy can't get the money or is not getting the money he been getting. Like, how is that a flex? Like, is that a good thing? Like, yo, all the dude want to fight, and we keep complaining about his money and trying to tell him how much he worth and what he can take. Shut up, man. Unless you getting punched in the face, I don't want to hear I don't care what you think he should be getting paid. That's not your fight. It ain't mine either. So I really don't care. I just want to see the fight, and I hate the smoke and mirrors that get put in place every time when somebody don't want to fight. This is when you see this bullshit. I'm telling you, they go when you run right when your sole purpose is to convince the internet that this is what happened, and you invite them into your world, man. You asking for a fight not to be made, bro. I see through that shit. I've seen it too many times, bro. That dude is not sincere about that shit at all. And then he's been on record saying how good he is, and that's arguably one of the best fighters in today's boxing today. I don't even hear him say that about Zepeda. I don't give a damn. I hear him trying to say for the champions, but I see what he do with them. I don't be hearing. I don't heard him vouch for the guy that you would be putting your fighter up against more than the fighter that you represent. Get your ass out of here. He ain't trying to. He cool with that shit not happening because he know he can go dig up another fighter for him to just go out there in front of 3,000-4,000 people and beat up, and nobody gonna have a problem with it. You get what I'm saying? They ain't who gonna care? Is it paid? They don't care. He getting paid. It'd be another win. He don't give a damn. Shout out to the Queen of Ring. Ace, what's good, family? That's just how I see it. Dodge J, what it do? Who's to say Turkey wanted to revisit Shakur last pay with Padley and Shakur didn't budge, and now Turkey lowballing them because of that. So I mean, look, that could be possible, man. For me, I just look at it like if it's truth to the statement that he put out, I think that's bad. That's bad business. You know what I mean? To create the illusion that and I know I just don't feel like he'll make that up. I don't. He a guy that a tweet. He'll tweet some shit. I don't think he just made that shit up. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, Turkey run his mouth about everything else. I mean, some people think these tweets was to him. You know what I mean? What these little tweets and shit he was having? What is it? A man with no value, or a man without enemies, a man without value. Some people thought he was talking to Shakur. I don't know who he was talking to, but him and Tevin Farmer was going at it too a little bit. Tevin Farmer said, "Trust me when I tell you, even though most of the world thought I beat Zepeda twice, that output is going to give everybody big trouble unless you knock him out. I told you first." Shakur's like, "You want to bet some money on this?" I love it. Nobody's trying to hear that shit, Tevin. That's the difference. It's a gap, a considerable one. I don't care what nobody say between you and Shakur right now. You can say what you want. You can say what the hell you want, bro. That shit won't look like that because he won't fight that way. Very gutsy, very courageous, very brave. We respect it. We rock with it. We salute it. But I knew there was no way you were beating him doing what he does best. That's never a good idea. Show me the Tevin Farmer fights where he just go in there balls to the wall like he did in these two fights. Show me. He don't do that shit. So again, you're something that you appreciate, and they like, oh well, Shakur ain't a dog like that. Nah, he ain't dumb like that. No disrespect to Tevin.
Did Tevin say he felt like
he's not old? He's not on his way out. He's not at the tail end of his career. Let me say that, because if that was the younger Farmer, he'd have fought a much different fight, in my opinion. He'd have been a lot harder to hit. He's just not that same guy. Go look at the fights if you don't believe me. Go look at it. That dude was not easy to hit. And now he got older, and I think he kind of, compensated for the age a little bit. And I think he fought the fight that he was capable of fighting. You know what I mean? He showed a lot of dog, a lot of grit, but man, he ended up hurting Zepeda in the second fight too. So I don't know, man. That sometimes you fight the only fight you could. Because if he didn't do that, what was he gonna do? Box and move?
That's not in the question no more. You seen that 2 fights in a row. If that was a possibility, he would have did it in that second fight. Fighting him like that again and not being able to keep up with the punch output and thinking you beat him the second time is wild. The first time I give you that argument, but not this time. You definitely lost. You got outworked. You had that weird ass twitch going on, and then you said something about you having Tourette's syndrome. So shout out to Tevin Farmer for that. But it was a bad look from an optic standpoint. It looked bad. It just didn't look good at all. He kept like looking up to the ceiling. I'm like, yeah, he working you, and you look like you had a tougher time the second time around than the first time. To me, it did. So nah, I thought Zepeda was more comfortable this time, and he was a little bit more relentless, even sloppy at times to me. So I wasn't overly impressed with how he beat Farmer, but again, I can understand why Tevin Farmer could feel like that. I really could. Like, I get it. You know what I mean? Anybody that's able to work like that is going to be tough, but you just can't be there for it. You can't. I've seen it, not just Floyd. Like, I've seen multiple fighters do that. That's how you gotta neutralize that punch output. And it's either that or keep up with it. Now, if you ready to throw 80 to 100 punches around and try to dip shit while you doing it, not. Got to box and move, man. Got to outsmart him. Frustrate him too.
Yeah, but how long can you keep that up though? With the way that guy punches, at some point you got to go beyond just being unavailable. You got to punch him in his shit. Oh, if you notice when Zepeda, when his output dropped, it was every time when Tevin countered him with something sharp and something hard. That's the only time he wasn't really throwing his hands like that. That's what's going to give him pause. It's just like moving around. That's not going to deter him.
I just feel like
you got some guys like Edward De Los Santos where they're not going to press the issue. They're going to stay at the outside. But Zepeda,
don't get me wrong.
Maxie Hughes tried that and got his ass broken down. Giovanni Cabrera tried that, got broken down.
But I mean, if you move good enough, it should be enough for you to like win. Because like.
For Zepeda, he has points though, boxing hacker. You can't just move around. You ain't about to get the Willie Pep treatment. So punches. So at some point you gotta set your feet and throw something.
Yeah, you do have to set your so you can't punch and move at the same time.
Look at Zepeda's fights, and I know you study it. To me, when he loading up, when he throwing all them punches, where guys usually at? Tevin Farmer was trying to weather the storms. He wasn't trying to not be available. He was right there trying to like give it right back to him, and I respected it. But I don't think that's how you beat him unless
you gotta move somebody like that. You can't let them.
You gotta mix offense in there. Because of course, even the great Floyd had to, but controlling that distance and range consistently, I think Shakur young enough, smart enough, good enough. I just don't think Zepeda is used to somebody that's able to really get away from him and hit him without letting him just do what he wants. I feel like guys that's right there in front of him, he gonna have his way with you. You know what I mean? I ain't saying he can't close the gap or nothing like that.
Somebody who can move very well will give him trouble.
Dudes usually have one answer for getting away from him, not a second one, if that makes sense. Yeah. And once he get there, then you kind of usually trapped in his web but trying to fend him off. That shit is gonna be tough for anybody to deal with like that. So if he on your ass like that, I don't care how good you are defensively, you're gonna be in the toughest fight of your career. That's a lot of punches to be dipping and dodging.
But if he can't move, you got to punch him in well, though.
You got to counter him.
Yeah. That's what I think. Let me say that.
Just moving is not going to make this dude want to stop on throwing his hands.
No, but Ant, you don't
think Kerr can't counter him? Are we saying that now?
I'm not saying that he couldn't. I'm not saying what I think
Shakur can't fight
can or can't do. What I'm saying is just moving alone is not going to stop this dude from throwing his hands.
Hell no.
You're going to keep throwing, and then you're going to do what? You're going to move, and you're going to mess around and get one of them Robinson, Conceição, Oshaki Foster type deals.
I say have your clinch game together too, because neutralize that shit. Yeah, like it's not just do it any one way. Be physical with his ass too. It's multiple ways to neutralize a punch.
Yeah, he's definitely not strong in the clinch at all. I've seen that.
You get me? So be physical with him, like when you need to be. So yeah, mix it up.
Don't try pressure to pressure fight.
Get the job done. I really do. He said, that was when Shakur versus Zepeda happened. Want to bet some push-ups, money. I'm with it. I would. No, but I would never. I just want to be clear. I would never suggest just moving like that. You got to be offensive, but. When I say not be available consistently, I've seen this story before, and if it play out similar to how I think it could, I could see it happening again. Being sharp in spots too, that he could be sharp. He's pretty damn accurate too. So I think he's smart enough to know when to pick his shots as well. So I just think he's very good at not constantly giving you what you want, right? You know what I'm saying? And making that really hard for you to get what you want. So I think that resistance, along with what he's able to do offensively and stay consistent at doing it, I think he got a really good shot. But still, it's the fight to be made, man. So many reasons for it to be made. It's just a good fight.
What he did with Yoshino, that's what I would like to see him do with Zepeda. I feel like that's the way you slow Zepeda down.
I agree. Physical,
him up in
physical
the
in spots. But I say switch it up.
What's his inside game is not good.
Yeah, he's not that good, bro.
Core got a pretty good uppercut too.
Up in the pocket.
Really good uppercut in the inside.
Stab his ass to the body, like when he's coming forward.
You know that move.
Top, stab him to the body.
You know the move. He taught it to his cousin.
He don't got the greatest.
I think Moon is gonna win that fight with Shakur, honestly speaking. Because if Zepeda can't plant his feet, he can't do the pressure. He has to be able to plant himself, and if he can't plant his feet, it should be a much easier fight. But
if you've watched him fight other fights against guys that move, a lot of guys they get deterred by that. Zepeda he does not care about the quality of his work. It's just about value.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a great point.
He don't care. That's
I was about to say something about that. The quality of his work does tend to suffer when he get on that. Oh, I'm just gonna go. And I think,
but then you just create openings for some.
If you're
lower competition, might be okay, but somebody high level, that's not okay.
I seen it.
Zepeda got terrible defense too.
Yeah,
Zepeda got terrible defense.
I think it's gonna be easier than people think it's gonna be. Honestly speaking, if Shakur shows up, I think he's gonna win very easily.
Yeah, I think it could be very easy for Shakur. I mean, like the first half of that Tevin Farmer fight in the first one, when he dropped him in the fourth round, I was like, that's exactly how you do, because he's lazy as hell when he shoot his jab.
Yeah.
Tevin Farmer came right over the top of the left hand, and I think that Shakur is an even sharper puncher than Tevin Farmer.
Yeah,
the Tevin Farmer said he said that people thought he won the second fight.
Yeah, he said even though most people thought he beat Zepeda twice.
I never thought that my whole life.
Arguing about the first one, not so much the second though.
Bro, I don't know what the first one maybe.
Definitely lost the second time, 100%.
Nah,
he fought the wrong fight again.
I'm surprised with all the involuntary head movement that he has. They even gets past medical. I feel like
Tourette's, dude. Yeah. It's called Tourette's.
Yeah,
but what? I would never think that. I would never would have thought that.
Me neither.
You get me? I would have never. Shout out to Tevin Farmer. I really like that dude.
Him. Yeah, that's serious.
Shout out. He looks like he's saying "What's up" all the time.
Yeah.
What up? What up?
Yeah. He put up two good ass, strong fights. But that's another thing. I think though, that's why I got them in the thumbnail. I think that fight also kind of I look at shit like that. And that's why I had played that little clip from dude speaking, bro, you can't beat him soundly, no slight to him, but the danger that they saying you supposed to be, you just had all types of trouble, and I don't think he did nothing but fight you back. You let a dude get what you doing, what you do best. Go in there doing what Shakur do best. Fight him at his game and watch how bad you look. That's all I'm saying. You let a guy look that good 2 times in a row fighting you at what you do best. I know maybe I just got this weird way of looking at shit, but I'm like, that won't be the case when them two fight. And I'll say it just to speak on both ends. That is no in between in that fight. Whoever's style is take over is going to be tough for the other guy. So that pressure.
You know what's crazy though? If Tevin Farmer would have got hurt, let's say he got seriously hurt, God forbid, they would have been really massive press against the boxing commission. Because they're gonna be they will look at even though he probably signed all the waivers and disclaimers or whatever, they'll look at you let somebody in his condition fight and it wouldn't look good.
Fighting with Tourette's is I couldn't even imagine that, bro.
Yeah, because you can't focus on your opponent all the time.
2-time champion, you could never take it from. I don't even.
Yeah, no doubt. He accomplished a lot. I mean,
it's nothing I can take from him. That's wild, bro. I didn't even think you could fight with a condition like that. I didn't think so. I really did.
Yeah, and think about you always at certain times your eyes are gonna be off your opponent without you. It's involuntary.
Right.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm about to go eat dinner, my boys.
Here we go, man.
Love, peace, and blessings.
He got a real.
Be safe.
His chick is a real one for sure.
Yeah, they had a cool YouTube channel.
Yeah, GM. I just don't know how he did it. Whole career with Tourette's is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, salute to that brother, man.
Tell me again why you don't respect that come up. Lost a couple times early. He got knocked out by Jose Pedraza early in his career.
Yeah,
he went on like a 5-year stretch or something where he ain't lose.
That's how it works, man. You can't take nothing from that brother.
He was kicking ass, bro.
Yeah, you can't take nothing from him.
Nothing.
I won't say somebody blessed with so much talent, but it looked like he did a lot of hard work to get to where he was.
Hell yeah. Yeah, he could have quit early. He could have quit early in the game. And then wasn't a big knockout guy, and still like he kind of revived his career like that.
Yeah.
You gotta respect that come up. You have to. If you really seen this come up, gotta respect it. Would have been a should have that Tourette. Hey, just that take. Oh yeah, yeah.
Just I think we are on your channel. Like, what the hell's going on with?
GM stupid, bro. He would though. He would though.
You get attacked by a ghost?
Not trying to be funny. He would though. Shit, Zepeda was working his ass the second.
Yeah.
Fight. I thought he was gonna stop him. I thought it got to a point. I thought he was gonna stop him.
Even Shakur, me too.
He asked him what he think about the fight. He said, man. He's like, it looked like Tevin might get stopped.
I was like, yeah, it did look like he was getting rough, but he tough as shit, man.
Hell yeah. Just when you think he's about to get stopped, he throws like one punch, and the refs are like, okay, he's still alive.
I'm gonna say this too, man. Yeah. To Teacher's point about him throwing 1,000 punches, now I see why he's such a volume puncher.
Yeah,
that power might be a little bit overstated.
Zepeda.
Zepeda. I ain't never seen a guy eat that many body shots and not wilt.
Yeah,
and I know Tevin is tough, but.
Damn it, he older and everything. This is after knockout losses, all type of shit. He just stood up.
Oscar don't want that fight, man. Oscar got like 2 more
and
fights.
He moved up in weight, 135.
I mean, him and
your domain.
And gave him hell.
Yeah.
Shakur gonna be boxing and control.
Yeah, Shakur Garcia. Who else did he got in this table?
To the win.
He also fell off a little bit.
I can see it now. They gonna be like, yeah, man, all he did was did all that lateral movement. I ain't never heard nobody complain about a fighter using lateral movement.
Yeah, they're gonna complain. They're gonna complain.
All running, when
they're gonna complain.
Crazy thing is, he don't even really move laterally like that, Shakur.
Nah,
he don't really be utilizing lateral movement like that.
He does what he needs to. I feel like Shakur does exactly what he needs to in the fight to win.
Nah, he moves, but lateral movement is like prime Guillermo Rigondeaux, like Iris Landy Lara. He don't be moving like that.
Hell no. Hell no.
Shakur uses legs, but it's primarily like a half step back.
Yeah.
Sometimes the full step back.
Yeah.
Shakur had a lot of upper body movement though too. He asked for him. He flips a lot of punches.
Reflexes, reaction time, all that shit work together. That shit just be looking crazy.
He generally pulls.
Talk about
that. No, I don't think not many people have the footwork of like a Rigondeaux.
Lateral movement is the new grip strip. I'm telling you, like when it's him, I don't heard some bad takes, and I can tell. Like I keep certain people honest. I've been meaning to say that. So when I pop up, I keep certain people honest. They don't go completely left field. Like I noticed that they always try to say what's up and just announce. See me in there. Nah, I heard you keeping people honest because they know they be up there just saying anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of them.
I swear I'll be like, what? That's why sometimes I just put an emoji like, bro, y'all just gotta stop. One thing I promise everybody that can hear me now. I ain't never gonna come here and make up my own facts, bro, or make up my own shit. People, I be listening, bro. People be going crazy.
People be wilding out, man.
They be yo, Big Dog be around. He be like, yo, what the
It would build Big Dog's alternative facts.
I be saying them because he be saying it too. He be in the thick of it.
Yeah, I do it because they do it. And it's like we just make up shit. People get pissed off.
The wildest shit, like man.
I just make up shit. That's because the people get pissed off. It's just fun to do because I know that I copy them. That's my whole trolling. I copy the people who be saying shit.
Mm-hmm.
And when I said the Eric Grease when I was messing with Devin Haney and talking crazy, call him a coach. It's just to mess around because they do exactly the same thing.
Shout out to you, Raina. You know,
Hey, what's up, Raina?
Yeah, man, y'all smash the like button. We can cook for a bit more. I think this is a cool conversation, man. I forgot I ain't played a video where Jay Prince was talking for a while because it seemed like everything from Team Stevenson make people mad. Everything.
They're only mad because
they can't. They're not allowed to speak from their perspective. Like it's just like it's never about what they say. People get mad at everything. Come out these people mouth.
They're only mad because he's lined up against Tank. Trust me. I've seen the same people when him and Devin were lined up. They were like, Shakur's gonna kill Devin. Shakur's one of the best out here. As soon as he got lined up with Tank, these same people were like, Shakur's some trash. Shakur can't even fight. All he does is run.
Boxing hacker.
Yeah.
That's not. I'm gonna be very honest with you. The Haney fans do that too. You gotta do that too.
What we do?
Line up with people and start talking crazy. You guys do that too. I mean, let's not.
I just told you what the Tank fans do.
I know what the Tank fans. Tank do it. Every group does it. So even Shakur fans do it. Everybody does it when Tank is acting up. And he's up and he's talking shit right now. Him and Shakur going at it. It goes right back and forth. Goes right back to him. Remember when Devin was talking shit about Shakur? The Tank fans were right around the same thing about it. It's just like it happens.
Yeah.
It happens all three ways.
Everybody got their rabid fan base.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a Devin fan.
I hate when I don't know, man. Make me out to be just a single fighter fan.
I'm a fan of both fighters.
I'm definitely gonna go to bat for my Jersey fighters though, man. Y'all got to put some respect on Jersey. We got some talent out here. They be pissed off, man. Shout out to A1 Hoop Zone. He said Boxing Hacker and Big Dog Wood like the movie Step Brothers, Goofy and Goofy is both play on these stones. Talking on the phone.
Oh my goodness. Hey man, we just tell the truth, man. It's just be the truth. That's all.
It's just fun.
Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland. How you feeling, bro?
Is that Amp been on here for a while, huh?
Yeah, my Professor ain't always in the cut. Oh shit, my bad, Flossie. Pardon me, Brody. Damn, my bad.
What's happening?
That's crazy, good, bro. Yeah, I know you. I know why you up here. I know you just heard that wild ass news that you ain't feeling.
I ain't fuck with that.
I thought I was gonna be able to come up here and talk about that in a good way, and then they hit me with the update. That's why I don't like boxing, bro. They bugging. Yo, I'm about to say it, bro, and I'm trying not to like make it. Don't just know, y'all. The Shakur shit is one thing, but when you keep trying to, yes, one of your selling points is you making the best fights, and then you're telling Dimitri Bivol not to fight. You dumb. You getting on my nerves. You try to turn the faucet off on big homie Core. You messing up fights. Now I got to listen to Duck Talk for the next 2 weeks. It's definitely because of you. I'm not feeling it. And then we go further and we got another real fight in Bivol and Benavidez. Let that man be great. What else is it? What do you mean? Elevate him to a full champion? Yo, well, what is going on, bro? It's about to piss me off. Let him fight for it. You talking about somebody that'll fight for
Dragon Ball Turkey, get down or lay down. That's what it is, man.
Turkey full of shit.
Get down or lay down.
I'll try and stall him out, bro. Yeah, what's your side, Mike Kirkland? Do you got Instagram and any of that? Do you?
I've been saying this shit for a long time behind the scenes. Turkey full of shit. What? He care about making the big fights as long as it go the way that he wanted to go.
Yeah,
right, man. Right. He was all for making that fight. He flew Benavidez all the way to fucking Saudi.
Yeah,
just for you to be like, oh, I ain't interested no more. For what?
Like, come on, bro.
Like out of thin air. And I still think it got something to do with that WBC shit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has something to do
right,
with the
look,
belt, right?
Look what they just did. They just elevated him, right, to the full champion, right? Come on, man. Like, it's funny business. Like, they definitely not seeing eye to eye. He disrespected the whole Ring magazine. He ain't feeling them. He said, man, you touch his belt, he'll fight for it. Remember, he ain't allowed Canelo to have his strap up on the stage with him. That's some weird shit. I ain't gonna lie. Look,
they're trying to change the game, man.
But
right after that happened, he was like, "Oh, I'm no longer interested in making
come over here where all the talent at and try to make people get down and lay down. You fool! That's the same shit Oscar was just saying, and I said this. That shit gonna end up being a pipe dream if you don't have the talent. I don't care how much money you got. You need the people. And I'm telling you, I see and hear about the fighters that you targeting. That shit is not what y'all selling it. Those are not the best fighters in the world. Them are some talented fighters for sure. That's like falling through the cracks, the fighters that they targeting for that league. But those are not the best fighters in the world. Respect to all of them, because at least for the ones that I'm hearing about, no, those are not the best fighters in the world. So that shit, without the talent, you're just putting yourself in a situation. And then think about it. I don't think it's get down or lay down. I think somebody sat his ass down and talked to him, because he went from talking about, you know, crushing people to like nobody can be deleted in this space. He sounded real humble. So I think that's overly ambitious. If you think because you have money or access to it that you can get in here and just turn the landscape of boxing upside down, good luck, bro. Nice try. It's not gonna work. Boxing is not meant for one person to take over. It's just not. I can't see it being that way.
For starters,
and he just an extra player. See, that's the thing. I think he felt like he thought he was gonna come in and take over, and you just seeing that you just a player on the chessboard just like everybody else. And if your business ain't in order, a la Shakur Stevenson reneging on the offers, then dudes ain't gonna want to rock with you.
Man, you can't crank out all that money and try to pull it back.
Why would people want to go fight in Saudi Arabia and get jerked? Like we ain't just watch Hamza Shiraz get beat up by Carlos Adames and you jerked him. We watched this. So now I'm just starting to piece shit together, and I'm definitely looking at him like with the I ain't feeling him right now, bro. He got to make sense out of this shit. It ain't about what you want. That's selfish, man. Is it for the fans or the people? You sold us, you making the fights. That's for the people. Then you're going to turn around and talk about what you're not interested in after bringing that man way over there? Come on, man. Who you playing with? Let that fight happen. Better Beeve ain't tripping about no trilogy. I'm not trying to hear that shit. That man talked about going home, praying, and all types of shit, man. He ain't talking about getting back in the ring right now. Let that be, and let Benavidez go out there and get his shot at Beagle, man. What the hell is wrong with that?
I bet you they don't even fight the damn October.
Damn, man. What's wrong with boxing?
What's the holdup, bro? Is it that Beagle doesn't want to go to Saudi? What's the holdup?
I think Turkey got his influence on this particular fight. Not Benavidez, but maybe on that other side, bro. I don't know.
I mean, I don't really care what happens to the WBC, because I feel like WBC's been corrupt.
Damn, they whack, yo. Let the man be great. That's a dude showing you here fight.
What I basically saw, bro, like when ever since that shit happened, when basically Mauricio and Turkey, like I guess they got into it about some shit, and they won't let Canelo have his belt on the stage and all this other shit.
Right.
Turkey ain't want shit to do with nothing WBC. So like after that point, he was like, "Oh, I don't want to make the Benavidez fight no more."
Oh, because they mandated. Yeah. So I mean,
he was all for that fight, which is why he flew Benavidez over there in the first place. Then he changed his mind.
Which is, I mean, it's a WBC is corrupt, man. I mean, let's be real. That's a very corrupt section.
Yeah, I don't care about that part. It's the fact that you flew that man all the way over there and changed your mind.
Just go wherever
my homie A1 Hoop Zone, man. Back in the super chat. He said, yo, truth is equivalent to saying Trump hair piece is real. For Big Dog Willie profile pic, look like a lost member of B2K.
Long as Turkey involved, we might not ever see that fight either.
Man,
man. He'll say he wanted time off. Is that really? What I mean, that could be real. He did just have 2 tough fights, so that's real.
Yeah. I mean, they only had till tomorrow to come up with a fight date. It ain't like they had to fight next month.
Yeah. It still ain't no excuse, man. They could have gave him some time off and still made.
Man, but fighting Better Beef 3 times is nasty work, man.
Boxing hacker. You don't start to question if this guy is really doing what he say he doing. You don't start to question that after a while, bro? Because remember, I was down.
I keep an open mind in those situations, right? I just, like at the end of the day, like you look at where boxing is today, right? We talk about the WBC creating all these belts, increasing the use of clenbuterol and all that stuff. You talk about all the corruption in boxing. If it's a new idea, I'm like, let's see. I want to see. I honestly want to see what happens. I'm not gonna say here and down the brother.
I'm with him there. I always hated that, but I at the same time, I like shit that makes sense. The reasoning behind it, if I'm not mistaken, like you don't want to hear it at all, but like I guess when Canelo got caught up, that shit was very, you know, I guess the trace amounts or the amount he had was consistent with like contamination or some type of meat contamination, something they were saying. So I think they were trying to make breathing room for those exceptions to when it's contamination versus
only Spanish fighters, so right. It
I
was a
don't
black
know,
fighter and they got called Gambiro. Ain't nobody trying to hear none of that. Let's keep it real, man.
Yeah. I don't want to hear that you allowed it. Oh, you had this.
We're not gonna make no exceptions.
Well, here's the legal amount, and then you get down packed, and it's like, do you find a way to cheat now? You get
like
so.
I just feel like Turkey lied to me. I don't know. That's my thing.
We believe in Canelo. That's what WBC is.
Fighting better be 3 times. It's not nasty work. Hell no. Now that's
nasty
tough work. Shit, that's tough. It ain't nasty work. That's not like service. But when you hear some of his like responses, I forgot one of y'all pointed it out to me what he was saying, and I had to go find it. I'm like, oh, all right. He don't sound like
man. Better be was talking like he didn't even want to do the rematch in the first place, let alone the trilogy.
Yeah, right.
Better was Beterbiev is old, you know.
I don't think
he gets pushed. His lifeline drops a little bit whenever he fights Beterbiev, you know. His life bar goes down just a little bit.
His ass got beat twice by Beaver. I ain't gonna lie. I think he was beaten twice.
I don't think there's nothing that he could do in the third fight besides add more pressure. That's about it.
Yeah, I think now that I would lean towards Beaver beating him again because I feel like he figured out just enough to make the adjustments, and I don't feel like whatever adjustments Beterbiev making won't be enough.
Beterbiev can't do shit but start faster and apply more pressure. That's about it.
Yeah,
you know what's crazy about those two?
Combination punching for Beaver was spot on. Oh my man, the way when he was deciding to throw punches and the combinations was spot on. That was one of the smartest fights I think I've seen somebody fight, period. Especially a fight where you just lost the first time. He came back and fought smarter. It's like he knew to punch a little bit more, and he didn't have those real lows in the fight that he had in that first one, where it was a little case for the fight kind of shifting towards Beterbiev favor. But I still think he outboxed him the first time, bro. And I'll admit, maybe I'm a prisoner of the fact that he didn't stop him. And that's all people kept saying. And it's like when I didn't see him stop him, I was like, see, I knew it. And that's why I say I hate when people, usually when you get up there to a certain level, I ain't saying knockouts don't still happen, but they slow down, right? And it's that now you no longer can bank on just a knockout to win the fight at that level. And you see the Beterbiev, if he didn't work, he wouldn't have won the first time. So, I think he got.
You thought he was supposed to stop Beterbiev?
No. When Beterbiev didn't stop Beaver. You remember that was the consensus. He's going to end up stopping him late. People thought Beaver would box him well enough, but eventually get caught up. Like I like people like Lonnie B that shared the ring with him. I forgot it's another guy. Shout out to YSM, another fighter that he interviewed, and they was talking about this dude.
DeFair Smith.
There you go. Appreciate you, Professor. I knew you knew. You know what I'm saying? So those guys, like you just hear those dudes. Put it this way, don't go listen to they breakdowns of his power if you're trying to decide who you think gonna win. Don't go listen to them because they guaranteed to convince you. And they ain't even selling it to you. They being so sincere and genuine with the way they're describing that dude, how he punched. You would just think that in a damn boxing ring, bro, that protection, that little, that headgear and the shit ain't there. Like he gonna get you out of there.
That brother's punching,
better Beaver was, bro.
Ain't nobody in boxing hit harder than that guy, man. That guy punches two guys.
From what I hear, man, like him and it's him and
you can just tell just the way he's throwing his shots. Like, and it's like all his shots are hard. It's not like somebody has like a hard right hand.
Loading up though, that's the specialty. Without loading up, it's crazy. Heavy
like one target type shit.
Because he trained like a one-man army for real. Like you look at that man train and he's like, bro, what do you train? You train like a damn universal soldier or something. I'm like, yo, bro, what you only fighting Beaver, bro. Like, and that no slight to Beaver, but you only fighting one dude. Why are you training like that?
Hey, I got an interesting question about the whole light heavyweight situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, with him being elevated to the WBC like full champion, and he's still the WBA regular champion, when he get elevated again, if somehow that WBA was end up vacant again, because if Turkey don't want Bivol fucking with him, he gonna end up dropping that eventually too.
I think. Wait, is he both the regular and full? I can't imagine.
I'm saying he the WBC full champion now, but he won the WBA regular belt when he beat Morrell.
Oh. That's a good question, bro.
Question.
You just never know because you never know how they gonna try to. I don't know what the hell they trying to do.
Then I'm trying to think of names, that he can fight because, like, I don't know the state of the light heavyweight division if Voxnick is still like ranked in the top 10 at the weight class.
I'm surprised he still wants to fight after those 2 fights he just had, man.
Shout out to my dog Ben. He said
I wonder if he's gonna be the same person. Those fights are rough.
Nah, better be the dog, bro.
Yeah. So I guess Benavidez have to fight Colin Smith because he the highest ranked at the weight. I guess after that point.
Damn, Benavidez Duval's a good fight. Though. I don't even know who wins that fight. That seems very complicated.
Yeah, I know who win that trilogy though.
Duval, right?
Duval, yeah. I just don't see what more adjustments that Benavidez can make in the third from the second one.
You know what's crazy? Benavidez was like the head of the Russian national team, and Bivol was like part of that team, right? So it's sort of like he ended up overcoming like pretty much his greatest adversary, I would say.
Yeah, Benavidez is a dog, though.
Benavidez was
I just thought Bivol like edged him in the fights. Not like he whooped his ass or nothing like that. I just thought he edged him. And I feel like the rhythm, bro, rhythm and IQ. He's really a smart dude. He showed me from the first fight to the second fight, he knew exactly what adjustment to make the difference. And I think when he decided to punching in combination, he was catching dude. Oh, that's why I thought he beat him the first time. Damn, I forgot I meant to watch that fight again, the first one. Just to see if I'm bugging again. Like, I thought the combination punching was brilliant. For him to deal with a power guy like that was impressive as shit, man. And he a rhythm guy, man. Once he get in the rhythm, good luck. Good luck, Beaver.
But he was very smart, just like he literally
smart ass fighter.
He won the first couple of rounds,
yeah,
and then he stopped doing the pendulum step and let like Vittoriano get off him like in the middle rounds, right?
Yeah.
And like it literally looked like he was about to get knocked out. I was like, Wow, he get hurt out there, but like,
I knew it. Like he just.
And then at the end, he left all the energy. He left.
He did. His punches wasn't having the effect that I be seeing him on everybody else. That's what I was paying attention to. Like I've seen Beterbiev hit people and they looking like, yo, what was that? Yo, did he just hit? Like Joe Smith looked like how it be in the cartoons. Like, where did he go? Like, bro, what? Like he was looking like, bro, what? Like he was still processing it as the fight was being slapped. Like, yo, did he just punch me in my shit? Like, yeah, he did. Yo, he did. He did.
Yeah, Joe Smith quit at the end. He was like, I'm good. He said, I'm good.
Oh, you see exactly how Beterbiev can win. Don't get me wrong, bro. I want to be clear too. Like they gave him the first one, right? So I ain't gonna make it seem like it ain't no way he can win, right? But I think Beaver was able to make the better adjustments, and I do think a big element to the fight too, though. Just think, all his fights are what? Usually knockouts. Now you have a guy that's taking that element off the table with the way he boxes and the way he approaches the fight. So now you essentially are invited into his world, and now it has to be a chess match full time. And I think he's a slightly better chess player. I do. That's what I think. Once removing that element from the fight, just kind of taking that knockout, and that could always happen, but I think most people feel like that after seeing 24 rounds. I don't really see how you get him out of there. Like, Beaver is just not a stupid fighter. He's just not. And you're going to have to get something crazy. And he's very consistent from fight to fight. That's what people don't get. You might not love the way he fight, but look at the performances from fight to fight. He's very consistent. It's just hard to do that. Beterbiev is the same caliber of fighter. So they're always going to be like grasping straws. That fight going to always be close because of the styles.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's really about adjustment. Bivol's pendulum step is just insane. Like I remember, like
he with his pendulum though in the fight though. And I thought that was smart on his behalf because had he did that, I think if he did that, it would have been far easier for him to time them. Because to just point about the whole Russian thing, that's a style that he's seen God knows how many times in the amateur. So I thought it was actually smart that Bivol didn't. Look to set up some type of rhythm, because then that would have got him time, man. Like that rhythm step, that should have get you knocked out. Ask Manny Pacquiao. Once a guy catch on,
I think his is a little bit different though. right? I think Beaver was smarter with his movement and rhythm
Yeah,
than a
Beaver was
But
Pacquiao.
he
smart. He didn't
wasn't
do
bouncing on the
little
setup
runs.
though, and I think that was
Like
smart.
Pacquiao, like that shit is dangerous, and like he I think he got away with it that long because he was fast and athletic, right?
Yeah, he was
Jumping in
Pacquiao was
there
fast
like
on
that.
his feet.
Like he was playing with fire, messing with Marquez. You done fought this dude all them times.
And
he
he
gonna
actually
jump in
set
and
Marquez
pound
up like that
man.
in the second round. The same way he got clipped when he got knocked out.
Yeah.
Earlier in that fight, he set him up like that. Like bounce, 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 got in his rhythm.
Yeah.
Then he threw the shot.
True.
Then
when Marquez knocked him out
later in the fight.
It took me a while to forgive myself for that one, bro. Because after seeing it 3 times, like I ain't gonna lie, I don't know if I was a little hater of Manny early on, like a lot early, because that wasn't super early, but you know, that was a good point. I wasn't rooting for him in them fights, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. I was rooting for Marquez, and just seeing how they was going, I automatically assumed that it was gonna be another close fight. Arguably, that you could say that Marquez won, but they was gonna give it to Pacquiao. That was my thoughts. So in my mind. And that's when I was not as much as the boxing fan that I am now, because I would have never even thought like that, to still not watch it. But it was just something about Pacquiao. I was like, I just don't see no way they're giving this to Marquez. I don't care. Man, that's the first thing I'll check for in the morning. You know how your phone load up ESPN. I think that's ESPN days where he was able to just load that up. And I seen this man sleep on his face. And I'm like, you mean to tell me I missed this in real time? I was like, bro, what? Bad day to miss a fight, bro. That man was asleep. I'm like, I really missed this. I started seeing all the memes. I'm like, wow, man. I just thought he wasn't going to win.
When Pacquiao was really nice, he could throw punches at any goddamn angle. And it'd be like 10 piece combos, like in the weirdest angles, you know, like we're not supposed to throw punches. He just be throwing them, man.
Yeah, little Mighty Mouse. I call Mighty Mouse power.
That shit caught up with him though.
Shout out to my brother Mike Kirk. Said funny but true. Better be did put on Joe Smith, but respected Joe. He didn't go out like Brian Norman's opponent. Nah, facts. B. Norman made his opponent quit. He beat the fight out of Santillan and then made the second guy that people say he was going to lose against and not make it to the Boots fight. And he made that man quit in the corner. Shout out to B. Norman, bro.
Yeah,
2 fights in a row. I'm rocking with my guy when people was truly betting against him. Now I ain't gonna lie, because I'm genuine. One fight that I thought wasn't potentially gonna go his way, and I was basing it off of the rough performance I think he had right before that. That was Quentin Randall, and there was a reason for that. It's not a fight that I didn't think he could win. I know for a fact what I kept hearing about Quentin Randall, and I'm having somebody randomly call people and ask them about Quentin Randall, and the first thing that people kept saying about him consistently across the board, I'm really listening to people just get their takes, and the first thing they start talking about is IQ and how smart he is, and then the jab this, and there's shit that I already know about him myself. I'm like, if he catching Brian, my thoughts is if he catching Brian Norman not looking his best, then he gonna have issues with this kind of fighter. You know what I'm saying? That's disciplined, that make a lot of the right moves, don't overexert himself, right? But now that I know what I know about Quentin Randall, if I'd have knew that, I'd have knew he probably wasn't going to look too good in the fight either. But he don't want to make no excuses, so B. Norman pulled that off, but that wasn't me like doubting him per se. I just thought that was a guy he was going to run into. It was going to be a little boxing match, nip and tuck. I thought he was going to pull it out, but nah. After that, I was like, okay, I ain't betting against him again. And then I seen the way people counted him out against Santillan was crazy. It was like, bro, it was like, yo, he don't got a shot. He gonna get stopped. This dude, a real fighter. He ain't fighting this. He was looking like crap. He got dropped in this fight. I was like, I'm going down with this ship. I think he can have a breakout performance. And then boom, he beat the fight out this kid, then turn around. And I said same thing. I think this could be another breakout type performance where people gonna be talking about it. And there you go. Made the dude quit. So I liked it, man. Shout out to Mike Kirkland. But yeah, man, Better Beef had Joe Smith like in La La Land, bro. He did not know what the hell hit him for a while. I would love to talk to him, no funny stuff, just to ask him to describe the moment when he got hit. Like, I'm telling, because fighters be pretty cool with that kind of shit after it's over. Like, they'll tell you, they keep it a stack, man. I know
he did an interview with somebody, Just, and he said that he ain't even failed a shot. He said all he knew is that his legs just went from under him. He said he just couldn't feel his head. He said he ain't even failed a shot.
That man power disrespectful, bro.
You made a fantastic point about Bivol's the timing of his punches, like when he chose to let his hands go.
Shout out to my homie because he was the one that he let me know. So yeah,
if you look at a lot of the guys that he stopped, man, he caught him with counter shots.
Mm-hmm.
Like Joe Smith, that was a counter shot. Anthony Yard, he walked him into a shot. He counted over the top of what's his name's lead hand? What's my man's name?
Norman
from
tell me
England.
the joke gonna be on people in a minute. Watch.
Callum Smith.
You them out, you letting them get experience, you letting them get better, and you letting them get more confident. And I'm telling you, I'm hearing it a little bit. I'm hearing the shift now. I swear I am with him and Boots. I'm hearing it now. People starting to make the right shift. They don't think it's a wash no more like they were saying before. They think it's a more competitive fight, and so do I. And I've been thought like that. Trying to tell you, B. Norman, we don't give guys a chance to go through the growing pains. We think every night's supposed to be the best night they ever had. It don't go like that. Some dudes gonna have rough performances. It's gonna look shaky. They might get dropped. You might get cut. You might not look good. It might be a clash of heads in a no contest. That shit happen, but we don't allow guys to like grow through their moments, right? Everything got to be the best performance ever or you ain't shit. And that's just not how it go. And that's how they was treating Norman, man. He ain't really that, man. I don't know. I ain't impressed. I was hearing it. I was like, oh, he ain't really what I thought he was. And I'm like, I think he's just growing in front of you and you seeing him,
Hey, salute, guys. I got to drop, right?
You already know. Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you guys, man.
Good.
You all right, big dog. Floss Sports.
Mm-hmm. Give Norman another couple more fights and he beats anyone at 47. Listen, he got an opportunity now. You better not keep letting him grow. The more he grow, I think the more dangerous he can get.
Yo.
What's good with it, bro? Still got
I know y'all ain't gonna be here too much long. I just wanted to go ahead and pull up because Aunt McQueen should be famous. But anyway, outside of that,
right?
Outside of that, the end of the year is when TKO is gonna start their shit.
Right.
There's no one telling you this right now, but I'm telling you, at the end of the year, that's when they gonna start they fights at the end of the year.
Right.
You know how I know, because they did officially sign him, but according to them, they signing a lot of people. And when you look at how the money is changing, as y'all was putting it earlier, the faucet getting cut off. Well, he has a roster now,
right,
of people who, like beforehand, you couldn't say Bud is signed to him or this guy is signed to him. Now you can say guys are signed to him,
right,
and they've got quite a few signees. Here in Houston, I know they signed about 2 or 3 people. So and that's just here. So I'm sure they have an extensive roster that they're developing. But they said by the end of the 4th quarter, they're going to start kicking off their fights. Just thought I'd throw that information out there, if it means anything to anybody. But
right,
yeah, so you'll see probably TKO cards around November. Yeah,
man. But see, that makes sense. Dad's moves, man. Behind the hands is a boxing purist, bro. Like that, he's an advocate for the fighters that people don't know. And if I'm not speaking on it wrong, I don't think he cared too much about the big name fighters, bro. He wants you to know about the guys that you don't know about. Like he want to make you aware of guys like Ephraim Bowie, because that's the way I know him because of him. It's just quite a few fighters that he made me aware
I was pushing the Andreas Katsirakises and the Ephraim Bowies
now
before.
People are legit picking him to beat other guys now. I'm hearing this. This is a guy he made me aware of. So that's what his channel represent, bro. You got to think. The promotion we give these guys, he made a great point. The promotion we give these guys, they really don't need it. The ones the fighters that he be speaking of, the ones that be on his channel, like the guy that you showed me behind the hands, and I forgot to really comment on that. The video with the youngin that you sent.
Wayne Lawrence. Wayne Lawrence.
Yes, him. I remember that. So that's what I was trying to figure out when I was watching the video, but you cleared it up. So I was looking at the right one, and he actually did win. So he ended up still being nice. A lot of those like kid stars, you know,
Wayne Lawrence was at 6 years old on ESPN for his ability of being uberly skilled in boxing, and then he a year later is on the Ellen DeGeneres show for his skills, and I think they were putting so much on him. And shout out to Ohio Runs Boxing, because he know everything moving in Ohio. He was lacing me that, hey, you know, this guy was being bombarded with so much fame and popularity that they had to step back a little bit, and you know, kind of slowed him down a little bit. But you know, I see that they back out there again, you know. So, you know, they actually just had a fight out here in Houston. So I really was looking forward to seeing him in action. So, you know, I got an opportunity to see him. Even, you know, dabbed him up after his fight, you know. But my whole thing is it's way more to the game than the 1% that everybody is so enamored by. Because if you really love boxing, that 1% don't make you know, never mind, you know. But if you just a boxer fan, all you gonna talk about is your favorite fighter. So, you know what I'm saying? If you love the sport, you know, and you love the science, and you like watching guys climb to that level, you know, man, you know, I'm with you, you know what I'm saying? But all that constantly, you know, being enamored with these guys who don't care if you exist or not, it's almost a waste, because I sat there and watched the fights Friday in Houston with Ephraim Bowie. You know what I'm saying? Tell me the last time you and Tank sat around and watched a fight and talked about it, then turned around and seen your guy fight on TV. Yeah, that don't happen. You know, I get a chance to hear from these guys directly and see what their opinion is on different things and see where they are in their own mind. And I know that my commentary or my support for my channel does something for them every time I do it. And they know it. And they appreciate it, and they're more candid and open about their climb. You know, that's why I'm so privy to the TKO stuff. And I just put it out there. You know what I'm saying? Marquise Taylor is a TKO fighter. So you know what I'm saying? Shout out to him for getting off the snide and not having somebody slow down his career because nobody want to fight him. Now I'm not cheerleading for the turkeys and nothing like that, but I am a advocate for the underdog that ain't getting no love. So you know what I'm saying?
Right. Like, you gotta respect somebody that because that's boxing from the ground up right there. And that's letting you know that you're not chasing the headline, the popular guy, the clicks, the views. You chasing boxing. And for the ones that say they big boxing fans, you gotta be able to rock with that. Like, he shed the light on people that otherwise wouldn't get a light shed on them. There ain't nothing more pure about boxing than that. I'm just being real with you. Like, and it take a real one to do it, and it shows the level of boxing that you really on. Like, how much you care about it.
I had just not too long ago, I got a phone call from the management of this heavyweight who made his debut Friday here in Houston, named Glenn Williams. He got a bullshit stoppage from a guy who wasn't trying to do nothing. But, you know, it's a heavyweight that works with the Olympian Josh Edwards. You know what I'm saying? He spars with him, and he made his debut. And a lot of his relatives missed his fight. And he hit me up and was like, man, you don't understand how much I appreciate that video, man. I was able to put that in my mama's hands so my mama could see me fight. That right there is enough. That video could have had 2 views, me and his mama, and that was cool because it got to the right person. You know what I'm saying? His family got a chance to see his debut in his career, you know, and that meant a lot to him. And for him to pick up the phone and have his people hit me up and say, hey, man, thank you. We needed that. Hey, man, that's enough for me to keep going and doing what I'm doing, because it don't need to be a million views on it. It just needs to be the right people to see it. You know what I'm saying?
Because you're doing it for a certain purpose. Like, the views and all that stuff is actually come with it, and it's cool. But still, the very core of what you're doing is for the right people to see this shit, and then let people know you appreciate what they got going on.
Absolutely.
It's tougher to do, and then you can get somebody to reach out and appreciate what you're doing. As I done seen people make documentaries, great videos for these more popular guys, and they won't even acknowledge the shit.
Speaking of documentaries, they had a company out there in Florida reach out to me. They just put a documentary together for female fighters called Fight Like a Girl.
They pros, Ali Gifted. They pros.
Yeah, everybody is pros, you know what I'm
No, I'm
saying?
talking about he was talking about the Grandy twins.
Oh, no, they definitely pros. And they out here in Houston too, by the way. They be at these fights too.
Mr. Empire. It's just, I think it's a more competitive fight than how people talked about it, right? They just made it seem like Boots gonna go in there and just walk through him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's not respecting Brian Norman. And I do think he is naturally heavy-handed. Yo, the way he was cracking Buddy, bro. Man, yo, I don't give a damn who you is. That he can punch. That dude can crack, and he getting better. I think that's just what I'm seeing.
That's cracking his whole career.
Some shots, he made an adjustment, cleaned that shit up, and got his man out of there fast.
They were trying to say
do too much.
They were trying to say at the beginning of his career that he was fighting people that wasn't worth it. A lot of people didn't see his earlier career, but by the time he was 21, dude had like 22 fights and 20 knockouts. So, you know, those wasn't accidental as we finding out now. You know what I'm saying? Those, you know, he just liked that.
And they really be working. I like his mental. I like how he answered questions and do interviews, bro. He a confident dude, well-spoken, man. He know what he want out of this shit, bro. I like Brian Norman. I like rooting for him. But so Boots, for me, overall, like just because I've seen it the longest from him, like I still got him as the guy to absolutely beat. But Brian Norman is right there to me. Like I just don't feel like you can guarantee him losing to anybody now. Like, I think it's a little time to stop counting him out. And I ain't saying he can't come and just lose the Boots, but I think it's fair to say, stop counting out Brian Norman, bro.
That's a competitive fight.
You get me? Dude work hard, and that's what people, we don't measure that. We only measure how we thought a couple fights look. We don't give a guy the opportunity for growth. If we don't see it all in the night, you're like, nah, he ain't it. He could become it. And that's what people was like, they just wasn't giving that a chance. Like, nah, man, I seen him already. He looked like this. I'm like, man, you just gotta give people a chance to grow, man.
Man, just, you know, I gotta say it. As far as the way I cover boxing, those who watch my channel will know Brian Norman was one of those guys early, before there was a conversation about him being who he is. You know, I seen the work that he was putting in back then. And if you following these guys on they come up, it's harder for you to doubt them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you. And you know what I learned? That's what's going on, bro. People are not following the come up. They're catching on late, and they're going off of limited information. I'm knowing this. This is not nothing I think. I'm knowing this now. I get it. That's why you'll see a fighter do something for so long. Y'all still sit there and quite because you just don't know for how long that these guys been putting on the way they've been putting on. I think if you really pay attention to these dudes' come ups, and you'll have a more respect for where they at now.
That man was sparring Tank at 15 years old, man. You know what I'm saying? When do we give people their props, you know?
The fact that he even was willing to go in there and do it. Go in there against Boots, they told you. He told you what it was. What he said? He got tired.
He said I wasn't used to fighting 4-minute rounds.
Right. And then proceeded to go back and get
and then came back. Yep.
And then, you know, I know some people that was there, you know, and he like, yo, those are the sparring session that they say people talk about the most is the very first one. And that's just me talking about what's out there. I rock with both fighters. So I'm not a dog like that to try to
and then his work he had with Bud. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
that too. Top-notch work, bro. Top-notch work. So I don't know, man. And then you can't be scary if you go into a person's backyard to get to smoke with them. Like you could kill all that shit. But all of a sudden, when it's time to fight him, he's scared. That's what people think. Framing both fighters around the same time as ducks is crazy how boxing works. I can't wait till the day we get to a point where people will understand that it's so much more than talking about ducking. That shit is premature as hell.
Shout out to Erickson Garcia. He signed a TKO too.
Oh yeah, shout out to him. It's also on point.
What he looking like, man? I might have to add him to my list.
You know, when he's focused, he's a dangerous guy. I'll say that.
I'm going to add him to my list. I got a list that I got on here.
It's not Erickson. It's not Erickson. It's Erid. ERID. Erickson Garcia. You know, he a pretty dangerous dude. You know, he a Dominican kid. He don't speak no English, but he speak them hands pretty well. You know what I'm saying? Every time me and him see each other, we have a whole conversation without words.
Yep, smart people never stop learning. I'm just all about big enough.
Oh, I've seen him before, Mo City.
Yeah, he the one got stopped on Pro Box.
Nah, but I seen him. He beat what's my man's name? William Foster.
Yeah.
On the Shakur Autumn undercard.
Signed to a company that will go nowhere. Who signed to a company that go nowhere? You don't know. See, like that, I think you speaking from a totally different place, man.
Yeah. That's not a good place. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of turkey scrutiny for this reason or that reason, especially with the situation with Shakur. But I will tell you this: for guys that I know that don't get fights, and him giving them a platform to fight on a consistent basis, I'm rocking with that. You know what I'm saying?
We don't care about that. We like, nah, but they ain't have this fighter and that fighter over there. And
I don't care.
that you telling them to go to ain't got nothing on the table for them. We got to start waking up. Dudes need opportunities. Fighters don't get paid.
I sit in rooms with these guys and sit there and watch them pissed off because they got another guy pulled out on them, or they can't get this fight, or they can't get that fight. And if you telling me they got a platform where they'll have a fight guaranteed,
who just had
can't
a
be
fight
mad
pull
at
out on him? Keith Cologne. Keith Cologne just was about to have a fight and didn't have his fight didn't come to fruition.
Come on, man.
What do you think? And
these guys
see how many
retired.
opponents is pulling out on this kid. Like, I mean, people changing their mind and saying, nah, this
Shout
shit
out to-
already is something like that he going through.
Shout out to my homie Ray. I watched Ray in one physical year have 5 different people pull out on him.
Crazy, bro.
You talking about some people who ain't getting no action, man, versus getting some type of action, man, it's worth it.
That's how you got to look at it. I know we very critical of like people taking certain opportunities, but you got to ask yourself, what choice do these guys have if they got dreams of being a fighter? Is they supposed to quit? That's why you got guys that's in the TCL. That shit birthed the TCL. Situations like what we talking about is birthed something like the TCL, bro.
Absolutely.
And it took a quick second to grow on me because I swear I was like, oh man, I remember my initial thoughts, bro. I was like, man, they bullshitting with boxing, bro. I said they done turned boxing into some tag team shit. I said, what is this? Now I remember my exact thoughts, and that was just me being super critical because it was something different that I wasn't used to. Man, I sat there one day and I forgot what it was. Somebody was streaming it on their YouTube, the TCL, because it wasn't giving them no copy, no issues. And I went and turned to it, and they had me watching all these rounds, and from there, that shit had me liking it. I'm like, nah.
I got a biased approach about it. You know, Dewey Cooper, the president of the TCL, looked out for me and made me somewhat a part of it, and allowed me to come in there and be at every Houston TCL fight. You know what I'm saying? Ringside on the apron for every time that they opened up the doors. You know, I mean, and for me to sit there and watch guys that I know, shout out to Devontae Williams fighting the Mongoose Jr., you know what I'm saying? You know, I got an opportunity to see some real unique matchups left and right too. I mean, every round there's a different type of matchup. And it's worth it.
It grew on me, bro. It really grew on me.
I mean, when I watch Rashidi Ellis in there at middleweight stopping guys, it's worth watching.
What's that? What you say, Brian's man? They won't even acknowledge the what? What's you talking about? He's basically talking about having meetings with other promotional companies. I mean, yeah, these dudes got to make a living, bro. Everybody opportunities not the same. Like you got, who was it just recently? O'Shea Jones is a whole goddamn champion, bro. Undefeated and everything, talking about leaving the game. I'm seeing this shit more regularly. If you pay attention and you catch Instagram enough, man, you be seeing that people be tired of this shit. People not getting opportunities, not getting fights. Some people just want to be great at what it is that they do and that they know they're good at.
Come on, Josh. You know a year ago, Marquise Taylor was talking about quitting his damn self.
Come on, man. He was talking about it too. And he's snatching O's. Then go look at his resume. Go look at it. He beating people.
And was talking about hanging it up because he couldn't get a chance to do nothing.
Come on, man. He ain't no fucking excuse why he ain't getting an opportunity. I don't want to hear it.
One of the brothers had mentioned Albert Bell earlier, man, in the chat. Albert Bell is like MIA. We've been hearing about his talent for God knows how long.
Yeah, it's a crime like that. We don't see him more. That dude can fight. And you got a Marquise Taylor talking about fighting in multiple weight classes. That's how hungry he is.
He didn't care. Man said it in my interview. I don't care anybody from 54 to 60 if they want to smoke, we could do it. Man said that, and they refused to fight him.
Yeah, upset and snatching. Oh, who was the last? Oh, he had snatched. Who was that? Yoenis. I mean,
Yoenis Gomez, who just knew that he had a duck on the line. He thought he had something easy.
Yeah, I was telling somebody on the earlier panel this very fact. Like the one thing that they're going to be able to offer is a guaranteed pay rate for people who have not been getting paid, who oftentimes have to pay for their own fight. It's going to be a breath of refreshing air to those people.
And see what you're saying, Thomas, is exactly what the TCL opened the door for. You're talking about guys getting paid $2,000 a round is phenomenal. To say that they wasn't making any money before that.
Shout out to Kello. I like Michael Fox.
He in the TCL too. Shout out to him.
Yeah. Shout out to Michael Fox. He said he got a shot at Boychuk coming up. I didn't know that. Shout out to you, Kello. I didn't catch that, bro. Appreciate you. I didn't catch that. But I like somebody go because you get the opportunity, but I just want to see how active he been. I hope you just get to be a little, you know what I mean? Sometimes they get because they know guys like that need opportunities and he ain't ducking shit. Like he one of them. Like Marquise Taylor, bro, a rare breed, but he one of them fighters that'll fall through the cracks because it ain't the name that you used to hearing every day. You get what I'm saying? That shit could become annoying, but in reality, the shit we argue about and the way we be wanting a lot of these fighters to think and move, that's exactly what he doing. It's exactly what he doing. Ain't bitching, not being a diva. He wants smoke, and he not just on the internet talking. It's legit. And then you pay attention to the track record. See how many of them O's he done snatched up and see why they calling him the O snatcher. You gotta rock with him. Gotta rock with the come up. That's why I say, man, when I realized what Mo City Channel was about, Behind the Hands TV was about, bro, you gotta be able to appreciate that shit. That shit is for boxing, and there's no way you could not like it if you like boxing. There's no other way around it. I don't care what you talking about. And it goes to show you that I get it. It's hard to watch a bunch of people where you don't know nobody, but take my word from it, man. I guarantee you'll find more than a handful of fighters that you could rock with that you didn't know shit about.
Man, I sent it to you, but go look at the roster of the Philadelphia Smoke, the TCL team. Go look at the roster and tell me that there's not a problem in boxing of guys being active. Man, look at the roster. If anybody got time, go look at that roster and tell me all of those names. They got big names throughout their entire roster of guys who are willing to go to the TCL just simply because they can't get fights.
That's dope, Kello. Shout out to Mill City, but that's dope, man. Michael Fox getting an opportunity. He another one because he get a raw deal, so you just be glad to see him get the opportunity. You know he's gonna fight, he's gonna go out there and try to win, and that's why I say, man, people ain't scared. Nobody ain't running around here scared, man. Dudes do want to get paid, though. I ain't gonna lie, this is a different era. Guys know the money is there, and they want to be paid accordingly, and you can't be mad at them. Can't be mad at them, but dude, don't want to pay a real fighter real money, but you'll pay a damn UFC fighter millions of dollars to get smoked by a damn world champion boxer, though. Shut up. Oh, I'm done with him, man. Go keep your ass over across the way, man. Man. Now the Benavidez and Beagle shit was the last straw, bro. You bogus, man. You don't want these fights. You want what you want. You want to talk about fighting in Alcatraz, then wonder why they pulled the plug. Somebody listen to that interview too. I'm convinced, bro. I'm putting that out. I'm spreading the rumor. Word got back to the Saudi government. This dude talking about fighting in Alcatraz, fighting in a mountain and in a Coliseum. He was naming all types of wild shit. I'm like, yeah. He's just
fighting on a mountain and on an island and on a helicopter and all kinds of shit.
Looking at boxing. What's next? Like, you might as well shoot for a whole different planet. Go for outer space, bro. The moon while you at it. Like, at this point, like, bro, like, Alcatraz is wild. There's no way you're going to convince me that that's a great idea. The history alone that's probably there. Like, who the hell you going to have to pay real money for somebody to even want to perform there, let alone where the crowd going to be at, bro? Think about what he sit up and talk about. And that's the guy that y'all got that letting him control the money. And then y'all surprised when it's no more of it. Man, I'm not. Now that I'm sitting here, and I might be all wrong. I'm willing to say that. But now I'm just sitting here thinking about this shit. Man, hell nah. They heard the same shit I heard. And it was like, bro, pull the plug. This guy, he just
I honestly feel like he did everything that he was doing in the faith of the government to build up interest in being in Saudi, but I'm sure they had a exact dollar amount that they were willing to go to, and then that was gonna be it. because if he has a promotional company, they are definitely about to switch gears with where their money's going. Period.
Exactly. And I'm like, bro, why we acting like we surprised, but we gonna skip out on all of this shit that's going on that might be influencing some shit to change, the structure to change, and we just gonna blame fighters now. I'm like, I'm tired of this, man. I'm tired of it, man. So Turkey, at the end of the day, my last comment on that guy, if you ain't trying to put them fights together, bro, just shut up. Stay over there in Saudi Arabia and do whatever the hell it is that you're doing. And I don't care. I don't want to hear it. You too arrogant. You coming off, you be talking crazy, you be trying to speak all deep. I hate people that do that. Just talk regular, bro. A man with no enemies is a man with no value. Shut up, bro. Is you talking to Shakur or not? Like, bro, I don't want to play with you. I don't want to play. I don't want to play figure it out, read between like, bro, is you talking to Youngin because he done peeled the lyric back on you or what, bro? I don't want to hear nothing else. Talk about a man without.
I know he's not here right now, but he said something earlier. He was like, man, you should just take that money and go fight Zepeda. Well, listen, bro. That's stupid. You know why that's stupid? Because that makes it a bonehead decision to have left Top Rank. If they paying him $3 million a fight and you're gonna go over there for short money, that was stupid.
Yeah, it's very stupid. Very stupid, especially after he been told something. You just go for anything. So don't be mad he ain't go for anything. Because wouldn't that be kissing the ring if he just went over there and took that money? Right?
Yep.
Y'all know what y'all want. I said it. I know it. When somebody stands for something, you still can't even see that because you're too busy trying to find a way to make it a negative, or he made the wrong decision and he did this. Up, man. Support the fighters. Let them live. Stop. I hate fight fans that act like they know what's best for the fighters. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. You act like you know what moves they should be making from home. It's just it's foolish.
I was just talking to them people over there at his home, like literally 20 minutes ago, and they said that the man was told 5 a fight. That's what he was told.
Shout out to Lance. That's dope.
He was told 5 a fight, and now they going back on that.
Right. And then you'll have people that saying, nah, he was still promised this, but he's lying about it, and he's not
lying about it.
Money. And I'm like, nah. And I'm telling you, the story is always gonna be with him. People are gonna try to convince you that he is not worth money, that he's been getting paid consistently. That's gonna be I'm telling you now. Remember, I said it. It's coming. Like as soon as it's coming. You probably see it before you log out of YouTube for the day. They're gonna tell you what he should be getting. I can bet you money. They're gonna sit up here and tell you what he overpricing himself, he overvaluing himself, but they ain't gonna be able to explain why the hell he want to get paid what he been getting paid, and that's not crazy to me, especially
by him taking anything less than what was offered to him at Top Rank is burning a bridge.
Right, and I think that's what it was. Kello sound like they had some type of verbal agreement, nothing in ink. But I could understand why it wouldn't be in ink though, if you to a degree, because he ain't signed to him. I just wish I could understand more of what was going on and why people treating it like it's his promoter that he's exposing. It's the guy that y'all said had the wallet for days, that the unlimited wallet and supply money. That guy, that's the guy.
Well, see, it's deeper than a promoter that he signed to, though, bro. Right. It's deeper than that because it's not necessarily he signed to a promotional company. That's not the way at that level a guy like that is doing business. He signed for fights. See, people miss that. Fights.
Right.
So after you do so, just the same way Canelo was moving, the same way Bud is moving, it's signed for fights. Period. That's it.
So
I think people don't know that.
First bid. I hear that, but I think he already said though, if it does, like whatever money comes from the purse bid, he cool with it. I think people be panicking, yo. I've seen this too many times. I feel like if he had a loss attached to him, then maybe it'd be a reason to panic, you know, with with the treatment. But people got a lot of creative thought processes of how the next, couple fights gonna play out for him. I'm just not sure I could predict that. I don't know. I tell you what, he gonna beat people and they gonna complain. Don't matter who it is at this point. Better not man. But I just say, long as he get the fight, don't let that fight go by the wayside. If there's anything you could do to secure it, secure it. But I ain't saying take less than your worth though. For pockets full, right here to you.
Y'all smash that like button, man. I got one last video to get to. Cause this I don't know, for some reason this Jay Prince video pissed some people off. I don't know why they be pissed off when he speak. Like he not supposed to represent Shakur. I guess when he get up here, he's supposed to push the same narratives that y'all hear across YouTube. And then when he don't do it, they get mad at him. Like he's supposed to say something crazy. So let's hear what he said that people thought was so crazy, man. Because I'm pretty sure it's not even that deep. But we gonna get to it though. But man, as long as he gets it paid in there, that's the only thing that mattered. But last video before we get out of there, shout out to everybody rocking out. Appreciate everybody that was back at Cigarettes and Carpet. This is to this, man.
Oh man, we looking forward to fighting this year. The date hasn't been solidified yet, but you know, we hoping sometime this summer with Zepeda, if possible.
Yeah, you know, what's your confidence level with Zepeda and Golden Boy and William going through with the fight?
I mean, if everybody honor the word that has already been put out there, then it shouldn't be a problem. And you know, I take a man at his word until he show me something different.
And see, right then and there, you hear exactly what he's saying. If what they put out there is exactly what's going on, sound like we should have a fight, pretty much. Take a man at his word. Now it seems like, from what Core say, you can't take Turk at his word. So who gives a damn? Let him stay over there and make whatever fights he got. Let him go make fights in Alcatraz or whatever else little funny shit he want to do, and make Eddie Hearn do his job, bro.
So we just waiting on the honor of the word all the way around.
From this point to getting to the summer, do you foresee it being a fairly easy fight to go and get over the line?
You stupid.
No, I don't think it would be easy. I think
My bad, y'all.
Zepeda, you know, he's a good fighter. You know, this guy throw punches nonstop, so there's nothing easy about it. But at the end of the day, I know Shakur gonna be victorious.
No, I meant in making the fight.
Yeah, well, you know, that's once again.
Jay went to breaking it down.
The things that we already agreed on.
You know, in terms of Shakur, after the performance that he had with Josh Padley, what was your take on it? How did you see him, and what did you make of how he fought against an opponent that was given to him on 3-4 days notice?
Yeah, no, I think he done great. I think Shakur, you know, showed that he can stop these guys when, you know, they fight back and they open up, and I was proud of what I saw.
How crazy was finding the opponent and then the fallout with Schofield? Like, how was that whole situation?
You know, that whole situation was a clown show on them Schofield people's side. You know what I mean?
Called them Schofield people.
With all types of reasons and excuses prior to the fight.
Schofield people was
kind of
crazy.
let us know they wasn't fighting, but I didn't want to believe it. You know what I mean? So, you know, it was like a scary situation because they could have ruined our whole fight day by that move that they pulled. But you know, thanks to Eddie Hearns, he was able to pull a rabbit out the hat and keep us on that card.
And shout out to Josh Padley for being an ultimate professional and being able to make that check weight that Jadier Herrera guy that people kept asking about seeing wasn't able to. Why he picked that guy? Of course he didn't pick the guy with power. And then I asked, somebody was up there advocating for Herrera, and I'm like, yo, respectfully, can you name anybody he fought? 2 people? Better yet, the person he fought last, can you name him? No? And I'm like, but why again do you want to see this fight? Because you look at his record, some casual shit, and you see he got knockouts. You're like, yeah, that'll be a dangerous fight. Yeah, whatever, man. That dude, he got work to do. Let's see 2-3 years where he be at, and I'm not knocking him because he look like he got talent. He look like he can keep getting better.
I don't think it was I don't think it's the record of the knockouts. I think it's just the fact that he was just talking.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. Whenever they hear somebody get bold, it's like he got to entertain them, and even when he do entertain them, they complain about it. I promise you that, and that's why I say this is never a defense of a fighter. This is just exposing people for shitting on guys. Like, it's not about what y'all be saying it's about. It's not about who we fighting, how the fights be looking. That shit don't be about that stuff, man. I'm telling you. Y'all Buzz giving them bad advice. Y'all done watch so much stuff. I'm hearing people saying how much people in his pockets. How do y'all know?
How do y'all know? Like, why is this the only fight?
Hey man, hey, if people in my pockets and I can buy my mama a house in Houston, myself a house in Houston, and my grandpa a house in Houston, I want people in my pockets.
You get me? Like, yo, what we be talking about? That's why they listen. That's why I'm like, man, I don't know. I can't see it like that, bro. It's tough. It's tough, man. Shout out to my dog Akello, man. Vibe on New Beat.
Yeah, I knew his situation wasn't what it was when I heard Timothy Bradley on Boxing Gems one night. He was having a candid conversation over there, and he was saying you'd be surprised at what Shakur is making over that top rank. Several million in a fight.
So it's like, you know what I mean? How you gonna knock him? Why could you knock him? I hope
it's just the rhetoric that's being spewed. You know, he's boring, he don't sell this, that, and the third. And then you look at the Nielsen ratings, and he had the highest rating
top rank had in years.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. My bad, y'all. Let me counter that.
TV.
That's free TV. That's free TV.
Well, you know how many people fight on free TV for him to lead the pack? That's crazy.
Hey, yo, it's crazy. More people fight on free TV than people fight on pay-per-view. Make sense.
Come on, man.
And I keep saying it. If he don't sell shit, then what do the rest of the lightweights do? Oh, you probably don't even know because you do no homework, just like you don't do on him. Is if you did, you wouldn't keep saying that. That's not the truth. I forgot where I first heard that at a couple years back, where it made me like really go do the homework. And I was disgusted. I promise you I was. When I seen what I seen, I'm like, all right, now, I ain't saying no pay-per-view star, but y'all, when you say somebody doesn't sell, that means people don't come to watch them. I seen them fight 3 times, and each time it seemed crazier. The last time seemed the wildest. It seemed like they was like a standing fucking ovation. I was like, that they going crazy. Like this shit was like, and I remember, you know, you don't forget them fight experiences. That one was a little wild. I'm tired. Never forget that. That shit was wild. Standing ovation. You don't do that for people you don't like. There's no way you could pretend to rock with somebody to the point where everybody up like that. I couldn't sit down and watch him come out. I wouldn't have seen shit. I'm telling you, oh man, them people show up for their guy, man. So
his viewership was revealed when they did that petition during the whole Devin Haney debacle.
Right.
And I was surprised too, because I'm like, I've been hearing this dude was boring as hell. He run, don't nobody watch him fight, yada yada yada. Then when I seen his viewership, I was like, who don't watch him?
Yeah, I'm like, that's a narrative, but they'll justify the numbers by it being free TV, which is the foolish argument. Like, what are you exactly trying to say? Is it people don't watch him, or only people watch him because he on free TV? Because they're not the same thing. Which one is it? And that's why I tell you the narratives don't hold up. That's why I say I have no problem coming up here fighting a good fight for all of these fighters with these weird ass boxing fans around YouTube, bro. Always picking and poking. Like, it becomes less about the fights and more about all the sidebar shit. And that's why I can't rock with. Nah, let's talk about how they fight, though. Hey, that should be a short conversation. I never seen somebody beat a ass the way he just did when he beat up Padley. And the conversation was more about like the narratives, who his girl used to mess with, like if he got the money he said he got, nothing about the performance and about if he let his hands go, if he was too defensive, if it looked bad. None of that. None of that. It was the fight didn't even come up. And when it did, they just said he should have did this sooner. I'm like, y'all terrible boxing fans. I promise you. It's not about the fights no more, man. It's the narratives. Them shit sell on YouTube. Jay Prince got people pissed off for going to bat for his guy. What is he supposed to get in this interview and say? you clearly heard the team because let me skip through it. I ain't got to play it all because we're over the 4-hour mark, man. You pretty much said that fight with Tank is for the hood. They need to go ahead and pretty much just make the fight. It's the shit. The ball is in their court, but you'll hear his team tell you don't nothing go unless he say it do. Right? If he won it, then it happens. You hear all of that, and then when something don't happen, right? They blame the other guy. But if you listening to what the team is saying, if he wants something, they can get it for him, right? Or it happens. It's that simple. So I'm gonna listen to what they've been saying, and when he won it, that's when that shit gonna happen. That's what I believe. I don't think nobody's scared of none of that. But I know it's a really good chance that you might not see that fight. Now, given the way shit look, how it sound, and the stuff that I'm hearing, we're gonna have to revisit this tomorrow because Coach Kenny was on Mill City And he had made some statements that got people going too. And I'm like, man, I just don't hear enough consistency in what fight that people really want. If I had to ask myself, I couldn't put a finger on it. I don't know what they want, because he said he's not even interested in the fight. And that right there confuses me, because you fought too many lesser guys to not be interested in that fight. It's too accomplished, and it's been too much talks and back and forth for you not to be interested in that fight. So it's like, I don't understand that I don't get that why that's the case, but it is what it is. I feel like people online are more confident that he wants to fight than the actual people that's involved. And this, again, with me, I'm always clear with it's not about ducking and running and hiding, but I don't know, man. I think consistently through this man's career, if a guy doesn't have to fight him, they're not gonna do it. That's just, sorry, that's the way I see it. I've seen it time and time again. That's just my opinion of it. If they don't gotta go that route, they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. If it ain't something really truly for them besides a belt, because that clearly ain't enough, then they're not gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? So that's my take on it. But shout out to the boxing fam. Another dope build in the book. Shout out to my bros at McLean and Behind the Hands TV. Lance, appreciate you, bro. Kello, in case we're going down though. Oh, I heard Canelo wasn't receiving what he was promised. Oh, it's possible. No, it's possible, bro. But you never know, man, when that money get funny. But like I said, real quick, anybody that is pouring into that much money to any situation, funneling money like that, and they're not making it back, it's only a matter of time. That's just not sustainable, nor is it realistic, right? So the fact that shit has changed now with TKO being around, Dana White in the fold, Canelo getting situated, like you said, Kello, he's saying he ain't even getting what he was promised, but I'm pretty sure if he ain't getting what he was promised, is still way more than a guy like Shakur getting like reneged on. So it is what it is. It's not to be taken personal. It's business. Turkey ain't doing nothing different than what the rest of these scumbags do when they see fit. The question will always be, why now, right? And I think that's a fair question, but I think the goal for Shakur is to stay focused and keep winning. And I think as long as that's the case, the rest of that shit don't matter. He'll figure it out. He got a great team. That's what people don't realize. So he'll be all right. And that's a big part of making it in this boxing game. I think having the people and right representation in place to put you in position. So despite all the narratives and the stock dropping and this and that, still in position, still getting fights, still kicking ass, still champion, still at the top of his game. I think that's the only thing that matters. R. Stokes, my guy. But with that, man, shout out to everybody. Much love. Salute to everybody that hit that super chat, cash app. Much love, support. Appreciate the support. Shout out to my guy Mike Kirkland. I don't know if you're still in here, but if you are, make sure you reach out and give me information, and we're gonna get that to you. But y'all make sure y'all enjoy the rest of this good Monday, and we're gonna be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. to build on this boxing. Peace to the fan.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. 4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
What's going on? And one of my favorite channels, if y'all into that pugilistic perfection, if y'all into that boxing, that's that boy Just Do Boxing here on YouTube. Make sure y'all check out Just Do Boxing, the only unbiased boxing channel on YouTube, because